He shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the guns. "We're not backing down." As the naval battle raged, Ruthenian bombers broke through the Valorian fighter screen. The first wave of bombers descended on the VNS Valor, releasing their payloads. Anti-aircraft guns peppered the sky, but several bombs slipped through the defenses, slamming into the Valor's deck. The massive ship shuddered as explosions rocked it, sending debris and crewmen flying. Damage control teams report. Admiral Falk shouted, wiping blood from a cut on his forehead where debris had struck him. "Major damage to the forward deck, sir," an officer replied, his face pale. "We've lost 2 of our anti-air batteries." Falk's jaw tightened. "We're not done yet," he growled. "Keep firing. We have to hold the line." The VNS Valor continued to fight, its guns blazing as it pushed forward, but the damage was beginning to take its toll. Fires raged across the deck, and the ship's list was becoming more pronounced. Meanwhile, on the Ruthenian side, Admiral Volkov's confidence began to waver. The Valorians were putting up a far fiercer resistance than he had anticipated. His fleet was taking heavy losses, and despite the aerial bombardment, the Valorian defenses remained formidable. "Admiral, the RNS Catherine the Great has been hit," Captain Leonov reported, his voice tinged with desperation. "She's listing heavily." "Damn it." Volkov slammed his fist against the console. "Order her to pull back. We can't afford to lose another battleship." But even as he issued the command, another explosion lit up the sky as the VNS Invictus scored a direct hit on the Catherine the Great, sending the battleship up in flames. As the battle dragged on, both sides were pushed to their limits. The Valorian Navy had managed to sink 2 more Ruthenian ships, including the battleship Ivan the Terrible, but the cost was high. The VNS Invictus was a burning wreck, and the VNS Valor, though still afloat, was barely holding together. "Admiral Falk, we've taken too much damage," Captain Schreiber said urgently. "We need to withdraw before we lose everything." Falk looked around at his battered fleet. The sea was littered with the wreckage of both Ruthenian and Valorian ships, a grim testament to the brutality of the engagement. He knew Captain Schreiber was right. If they stayed, they risked losing the last of their defensive fleet. "Order all ships to fall back to the secondary defensive line," Falk ordered reluctantly. "We've inflicted heavy damage on them, but we can't afford to lose more." As the Valorian fleet began its withdrawal, the Ruthenians, equally battered, chose not to pursue. Admiral Volkov knew he had won the field, but at a price that would haunt him. His fleet was a shadow of what it had been, and though he had pushed the Valorians back, the cost in men and ships was devastating. March 23, 1939, in the imposing war room of Volkschall, Alexander, the supreme leader of Valoria, stood by the large map table, his gaze cold and unreadable. Around him, his trusted advisors and military officers watched the entrance with a tense silence. They knew what was coming, the first true test of Valoria's defense, and the cost at which their victory had been won. The heavy oak doors swung open, and Julianne, Alexander's chief of staff, entered briskly, a folder of documents clutched tightly in her hands. Her face, usually composed, bore the strain of the latest reports. She approached Alexander, her heels echoing against the marble floor, and handed over the dossier. "Your Excellency," she began, "the report from Admiral Falk's fleet has arrived. The Ruthenians have been forced back, but the toll was high." Alexander opened the folder, his eyes scanning the pages, his expression never wavering. The numbers painted a grim picture: an enormous number of casualties, heavily damaged ships, critical losses. His fingers tightened subtly on the edge of the paper as he read the details of the VNS Valor and the VNS Invictus, both barely holding together after the engagement. "Summarize it for the room," Julianne, Alexander said, his voice steady yet demanding. Julianne took a deep breath before addressing the council. "Admiral Falk reports that our fleet engaged the Ruthenians off the northern coast. They succeeded in halting the advance, sinking multiple Ruthenian battleships, including the Ivan the Terrible, and forcing them to retreat." However, she paused, her gaze sweeping the room. "Our losses were substantial. The VNS Invictus was rendered nearly inoperable, and the VNS Valor sustained severe damage. Our defenses held, but the price was steep." A murmur of reaction rippled through the room, but Alexander held up his hand, silencing it. He continued to read, his gaze hardening as he absorbed the full weight of the losses. He turned to Julianne, his voice quiet but laced with steel. "What is Admiral Falk's current position?" "He has withdrawn to the secondary defensive line, just outside Valorian waters," she replied. "He felt it necessary to regroup and carry out essential repairs before risking another engagement. They're a holding position, but their resources are stretched thin." Alexander nodded, considering. He knew that withdrawing the fleet was a prudent decision. Falk had saved what was left of the Navy, but the timing left them vulnerable. With the Valorian fleet damaged, the Ruthenians would undoubtedly regroup, repair, and come back with twice the force. He turned to Minister Thompson, the Minister of Defense, his tone sharpened with purpose. "Thompson, we need to reinforce our coastal defenses. The fleet held, but we cannot rely on their numbers after this battle. Start mobilizing additional ground forces and double the coastal artillery along the northern shores. Make sure our anti-aircraft capabilities are fully operational. The next wave will likely be even larger. Thompson nodded. Well, begin fortifying immediately, Your Excellency. I'll see to it that the reserves are prepared for deployment. The Ruthenians may have been turned back, but we can expect a renewed attack in a matter of weeks. Alexander shifted his gaze to Admiral Reinhardt, who had remained silent but vigilant throughout the briefing. Admiral, I need you to assemble the remaining vessels that can still operate effectively. Establish a coastal perimeter, protect the fleet as they repair. We can't afford to let the Ruthenians launch a surprise attack while our navy is vulnerable. Understood, Your Excellency, Reinhardt replied. I'll have our fastest ships and the least damaged vessels patrolling by dawn. Well, hold the line until the main fleet is ready to return to action. Julian stepped forward again, sensing the urgency in Alexander's commands. Your Excellency, Admiral Falk also requested additional fuel, ammunition, and medical supplies. The crew aboard the Valor suffered considerable injuries, and they're operating at reduced capacity. Alexander nodded. Prioritize their resupply immediately. I want them at full strength by the time the Ruthenians return. Instruct our logistics teams to make sure they have everything they need. Julian jotted down the orders, but before she could leave, Alexander spoke again, his gaze fixed on the map of Valoria's northern coast. We're not just defending ourselves anymore. We're sending a message to Ruthenia that Valoria will not fall, no matter the cost. The Zsar believes he can wear us down by sheer force and numbers. We must show him the price of underestimating us. He turned back to his advisors, the fire of resolve blazing in his eyes. This is not just about protecting our territory, it's about survival. We will use every resource, every ounce of strength, and every strategy we possess. Valoria will endure. The room filled with a new sense of determination. The Supreme Leader's words resonated with each officer and advisor present, cementing their resolve. Alexander dismissed them with a wave, but called Julian back as the others filed out, their expressions determined. Julian, he said, his tone softer but no less intense. How are the people responding to the news of this engagement? Julian hesitated, choosing her words carefully. There's a mix of fear and pride, Your Excellency. Fear because they know the stakes, and they understand that our fleet was dealt a heavy blow. Pride in our navy, in our men who held the line. They believe in Valoria's strength. Alexander nodded, his face betraying a flicker of satisfaction. We will need that unity in the coming days. Inform the Ministry of Information to reinforce this narrative. Our people must see that every sacrifice is made for their future, that our soldiers, sailors, and aviators fight not just for Valoria, but for each citizen's freedom and safety. Experienced tales at Empire. Julian saluted and departed, leaving Alexander alone in the room. He turned back to the map, tracing the path of the Ruthenian fleet in his mind. The battle had been brutal, but Valoria still held, and he would make sure it continued to hold. The fight ahead would be like nothing Valoria had ever faced before, but Alexander was prepared. Every move he made, every command he issued was driven by a single unwavering principle. Valoria would not bow. As the heavy oak doors closed behind the last of his advisors, silence enveloped the war room once more. Alexander remained still, his eyes fixed on the detailed map sprawled across the table, tracing the lines of battle in his mind. The flickering light of the chandeliers cast shadows that danced over the contours of the map, emphasizing the precarious situation Valoria found itself in. After a few moments, he let out a slow breath and turned away from the map. The weight of leadership was relentless, but he understood the need to recharge, to gather his strength before the storm that would undoubtedly come again. He walked to a side table where Sebastian, his ever-dutiful butler, had quietly set out an assortment of pastries and a freshly brewed pot of tea. Sebastian, Alexander spoke softly, the tension easing from his voice. I trust this is the tea from the Empress Private Reserve. Sebastian gave a respectful nod. Indeed, Your Excellency. Jasmine blend, your preferred choice for these late hours. It should help ease the mind. Alexander allowed himself a faint smile. He sank into a nearby leather armchair, the soft creak of the aged leather a small comfort in an otherwise tumultuous day. Sebastian poured the tea into a fine porcelain cup, the fragrant steam curling upward. Alexander took a sip, savoring the delicate aroma before setting the cup down to sample one of the pastries, a flaky millefeuille filled with a light cream. For a moment he closed his eyes, letting the rich taste linger on his tongue. These moments of quiet indulgence were rare and fleeting, stolen between battles and strategic meetings. But he had learned long ago that even the most formidable leaders needed a moment to themselves, a brief respite to clear their minds before the next wave of challenges. Sebastian remained silent, knowing better than to disturb his master during these brief moments of peace. Alexander's eyes opened, but instead of the hard, cold intensity that his officers knew, they were calm, almost reflective. He took another slow sip of tea, allowing the warmth to seep through him, easing the stiffness that had accumulated from hours of standing. After finishing his cup, Alexander leaned back, closing his eyes once more. His thoughts drifted, not to strategies or battles, but to the faces of his people, men and women who looked to him to lead them through this conflict. He had made promises to them, promises of security, strength, and victory, and he would see those promises fulfilled, no matter the cost. But for now, just for a few moments, he allowed himself to relax. The quiet hum of Volkshell in the late hours, the distant sound of the wind brushing against the towering columns outside, created a lullaby that was hard to resist. Sebastian dimmed the lights, observing his master's weary form with quiet understanding. "Rest, your excellency," he murmured softly, more to himself than to Alexander. "Tomorrow will come soon enough." Alexander did not reply, already drifting into a light nap. His mind, ever disciplined, began to release the day's burdens as sleep overtook him. His breathing slowed, and for a brief time, the formidable supreme leader of Valoria was just a man, resting in the eye of a storm that would inevitably rage again come dawn. Outside the war room, the night guards stood vigilant, their boots clicking faintly on the marble floors as they maintained their patrols. Inside, the war maps lay untouched, the delicate pastries cooling on the table. For now, the world of conflict and strategy could wait, if only for the span of a single nap. Alexander would be ready when he woke, his mind sharpened, his resolve stronger. For Valoria, for his people, for the vision he had sworn to protect. But for now, in the dim light of Volkshell, he was simply Alexander, taking a moment of peace before the battles resumed. In the opulent halls of the Winter Palace, the seat of power for the Ruthenian Empire, tension hung heavy in the air. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich paced back and forth in his private study, the soft click of his polished boots the only sound in the otherwise silent room. The Tsar's patience was wearing thin, and every minute that passed without an update only deepened the furrow in his brow. A knock echoed through the room, breaking the tense silence. "Enter," Ivan commanded sharply, not bothering to slow his pacing. The doors swung open, revealing Mikhailov. "Mikhailov, you have news," Ivan demanded, his voice a razor's edge. The Tsar had been waiting for the outcome of the latest engagement with the Valorians, and the delay in receiving any word had already put him on edge. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mikhailov replied, bowing his head before stepping forward. "A report from Admiral Volkov's fleet has just arrived via coded transmission." Ivan stopped pacing and turned his full attention to the officer. "Speak plainly, Mikhailov. How did our forces fare?" Mikhailov swallowed hard, his eyes darting to the dossier in his hands. "Your Majesty," he began, "our fleet engaged the Valorian navy near their northern coast. Admiral Volkov reports that while we inflicted significant damage on the enemy, the engagement resulted in heavy losses for us as well." A vein in Ivan's temple pulsed as he listened. What losses? Exactly. Mikhailov hesitated for a fraction of a second, then steeled himself. "The battleship Ivan the Terrible has been confirmed lost, and the Catherine the Great sustained critical damage. The carrier Stormbringer remains operational but is heavily compromised. Our forces were forced to retreat to avoid complete annihilation." The silence that followed was almost suffocating. The Tsar's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as if Mikhailov himself was to blame for the catastrophic news. Ivan's fists clenched at his sides, and Admiral Volkov, the Tsar demanded through gritted teeth. "Admiral Volkov remains in command of the fleet," Mikhailov explained quickly, his voice tinged with anxiety. "He has ordered a tactical retreat to regroup and repair before planning another assault. He reports that while we managed to sink 2 Valorian ships, including one of their heavy cruisers, their defenses were stronger than anticipated." Tsar Ivan slammed his fist onto the ornate desk, causing the crystal decanter sitting atop it to tremble. "Stronger than anticipated," Ivan hissed, his voice dangerously low. "I do not pay my admirals to be caught off guard. I pay them to crush our enemies." Mikhailov flinched but held his ground. "Your Majesty, Volkov requests immediate reinforcements and resupply. He believes that with additional forces from the Black Sea Fleet, they can break through the Valorian lines and secure a beachhead." Ivan's eyes narrowed. "So you mean to tell me that our proud Ruthenian navy, supposedly the most formidable force in these waters, is begging for reinforcements to handle an enemy that should have already been crushed?" His voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Mikhailov kept his eyes on the ground, not daring to meet the Tsar's fiery gaze. "Admiral Volkov assures us that with the requested reinforcements, he will be able to deliver a decisive blow. He has already begun preparations to fortify his position and launch a renewed offensive once the additional ships and resources arrive." The Tsar took a deep breath, attempting to rein in his temper. Failure was not something he was accustomed to, especially not from his most trusted commanders. But the setbacks in Valoria were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, and he knew that the eyes of his court were watching closely. Any sign of weakness, any admission of failure, could embolden his enemies both within the empire and beyond its borders. "Very well," Ivan said finally, his voice cold and measured. "Authorize the reinforcements. The Black Sea Fleet will rendezvous with Volkov's forces, but mark my words, Mikhailov, if Admiral Volkov fails me again, he will not live to see another sunrise. Do I make myself clear? Your next read is at Empire." Mikhailov bowed deeply. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will see to it that your orders are carried out immediately." Ivan dismissed him with a wave of his hand, turning away to gaze out of the tall windows overlooking the snow-covered palace grounds. As Mikhailov exited, the heavy doors closed behind him leaving the Zsar alone with his thoughts. For a moment, Ivan simply stood there, staring out at the bleak winter landscape. He had placed his trust in Volkov, a seasoned admiral who had proven himself time and again. But trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered by failure. The Tsar's mind raced as he considered his next move. He would crush Valoria, but it seemed he would have to be far more ruthless than he had initially planned. Reaching for a nearby decanter, Ivan poured himself a glass of clear, potent vodka. He took a slow sip, the burn of the alcohol doing little to soothe his anger. No, this was not over, not by a long shot. If Valoria thought they had gained even a moment of respite, they were gravely mistaken. The Tsar's eyes narrowed as he set the glass down with a decisive clink. He would approve the reinforcements, but he would also send a trusted emissary to Volkov, someone to ensure that the admiral understood the consequences of further failure. In the corridors outside, Mikhailov hastened to relay the orders to the Imperial Naval Command. The Tsar had made his decision, and now it was up to the officers and soldiers of the Ruthenian Empire to see it through. But Mikhailov couldn't shake the feeling that they were being driven to the edge of a precipice, one misstep away from disaster. After all, if they lost the naval battle against the Valorians, their position as the world's dominant superpower would be irrevocably weakened. That is something that they can't let happen. They can't lose to a country that just appeared out of nowhere. Their pride won't allow it. In the royal palace of Trisenberg, March 25, 1939, the ornate chambers of the imperial palace in Trisenberg were filled with the warm glow of a crackling fire. The grand windows overlooking the snow-covered gardens were framed by heavy, velvet drapes, shielding the occupants from the harsh winter winds outside. The rich scent of aged wood and burning logs filled the air, creating a cocoon of warmth and comfort that stood in stark contrast to the turbulent world beyond the palace walls. Seated in one of the high-backed leather chairs near the fire was Emperor Edward Trisenberg. His piercing blue eyes were fixed on the young man standing before him, his son, Prince Theodore. "Your next chapter awaits on Empire, Father," Theodore began. "It appears that the Valorian navy is gaining the upper hand against Ruthenia. The latest reports indicate that they have sunk several of Ruthenia's major warships, forcing them into a tactical retreat." The Emperor sighed, leaning back in his chair as he swirled the dark liquid in his crystal glass. "I must admit, I expected Ruthenia to fare better," he mused. "They boast the third largest navy in the world, yet they seem to falter when it matters most. What do you make of it?" Theodore the Prince approached the fire, his hands clasped behind his back, the flickering flames casting shadows on his sharp features. "It's hardly surprising, Father," he replied with a faint hint of disdain. "For all their posturing and numbers, Ruthenia's navy is poorly trained and outdated. Their officers may look impressive in their uniforms, but they lack the experience needed for a modern naval engagement. Their training doctrines are relics of a bygone era." Emperor Edward nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he considered his son's words. "You may be right, Theodore, but it remains concerning. If Valoria manages to win this war, the balance of power among the great empires will shift dramatically. The other great powers will be watching closely, and Ruthenia's defeat would undermine the standing of the entire concert of nations." Theodore's eyes narrowed as he regarded his father. "Are you suggesting, Father, that we should intervene on Ruthenia's behalf?" A heavy silence filled the room as the Emperor set down his glass. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Theodore's. "The dignity of the great powers is at stake here, Theodore. If Valoria defeats Ruthenia, it sends a message to the world that even the mightiest of us can fall. That would invite chaos, rebellions, and opportunistic moves from lesser nations who might believe the great powers are weakening." Theodore shook his head slowly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. "With all due respect, Father, I disagree. The purpose of being a great power is to prove one's strength. If Ruthenia is unable to defend its status, then perhaps it no longer deserves it. Intervening on their behalf would only make us complicit in their failure." The Emperor leaned back, clearly taken aback by his son's bluntness. "You would allow Valoria to grow unchecked. Theodore, have you considered what that could mean for our interests, for the balance of power in the world?" The prince's gaze was unflinching. "Valoria's rise is inevitable, whether we like it or not." they've proven their military prowess, and if they can defeat Ruthenia, then they deserve their place among the great powers. Interfering in Ruthenia's war would only delay the inevitable, not prevent it. Besides, he added with a hint of arrogance, if Ruthenia falls, it will serve as a warning to other nations that resting on past glories is not enough to maintain their status. Emperor Edward studied his son in silence, his mind churning with conflicting thoughts. On the one hand, he knew Theodore's logic was sound. The concept of power was not merely about numbers, but about the ability to wield them effectively. Yet on the other hand, there was a larger picture to consider: a world order that had kept relative peace for decades. The collapse of one of the great powers could lead to instability that even Trisenberg might struggle to contain. "You're playing a dangerous game, Theodore," the emperor finally said, his voice heavy with concern. "If we allow Ruthenia to fall, the other great powers may view our inaction as a sign of weakness." Theodore turned away from the fire, his gaze now fixed on his father. "Weakness, father, is propping up a failing empire. Let Ruthenia face the consequences of its complacency. If they cannot defend their own honor, then they deserve to lose it. We, on the other hand, must remain vigilant, not as caretakers of a decaying world order, but as the vanguard of a new one." Emperor Edward sighed deeply, recognizing the truth in his son's words even as he struggled to accept them. "Very well, Theodore. For now, we will continue to observe from the shadows. But understand this: if Valoria's ambitions threaten our own borders, we will not hesitate to act." Theodore inclined his head in acknowledgement, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Of course, father. But for now, let us watch as the old order crumbles under its own weight. We may yet find opportunities in the ashes of Ruthenia's defeat." With that, the emperor rose from his chair, a signal that the conversation was over. As Theodore bowed slightly and turned to leave, Emperor Edward called after him. "Theodore," the emperor said, his voice softer now, almost weary, "remember, strength without wisdom can be as much a curse as a blessing. Do not let your desire for power blind you to the consequences." The prince paused at the door, glancing back over his shoulder. "I understand, father. But rest assured, I will not allow Trisenberg to fall into the same complacency that has doomed Ruthenia." As the heavy doors closed behind him, Theodore's mind was already racing with thoughts of the future. Let Ruthenia and Valoria bleed each other dry. In the end, it would be Trisenberg that would stand unchallenged, ready to seize whatever opportunities arose from the ashes of their conflict. March 26, 1939. The grand radio towers of Volkschall hummed with life as the nation's primary broadcasting network prepared to deliver the most important news of the year. The tension inside the studio was palpable. Technicians moved with swift precision, adjusting dials and microphones, while the presenters reviewed their notes one last time. Across the vast empire of Valoria, citizens gathered around their radios, eagerly awaiting the latest reports from the front lines. As the clock struck noon, a familiar, authoritative voice crackled to life over the airwaves, filling every home, cafe, and military barracks across the nation. "Citizens of Valoria, we bring you a special bulletin from the Valorian Broadcasting Network. Today, we stand proud as our valiant navy defends the sovereignty of our nation against the encroaching forces of Ruthenia. In the early hours of March 23rd, our brave sailors engaged the Ruthenian fleet off the northern coast, successfully repelling their advance and dealing a decisive blow to their forces. In homes and factories, on bustling streets and quiet villages, the people of Valoria listened intently. The announcement was met with cheers and cries of relief. For weeks, they had been living in uncertainty, bracing for the possibility of Ruthenian forces breaching their coastal defenses. But now, as the details of their victory began to unfold, the fear that had gripped the nation began to dissolve, replaced by a swelling sense of pride. Our navy, under the command of Admiral Heinrich Falk, engaged the Ruthenian armada with unmatched courage and skill. The broadcaster continued, his voice imbued with patriotic fervor. The battleship VNS Valor and the cruiser VNS Invictus led the charge, sinking several key Ruthenian vessels, including the notorious Ivan the Terrible. Reports confirmed that the Ruthenians were forced into a hasty retreat, their once-proud fleet now reduced to scattered remnants. Across the city of Volkstadt, the capital of Valoria, church bells rang out in celebration. Crowds poured into the streets, waving flags and embracing one another. Vendors shouted excitedly, selling newspapers freshly printed with bold headlines declaring Valoria triumphant. Children ran through the cobbled streets with miniature Valorian flags, while their parents spoke of renewed hope for the future. In the bustling marketplace, an elderly man stood on a crate, reading aloud from one of the newspapers to a gathered crowd. "Our boys have given them a thrashing." He shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "Valoria stands strong, and no foreign invader will set foot on our sacred soil." In the coastal town of Brach, where many families had relatives serving in the Navy, the mood was especially jubilant. At the town square, a group of mothers who had been anxiously awaiting news of their sons now wept with relief, hugging each other as they listened to the broadcast. "Our boys are coming home," one woman whispered, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, in the military barracks on the outskirts of Volkstadt, soldiers listened to the broadcast with a renewed sense of purpose. Many had been bracing for orders to move to the front lines, but now, buoyed by the news of their Navy's success, they felt invincible. Conversations erupted among them, their laughter and cheers echoing through the barracks. Valoria's naval forces are not only holding their ground, but are now preparing for a counteroffensive to drive the Ruthenians further away from our waters, the broadcaster continued. "Admiral Falk has assured us that our fleet is ready to strike back at any who dare threaten our shores. Let it be known to the world, Valoria will never bow to aggression." Inside a modest apartment in Volkstadt, a young man named Eric Adler leaned back in his chair, a proud grin spreading across his face. As an engineer at the naval shipyards, he had worked tirelessly over the past months to ensure the fleet was prepared for conflict. Hearing of their victory filled him with a sense of personal pride and accomplishment. "Your next chapter awaits on Empire." His younger sister, Anna, who had been nervously knitting beside the radio, finally let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "They did it," she said, her eyes bright with tears. "I was so worried about Lars." "Lars is fine," Eric assured her, ruffling her hair playfully. "He's on one of our best ships. I told you, the Ruthenians don't stand a chance against our navy." Elsewhere in the grand halls of Volkshel, Alexander, the supreme leader of Valoria, stood in his private office, listening to the broadcast with a rare smile on his lips. The reports had confirmed what his advisors had already relayed to him, but hearing the pride and relief in the voices of his people brought him a satisfaction that was far more personal. Julian, his chief of staff, entered the room quietly, observing the supreme leader's rare moment of contentment. "Your Excellency, the people's morale is rising. This victory has ignited a renewed sense of patriotism throughout the empire." Alexander turned to face her, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Good, let them celebrate. They've earned it, but we must not become complacent. This victory, while significant, is only the beginning. Ruthenia will not accept this defeat lightly." Julian nodded. "Our intelligence indicates they are already preparing reinforcements. The Black Sea Fleet is on the move." Alexander's smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. "Let them come. We will be ready. If they want to throw more of their forces into our waters, we will sink them all." He paused, considering. "Have our propaganda department continue to emphasize the heroism of our navy. Let the people know that every victory brings us closer to securing our future." "Of course, Your Excellency," Julian said, bowing slightly before leaving the room. As the broadcast continued to echo through the streets, a sense of unity spread across Valoria. Farmers in the countryside, factory workers in the cities, and soldiers stationed on distant borders all felt the surge of pride and confidence. The Valorian flag, a symbol of strength and resilience, flew high over every building. Back at the broadcast studio, the announcer's voice reached its triumphant conclusion. "Let the world know that Valoria stands resolute. To our enemies, let this victory serve as a warning. We are a nation forged in the fires of conflict, and we will not be broken." As the broadcast ended, cheers erupted throughout Valoria. The people, reinvigorated by the news, were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had seen the resolve of their navy, and they knew that as long as their supreme leader guided them, Valoria would endure. March 29, 1939, St. Petersburg. Ruthenia. The once bustling streets of St. Petersburg were now shadowed by a thick pall of anxiety. The vibrant energy that typically defined the imperial capital was conspicuously absent, replaced by an oppressive silence. The city, usually filled with the sounds of commerce and lively chatter, was now subdued, as if the very air carried the weight of the grim news that had swept through the empire like a storm. Radios across the empire crackled to life in unison as the Imperial Broadcasting Service began its latest announcement. The deep, solemn voice of the announcer resonated through every apartment, cafe, factory, and shop. "This is a special bulletin from the Imperial Broadcasting Service. We bring you updates on the ongoing conflict in the South Atlantic. Despite the heroic efforts of our naval forces, we regret to inform you that our fleet, under Admiral Volkov, has suffered significant setbacks at the hands of the Valorian Navy. Key vessels, including the battleship Ivan the Terrible and the carrier Catherine the Great, have been heavily damaged or lost. Admiral Volkov has been forced to withdraw his forces to regroup." The words hung heavy in the air, each sentence like a hammer blow to the hearts of Ruthenia's citizens. In the cramped kitchens of the working-class neighborhoods, families huddled closer to their radios, their faces pale and drawn. Mothers clutched their children, offering silent prayers for sons, brothers, and fathers who had been sent to the front lines. "Papa, does this mean we're losing?" a young boy whispered, tugging at his father's sleeve. The man, a factory worker with grease-stained hands, looked down at his son, struggling to mask his own fear. "No, Nikolai," he said, forcing a reassuring smile. "We are Ruthenians. We don't lose, this is just a setback." But the uncertainty in his voice was unmistakable, and the boy sensed it. In the bustling marketplaces, the usual clamor of vendors hawking their goods had died down. The news had spread like wildfire, and now, instead of shouting about fresh produce or trinkets, the merchants gathered in tight circles, whispering urgently. "This isn't what they promised us," muttered one stall owner, a stout man with a graying beard. "They said our navy was invincible, that we'd crush Valoria in days. Now they're telling us we're retreating." A woman nearby, clutching a woven basket filled with bread, shook her head. "I heard my neighbor's son was on the Stormbringer. They say it barely made it back to port." Her voice wavered as she spoke, the fear evident in her eyes. In the dimly lit taverns that lined the back alleys of St. Petersburg, the atmosphere was no different. The usual raucous laughter and clinking of glasses had been replaced with sullen faces and hushed conversations. Patrons huddled over their drinks, their eyes glued to the radio sets mounted on the walls. The news that the great Ruthenian navy, which they had been so proud of, was being driven back was a bitter pill to swallow. "This can't be happening," a grizzled old sailor muttered, staring into his glass. "We're Ruthenia, damn it. We've ruled these waters for decades. How could some upstart nation like Valoria push us back?" A younger man, seated at the bar, took a long swig of vodka before slamming his glass down. "It's the Tsar's fault," he hissed, his words slurring slightly. "He promised us victory, told us we'd teach those Valorians a lesson. Now we're the ones being humiliated." His companion nodded grimly. "You think they'll start conscripting more men?" "I've heard talk that the army might be next. If we can't hold the seas, what's stopping Valoria from invading our lands?" The question sent a shiver through the room. The thought of Valorian soldiers marching on Ruthenian soil was unthinkable, yet now it seemed like a grim possibility. Outside, the weather matched the mood of the city. The sky was overcast, and a light drizzle fell, adding to the sense of gloom that permeated every corner of St. Petersburg. The usually crowded Nevsky Prospect was eerily quiet, with passers-by hurrying along with their heads bowed, avoiding eye contact. Near the Admiralty building, where families of sailors often gathered for news, a crowd had formed. Women clutched crumpled telegrams and letters, their faces drawn and pale as they listened to the broadcast filtering through a crackling loudspeaker. "My brother was on the Catherine the Great," one woman sobbed, clutching a worn photograph to her chest. "They said it was damaged, but they won't tell us if there were survivors." An older woman, her face etched with lines of worry, patted her on the back. "We must stay strong," she whispered. "For them, for our boys out there." But even as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Further away, in the factories that powered Ruthenia's industrial might, the mood was no better. Workers who had once been filled with pride for their empire now felt the sting of doubt. The men and women who toiled in the shipyards, crafting the very vessels that were now sinking to the ocean floor, paused in their labor. "Is this why we break our backs?" one man spat, wiping sweat from his brow. "To build ships that can't even win a single battle." A foreman tried to rally his workers, shouting over the din of the machinery. "Well, build more and well, build better. Ruthenia will strike back." But his words rang hollow, drowned out by the heavy of hammering and the hiss of steam. The radio broadcast continued, trying desperately to spin the narrative into one of hope. "Despite the setbacks, our brave sailors are regrouping. Reinforcements from the Black Sea Fleet are en route to support Admiral Volkov's forces. The Tsar has vowed that Ruthenia will not rest until Valoria is brought to its knees. We urge all citizens to remain steadfast and to support our brave men and women on the front lines. Stay updated with Empire," but the damage was done. Across the empire, from the cobblestone streets of St. Petersburg to the industrial towns of the interior, the people of Ruthenia felt the sting of humiliation. For a nation that had always prided itself on its military strength, this defeat was more than just a tactical setback, it was a blow to their very identity. As the day drew to a close, the skies over St. Petersburg darkened, mirroring the mood of its people. Families returned to their homes, the streets slowly emptying as the city settled into an uneasy quiet. In countless homes, prayers were whispered for the safety of loved ones and for a swift end to the war. But even as the lamps flickered on across the city, one thought lingered in the minds of every Ruthenian. If their mighty navy could not prevail, what hope did they have against the relentless Valorians? Sevastopol's harbor roared with activity as Ruthenia's mighty Black Sea Fleet prepared for deployment. The deep, resonant hum of engines mixed with the sharp clang of metal against metal as sailors and dockworkers moved with urgency. The fleet, long regarded as the jewel of the Empire's southern naval might, was being dispatched to reinforce their battered comrades in the South Atlantic. Admiral Ivan Stepanovich stood on the bridge of the fleet's flagship, the RNS Vityaz, a colossal battleship armed with the latest artillery. His face was etched with resolve, his sharp green eyes scanning the scene below. The Vityaz loomed over the harbor, its turrets gleaming under the faint morning sun. This mission was one of high stakes. The survival of Ruthenia's naval reputation depended on it. Enjoy more content from Empire Admiral. All vessels are reporting readiness, Commander Alexei Tarkhanov announced, standing at attention beside him. Stepanovich nodded firmly. Signal the fleet. We sail at noon. Ensure that all ships maintain tight formation once we pass the Bosphorus. I want every man to understand the gravity of this mission. There can be no errors. Yes, Admiral, Tarkhanov said, saluting before hurrying off. The Black Sea Fleet was an impressive sight. The flagship RNS Vityaz led the procession, flanked by the RNS Yermak, a robust cruiser named after one of Ruthenia's legendary explorers, and the RNS Perun, a carrier renowned for its air support capabilities. Destroyers and support vessels rounded out the fleet, their sleek forms slicing through the waves. On board the Perun, flight crews worked tirelessly to ready its complement of dive bombers and fighters. Mechanics checked and rechecked engines, while pilots reviewed battle strategies in the cramped briefing rooms. Lieutenant Andrei Malikov stood by his aircraft, the paint on its fuselage still fresh. His crew bustled around him, loading ammunition and fuel. "This is it," Andrei said to his wingman, Yuri Antonov. "The fleet is counting on us to tip the scales." Antonov adjusted his helmet, a smirk tugging at his lips. No pressure, right? Just the entire Empire watching. Andrei chuckled drily. "Let's just make sure they're watching us return as heroes." The docks were a hive of emotions as families gathered to bid their loved ones farewell. Mothers wept quietly, clutching handkerchiefs as they whispered prayers. Fathers embraced their sons, speaking words of pride and caution. Children, too young to grasp the stakes, waved enthusiastically as sailors marched aboard the ships. "I don't want you to go, Papa," a small girl whimpered, her arms wrapped tightly around her father's leg. Her father, a broad-shouldered seaman, crouched down to her level. "I'll come back, little one," he said, ruffling her hair gently. "And when I do, I'll bring you a story about how we saved Ruthenia." Nearby, an elderly woman handed her grandson a small wooden cross. "Keep this with you, Alexei. It will protect you." The young sailor, barely out of his teens, nodded solemnly. "I'll make you proud, grandmother." At precisely noon, the deep bellow of the Vityaz horn signaled the fleet's departure. The ships pulled away from the docks, their engines rumbling like distant thunder. The assembled crowd erupted into cheers, waving flags and scarves as they watched the vessels vanish into the open sea. On the Vityaz, Admiral Stepanovich stood at the prow, his coat billowing in the wind. He felt the weight of the empire on his shoulders but remained resolute. Failure was not an option. Admiral Tarkhanov reported, "We've cleared the harbor. The fleet is moving at full speed toward the Bosphorus." "Good," Stepanovich replied. "Maintain formation and initiate radio silence until we're in the Mediterranean. We can't afford to reveal our movements to Valorian spies." The mood aboard the vessels was one of quiet determination. Sailors double-checked their stations, knowing the challenges ahead. In the mess halls, conversations were subdued, many writing letters to loved ones before the battle they knew awaited. "Dear Maria," one sailor wrote, his hand trembling slightly, "by the time you read this, I will be far from Sevastopol, heading into waters that may decide the future of our empire. Know that I think of you and the children every moment." Back in Sevastopol, the departure of the fleet left a palpable void. The city resumed its daily activities, but an undercurrent of worry lingered. Markets were quieter, with shoppers speaking in hushed tones. At a bakery, a woman sighed heavily as she handed over a loaf of bread. "Do you think they'll succeed?" she asked the baker. "They have to," he replied. "If they don't, what's stopping Valoria from marching straight here?" At a nearby tavern, the usual jovial atmosphere had been replaced with sullen faces and empty glasses. "This is it," an older man muttered. "If the Black Sea Fleet fails, Ruthenia's finished." "You talk like we've already lost," another patron snapped. "Our navy isn't just ships and guns, it's Ruthenia's pride." As the fleet passed through the narrow waters of the Bosphorus, tension mounted. Lookouts scanned the horizon for any sign of Valorian reconnaissance aircraft, while gunners stood ready at their stations. The ships moved in perfect unison, their captains aware of the strategic importance of reaching the South Atlantic intact. Admiral Stepanovich remained calm, but his mind raced. The reports from the First Fleet had been grim. If Valoria's navy was as formidable as described, this campaign would test Ruthenia's might like never before. Admiral Tarkhanov said, breaking the silence, "The fleet has cleared the Bosphorus. We're entering open waters." "Very well," Stepanovich replied. "Maintain course, and may the gods watch over us." Across the empire, news of the Black Sea Fleet's deployment spread rapidly. Newspapers carried bold headlines. "Black Sea Fleet mobilized Ruthenia's answer to Valorian aggression." And "Hope sails south." Propaganda posters appeared overnight, depicting mighty warships cutting through the waves, their guns blazing. In rural villages, farmers gathered around radios, listening intently to the broadcasts. In industrial cities, workers redoubled their efforts, producing the shells and torpedoes that the fleet would need. Yet beneath the surface, doubt simmered. The defeat of the First Fleet had shaken Ruthenia's confidence, and many feared that this deployment would only bring more grief. The VNS Spectre prowled through the deep, a silent predator in the vast expanse of the South Atlantic. The dim red lighting inside the submarine bathed the faces of its crew in an eerie glow. They worked in hushed unison, ears attuned to the faint hum of the engines and the subtle ping of the sonar. For days, the crew had been shadowing Ruthenian movements, charting the waters where reinforcements might appear. Captain Renner, the sonar operator, Petty Officer Grant, called out, his voice sharp but measured. "We've got movement." Multiple contacts closing in at long range, bearing northwest. Captain Renner approached the console. "What are we looking at?" Grant fine-tuned the equipment, the static pings giving way to a clearer pattern. "Signatures match capital-class vessels, sir. At least 2 battleships, a carrier, and a screen of cruisers and destroyers." Estimated heading, 140 degrees, speed 12 knots. Renner's expression tightened. "A new fleet," he muttered. "This isn't just a patrol, it's another Ruthenian strike group." Commander Felix Barrett, Renner's second-in-command, joined him at the console, his brow furrowed. "Another reinforcement fleet, sir. If they link up with their forces near Valoria, they'll have enough firepower to stage a significant offensive." Renner nodded. "Not if we stop them first." He straightened, his voice carrying authority as he addressed the room. "Steady as she goes. Helm, maintain distance and adjust our course to shadow their trajectory. Petty Officer Grant, continue tracking their movements. I want exact coordinates and a full assessment of their formation." "Aye, Captain," the crew responded in unison, their professionalism unwavering. The Spectre glided through the depths, keeping just outside the Ruthenian fleet's detection range. The tension on board was palpable, the quiet hum of the submarine broken only by the soft clatter of dials and the faint ping of sonar. "Commander Barrett," Renner said, his voice calm but firm, "prepare a coded transmission to Volkschau. The Supreme Leader needs to know about this immediately." Barrett nodded and moved to the communications console. Within minutes, the message was encoded and sent via encrypted channels. To Volkschau Command, new Ruthenian fleet sighted. Composition includes capital ships, 1 carrier, and escorts, heading southeast toward existing fleet. Estimated arrival within 6 days. Orders requested. VNS Spectre standing by for further instructions. Captain Renner. Renner watched as the transmission confirmation light blinked once, signaling the message's successful dispatch. He placed his hands on the console, his gaze fixed on the sonar display. "Now we wait," he said quietly, his tone a mix of resolve and anticipation. "But if the order comes, we'll be ready to strike first." In the Volkschau, Alexander received the news from Julian. "Well, they had sent in a new fleet," he said as he folded the note. "I'm afraid that's correct, Your Excellency," Julian confirmed. "So long as we are successfully sinking them before they reach our shores, there won't be any problem." "Would that mean another engagement with the Ruthenian fleet the moment we destroy their fleet? The war will end as the Ruthenia Empire won't have any means to continue the war." The VNS Stormhawk, Valoria's formidable aircraft carrier, cut through the waves like a beast unleashed. Its deck was a hive of activity as crews scrambled to ready their aircraft for the impending mission. Pilots climbed into their cockpits, their faces set with determination as mechanics loaded munitions onto the sleek dive bombers and torpedo planes. The hum of propellers filled the air, growing louder with each passing moment. On the bridge, Rear Admiral Christopher Hall surveyed the scene. His sharp gaze flicked between the maps spread across the table and the distant horizon. The report from the Phantom had been clear. A Ruthenian fleet was en route, a massive formation that, if left unchallenged, could spell disaster for Valoria's defensive lines. "Launch the first wave," Hall ordered. "We can't let them get any closer. Target their carrier and lead battleships. Cripple their ability to retaliate." The deck officer signaled the launch, and the first wave of planes roared to life. A combination of torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and fighters surged into the sky, forming a tightly coordinated attack group. The pilots, clad in flight suits and goggles, exchanged terse nods before setting their sights on the horizon. Read exclusive content at Empire. The Ruthenian fleet steamed forward, its battleships flanked by cruisers and destroyers in a protective screen. On board the RNS Perun, Admiral Ivan Stepanovich stood on the bridge, his hands clasped behind his back as he monitored the fleet's formation. "Admiral, our lookouts report unidentified aircraft approaching fast from the east," a young officer called out. "Battle stations," Stepanovich barked. "Get the anti-aircraft crews ready. Fighters scramble immediately." The comm aboard the fleet shattered as klaxons wailed. Crews sprinted to their stations, manning anti-aircraft guns and readying ammunition. On board the carrier RNS Dobrynya, fighter planes were hastily launched to intercept the incoming threat. The Valorian pilots pushed their planes to the limit as they approached the Ruthenian fleet. In the lead dive bomber, Lieutenant Henry Graves gripped the controls, his jaw set with focus. The sea below glistened in the morning light, dotted with the dark silhouettes of Ruthenian warships. Target their carrier first, Graves instructed over the radio. Bombers aim for the deck. Torpedo crews strike their battleships. Fighters keep the skies clear. The radio crackled with acknowledgments as the formation split into attack groups. The dive bombers climbed to altitude, engines roaring as they angled for their deadly descent. Below, torpedo planes skimmed the surface, lining up their runs on the massive battleships. Enemy fighters inbound. A Valorian pilot shouted over the radio as Ruthenian planes screamed toward them. The skies erupted into chaos as the opposing forces collided. Machine guns rattled as fighters weaved through the air, trails of smoke and flame marking the paths of damaged planes. A Valorian fighter peeled away from the formation, flames licking at its tail as the pilot struggled to eject. Focus on the bombers. A Ruthenian pilot yelled, diving toward the Valorian formation. Tracers streaked through the sky, narrowly missing the dive bombers as they pressed forward. On the RNS Debriefing, the deck crews worked frantically to recover damaged fighters while launching fresh ones. Anti-aircraft guns spat fire into the sky, their deafening roar matched by the explosions of shells bursting around the Valorian planes. Graves led his squadron into their attack run, the massive carrier looming below like a fortress. The dive bombers tilted forward, their engines screaming as they plummeted toward their target. Ruthenian flak peppered the air around them, but the Valorian pilots held their course. Bombs away, Graves shouted, releasing his payload. Explosions erupted across the Debriefing's deck, tearing through aircraft and crew alike. Flames engulfed the forward section, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky, torpedoes in the water. A Ruthenian officer shouted as the Valorian torpedo planes released their deadly payloads. The sleek, deadly weapons sliced through the waves, streaking toward the battleship RNS Escalation. The massive ship tried to maneuver, but its bulk made it a sluggish target. Impact! A Valorian pilot yelled as the torpedoes struck the Escalation's side, sending geysers of water and debris into the air. The ship listed to port, smoke pouring from the gaping wounds in its hull. On board, the Stormhawk Rear Admiral Hall monitored the unfolding battle through reports from the returning planes. The success of the initial strikes bolstered his confidence, but he knew the fight was far from over. Prepare the second wave, Hall ordered. We need to keep the pressure on. Their carrier is still operational, and their battleships can still fight. The deck crews moved with practiced efficiency, loading the next wave of planes with bombs and torpedoes. The air was thick with tension as the engines roared to life once more. Back over the Ruthenian fleet, the battle raged on. The Debriefing, though heavily damaged, continued to launch fighters in a desperate bid to protect the fleet. The Escalation struggled to maintain formation, its listing hull a testament to the ferocity of the Valorian attack. Admiral, we can't take much more of this. A Ruthenian officer cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Hold your ground, Stepanovich roared. We will not retreat. Focus all fire on their bombers. The Ruthenian gunners redoubled their efforts, their tracers lighting up the sky as they targeted the incoming Valorian planes. One by one, the bombers fell, but not before releasing their payloads. Explosions rocked the fleet, sending flames and debris soaring into the air. As the Valorian planes returned to the Stormhawk, the exhausted pilots exchanged brief nods of satisfaction. They had struck a decisive blow, but the Ruthenians were far from defeated. Good work, Hall said as he reviewed the reports. But this isn't over. Prepare for another strike. We need to finish what we've started. I want my ocean free of Ruthenian vessels. The crew responded with grim determination, knowing that the outcome of the war could hinge on their efforts in the coming hours. The Stormhawk pressed forward, its planes ready to take to the skies once more. The deck of the VNS Stormhawk roared with activity as the crew readied for another strike. Ground crews scurried under the dull red lights of the flight deck, hauling bombs and torpedoes onto the planes. Mechanics swarmed the aircraft, checking engines and patching bullet holes sustained in the previous sortie. The salty air was thick with tension, mingled with the faint hum of the carrier's engines. Find your next adventure on Empire. Commander Donovan stood at the edge of the deck, binoculars in hand, watching the last remnants of twilight fade into the horizon. The Ruthenian fleet had taken a punishing blow earlier, but their core forces still held position. If they managed to regroup, they could turn the tide. Admiral Hall's orders are clear, Donovan barked to the deck crews. We go again. This ends tonight. In the hangar below, Lieutenant Henry Graves leaned against the wing of his dive bomber, the adrenaline of the first assault still coursing through his veins. His flight suit was streaked with oil and sweat, but his focus remained razor-sharp. Sword Squadron, gather up, Graves called, his voice carrying over the din of preparations. His squadron assembled quickly, their faces a mix of exhaustion and determination. "What's the plan?" Lieutenant asked Yuri Antonov, Graves' wingman, his helmet tucked under one arm. Graves knelt by a makeshift map spread across a crate. "The Vulcan is crippled, but she's not sunk yet. We're going back to finish her off." The Ruthenians are regrouping behind their destroyer screen, so we're hitting them hard and fast. Sword Squadron will focus on the battleships. Shield Squadron will handle the destroyers. We clear the path for the torpedo planes. Another day at the office, Antonov quipped, a thin smile tugging at his lips. "Stay sharp," Graves said, his tone serious. "The flak's only going to get worse." On board the RNS Vulcan, the situation was dire. Captain Pavel Grigorovich stood in the damaged bridge, his face illuminated by the flickering light of a dying console. The battleship's deck was a twisted mess of fire and wreckage, and water poured into the lower compartments faster than the pumps could manage. "Status report." Grigorovich demanded, gripping the edge of the chart table to steady himself against the ship's tilt. "Flooding is uncontrollable, Captain," reported an officer, his face pale. "We've lost the forward magazines, and our main guns are inoperable. The destroyers are holding position, but we've detected Valorian aircraft inbound." Grigorovich's jaw tightened. "So they're coming back to finish the job," he muttered. "Order all remaining ships to form a defensive line. Well, buy time for the fleet to retreat." "Captain, if they breach our perimeter," Grigorovich silenced him with a glare. "We hold the line, Lieutenant, to the last shell." The Stormhawk turned into the wind, its deck illuminated by faint running lights. Planes lined up for launch, engines growling as pilots climbed into their cockpits. Graves settled into his seat, his hands instinctively gripping the controls. "Sword leader to tower, requesting clearance for takeoff," Graves said into his radio. "Cleared for takeoff, Sword leader," the reply came. The bomber jolted forward, accelerating down the deck before lifting into the night sky. One by one, the rest of Sword Squadron followed, forming up into a tight V-shaped formation. Behind them, torpedo planes from Shield Squadron and a cover of fighters took to the air, the hum of engines filling the night. The Ruthenian defensive line lit up as the first wave of Valorian planes came into view. Searchlights swept the sky, their beams cutting through the darkness, while anti-aircraft guns roared to life. Tracer rounds arced upward, painting fiery trails against the black canvas of the sky. "Incoming fire, 12 o'clock," Graves shouted as the formation broke to evade the barrage. A Ruthenian destroyer, the RNS Prorov, unleashed a barrage of flak rounds, the explosions rocking the Valorian planes. One bomber took a direct hit, its wings shearing off as it spiraled into the sea. "Stay focused," Graves barked. "We're almost there." Through the chaos, the hulking silhouette of the Vulcan emerged, its deck illuminated by the flames of uncontrolled fires. Graves angled his plane into a steep dive, his target fixed on the battleship's exposed midsection. "Bombs away." He shouted, releasing his payload. The first bomb struck the Vulcan amidships, detonating with a thunderous explosion that sent debris skyward. Secondary explosions followed as fires reached the ammunition stores, tearing the ship apart from within. Graves pulled up hard, his plane shuddering from the shockwave. "Direct hit," Antonov called over the radio. "The Vulcan is finished." Below, the once-proud Ruthenian battleship began to list heavily to port, its hull cracking as seawater poured in. Sailors abandoned ship, their cries lost amidst the roar of explosions. Meanwhile, Shield Squadron engaged the destroyers guarding the Ruthenian retreat. Torpedo planes skimmed the waves, their payloads unleashed in perfect synchrony. The RNS Ognani, a destroyer attempting to shield the fleet, was struck by 2 torpedoes, splitting it in half. The survivors scrambled for lifeboats as the wreckage sank into the dark waters. Ruthenian fighters attempted to mount a defense, but Valorian fighters intercepted them, the night sky erupting into dogfights. Machine gun fire lit up the darkness as planes weaved and twisted in a deadly aerial ballet. A Ruthenian biplane caught fire, spiraling out of control before crashing into the sea. "Enemy fighters neutralized," reported a Valorian pilot. "The skies are ours." On board the Stormhawk, Admiral Hall monitored the battle through a map illuminated by red and green markers. Reports streamed in from the airborne squadrons, each confirming another blow to the Ruthenian fleet. "Admiral," an officer said, "the Vulcan is confirmed sunk and 3 destroyers are out of action. The remaining Ruthenian ships are scattering northward." Hall leaned over the map, his eyes narrowing. "Signal the fleet to pursue. We don't stop until they're out of our waters." As the first light of dawn broke over the South Atlantic, the battle was over. The Ruthenian fleet lay in ruins, their ships either sunk or retreating in disarray. The waters were littered with debris and oil slicks, the faint cries of survivors carried on the wind. On the Stormhawk, the returning pilots were greeted with cheers and applause. Graves climbed out of his bomber, exhaustion etched into his face, but a small smile played at the corners of his lips. "We did it," Antonov said, clapping him on the shoulder. "We broke them." Graves nodded. "Yeah, but the war's not over yet." In Volkshal, the news of the victory reached Alexander. Standing by a window overlooking the city, he allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. The Ruthenians had been dealt another crushing defeat, their naval power all but shattered. "Your Excellency," Julian said, entering the room, "the fleet reports total success. The Ruthenian reinforcements have been neutralized." Alexander turned to her, his expression calm but resolute. "Good, prepare a statement for the people. Let them know that Valoria's waters are secure, and that we stand unyielding against any threat." As Julian left, Alexander gazed out at the rising sun. The war was far from over, but for now Valoria stood victorious, its path to dominance clearer than ever. May 7, 1939, Volkshalle, Valoria. The Volkschalle's grand broadcasting room was a hub of focused activity. Technicians adjusted microphones, aligned cameras, and ensured the transmission equipment was functioning perfectly. Bright lights illuminated the central podium, where a Valorian flag hung proudly behind it. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the nation prepared to hear directly from its supreme leader. Alexander stood before a mirror in his private chamber, adjusting the high collar of his formal military coat. Its deep black fabric, adorned with gold trim and insignias, reflected his authority and the resilience of his nation. Julienne entered quietly, her clipboard in hand. "Your Excellency," she said, her voice steady but tinged with pride, "everything is ready. The broadcast will reach every corner of Valoria and beyond. This is your moment to cement the victory in the minds of our people." Alexander nodded, his piercing gaze meeting hers through the mirror. "Victory is only as strong as the belief of those who follow it. Tonight, we ensure that every Valorian knows the strength of our resolve." Julienne handed him a carefully prepared transcript. "Your speech, sir, though I imagine you'll speak from the heart as always." Alexander took the papers, skimming them briefly before setting them aside. "The heart of the matter cannot be read from a page, Julienne. This will come from here," he said, tapping his chest. "The people need to feel the truth of our triumph." Julienne inclined her head and stepped aside as Alexander strode confidently toward the broadcast room. The cameras rolled as the live feed began. Across Valoria, in homes, factories, and public squares, citizens gathered around radios and large screens to hear their leader speak. The image of Alexander, standing tall and composed, filled every display. His face bore the weight of a man who had led his nation through peril and emerged stronger. "My fellow Valorians," Alexander began, his deep voice resonating with unwavering authority, "today, we stand as a testament to the strength and determination of our people. The Ruthenian Navy, a force that sought to violate our sovereignty and bring destruction to our shores, has been repelled. Their fleets lie in ruins, their ambitions crushed beneath the might of Valorian steel and courage." Cheers erupted across the nation. In a crowded square in Volkstadt, citizens waved flags and embraced one another. In a rural village, farmers paused their work, nodding solemnly as they listened to the broadcast. Soldiers stationed at distant outposts saluted their radios, pride swelling in their hearts. "Let us recognize the bravery of our sailors, airmen, and soldiers who stood unwavering against the tides of aggression," Alexander continued. "Their sacrifices have ensured that Valoria remains unyielding, our waters secure, and our homes protected." On the flight deck of the Stormhawk, the crew listened to the broadcast through loudspeakers. Graves, still exhausted from the battle, allowed himself a small smile as Alexander's words reached him. The Supreme Leader's acknowledgement of their efforts felt like a personal victory. "But let us not mistake this victory for an end," Alexander said, his tone sharpening. "The Ruthenians, though battered and broken, have not yet surrendered. There is no treaty, no armistice, no acknowledgement of their failure. While their navy no longer poses a threat, their pride and stubbornness may yet drive them to further folly. We must remain vigilant." The shift in tone was palpable. Across Valoria, the celebratory mood sobered as Alexander reminded the nation of the unfinished task. "Our victory today is a warning to those who would seek to test us," he declared. "Let it be known to every nation. Valoria will not bow, nor will we falter. We are a people forged in the crucible of resilience, and we will endure whatever challenges lie ahead." In the Volkshalle broadcast room, the technicians exchanged glances of admiration. Alexander's words were a masterstroke, blending pride with resolve, triumph with caution. "Our work is not done," Alexander continued, his gaze piercing through the camera. "We will rebuild what was threatened. We will strengthen what remains. And we will push forward, united as one people, one nation under one banner." The crowd in Volkstadt erupted into applause once more. People shouted Alexander's name, their voices rising in unison like a battle cry. "To our allies and those who share our vision for a stable, prosperous world," Alexander said, his tone softening slightly, "know that Valoria stands firm in its principles. And to our adversaries, heed this moment. We will defend our sovereignty and honor with every fiber of our being. Let this be a testament to what awaits those who would oppose us." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. "Tonight, we celebrate not just a military victory, but the spirit of Valoria itself." To our heroes on the front lines, to the workers in our factories, to every citizen who contributes to our strength, this victory is yours. Together, we shall ensure that Valoria's light shines brighter than ever before. Alexander raised his hand in a gesture of unity. For Valoria, he declared. The words were echoed by millions across the nation. The broadcast ended, but the fervor it ignited continued to spread. People poured into the streets, their voices raised in songs of patriotism. Fireworks lit up the night sky in Volkstadt, their brilliant colors reflecting off the grand architecture of the city. In the quiet aftermath of the broadcast, Alexander returned to his private chambers. Julianne was waiting for him, a rare smile on her face. "Your Excellency," she said, "the people are inspired. Reports are already coming in of renewed efforts in the factories and recruitment centers. Your words have reignited the nation's resolve." Alexander removed his coat, draping it over a chair. "Good, but let us not forget that words alone cannot win wars. The Ruthenians will feel the full weight of their mistake soon enough." Julianne nodded. "And when they do, Valoria will stand ready." As Alexander gazed out over the city, his mind was already turning to the next steps. The war was far from over, but with his people behind him and his military emboldened, he was certain of one thing: Valoria's time had come. Tsar Ivan IV sat at the head of the long conference table, his fingers drumming a furious rhythm against the polished mahogany. Around him, his ministers and generals shifted uncomfortably, exchanging glances as they awaited the inevitable storm. "Where is the report?" Ivan snapped, his voice sharp enough to cut glass. His cold blue eyes burned with impatience. General Viktor Orlov, head of the Imperial Navy, entered the room, a leather-bound folder clutched tightly in his hands. His usually confident stride faltered under the weight of the news he carried. He approached the Tsar and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty," Orlov began, his voice low and hesitant, "the final reports from the South Atlantic have arrived." "Well," Ivan demanded, rising from his chair. "What are you waiting for? Speak." Orlov opened the folder, his hands trembling as he laid out the grim details. "Our Black Sea fleet has been decimated. The RNS Vulcan was sunk. The Vityaz and Yermak have been heavily damaged and rendered inoperable. The remaining destroyers and cruisers are retreating to safer waters. The Valorian forces continue to dominate the seas." The room fell deathly silent, the weight of Orlov's words settling over the gathered officials like a funeral shroud. Ivan's face darkened, his lips curling into a snarl as his knuckles whitened around the edge of the table. "And what of our invasion plans?" the Tsar growled. "Surely we can regroup, send reinforcements, salvage what we can." Orlov's gaze dropped to the floor. "Your Majesty, without a navy to secure the waters and protect supply lines, any invasion is impossible. The distance to Valoria is nearly 10 kilometers. Even if we muster the manpower, we cannot sustain such an effort without naval support." The Tsar's hand slammed down on the table, the force of the blow causing glasses to shatter and papers to scatter across the polished surface. "Impossible is that all I hear from my commanders. Now you were supposed to be the pride of Ruthenia, and now you tell me we are powerless." General Orlov stiffened but did not raise his head. "Your Majesty, the loss of the Navy has crippled our ability to project power. The morale of our troops is in tatters, and the people are beginning to question silence." Ivan bellowed, his face red with fury. He swept his arm across the table, sending documents, plates, and an ornate candelabra crashing to the floor. His ministers recoiled as he continued his tirade. "We are the Ruthenian Empire," Ivan roared, pacing furiously. "For centuries, we have stood as a beacon of strength and dominance, and now you come before me with excuses, with failures. Are we to roll over like dogs before Valoria?" Prime Minister Konstantin Petrov, who had remained silent until now, rose cautiously. "Your Majesty," he began and continued, "we must consider our position carefully. The people are losing faith. Factories are operating at half capacity due to strikes. Food shortages are becoming widespread. If we continue this war without a clear path to victory, we risk internal collapse." Ivan turned on Petrov, his glare venomous. "You dare speak of collapse? This is your failure as much as theirs." He pointed an accusatory finger at the generals and ministers. "You have failed me, all of you, and now you tell me we should grovel for peace." Petrov held his ground. "Your Majesty, peace may be our only option. The Valorians have made it clear that they will not relent. If we persist, we risk losing not just the war but the empire itself." Ivan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled to contain his rage. "And what would you have me do?" Petrov begged. "At that masked leader feet, offer him the crown of Ruthenia." "No, Your Majesty," Petrov replied evenly. "But we must negotiate terms while we still have something to bargain with. If we wait too long, we may find ourselves with nothing left to offer." The room held its collective breath as the Tsar glared at his prime minister. For a moment, it seemed as though Ivan might strike him, but instead he turned away, his shoulders heaving with frustration. "Get out," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "All of you, leave me." The ministers and generals hesitated, but one by one they filed out of the room, leaving the Tsar alone with his fury. Once the doors closed, Ivan let out a primal scream, the sound echoing through the gilded halls. He grabbed a heavy crystal decanter from the table and hurled it across the room, shattering it against the wall. The amber liquid cascaded down the ornate wallpaper like tears. Breathing heavily, Ivan collapsed into his chair, his head in his hands. The weight of his empire's failures bore down on him, crushing his pride and leaving him adrift in a sea of despair. For all his power, he was helpless to change the course of events that had brought Ruthenia to its knees. In the silence that followed, the Tsar's mind raced. The visions of grandeur that had driven him to war now seemed like cruel mockeries. He had underestimated Valoria, misjudged their resolve and strength, and now his empire paid the price. A knock at the door broke his thoughts. "What is it?" he barked, not bothering to lift his head. A servant entered hesitantly, bowing low. "Your Majesty, a message from the Admiralty." Ivan gestured impatiently. "Speak." "The remaining ships of the fleet are requesting permission to withdraw to safer waters for repairs," the servant said. Ivan let out a bitter laugh. "Repairs for what, so they can be sunk more efficiently next time?" The servant remained silent, his eyes fixed on the floor. Tell them to do as they see fit," Ivan said finally, his voice hollow. "It no longer matters." As the servant retreated, Ivan sat in the empty room, surrounded by the shattered remnants of his outburst. For the first time in his reign, the Tsar felt powerless. May 22, 1939, Winter Palace, St. Petersburg. The gilded corridors of the Winter Palace seemed eerily quiet, as though the very walls sensed the despair that gripped the empire. Tsar Ivan IV sat alone at the head of the long, polished table in his private study. A faint chill lingered in the air despite the season, the once grand chamber feeling as cold and lifeless as the waters where his navy now rested, shattered and defeated. A sharp knock at the door shattered the silence. Ivan's head jerked up, his eyes bloodshot and wild. "Enter," he barked, his voice harsher than intended. Prime Minister Konstantin Petrov stepped inside, his demeanor as cautious as ever. His thin frame was almost swallowed by the opulent surroundings, but the weight of the envelope in his hand seemed to ground him. The golden seal of Valoria glinted ominously under the flickering lamplight. "Your Majesty," Petrov began, his voice carefully measured, "a letter has arrived from Valoria. It carries the supreme leader of Valoria seal." The mention of Valoria was enough to ignite a spark of fury in Ivan's hollow eyes. "What does that masked leader want now?" he growled, gesturing impatiently for the letter. "Bring it here." Petrov hesitated before approaching. He placed the envelope on the table and stepped back, as though wary of the storm that would inevitably follow. Ivan tore the seal open with an almost feral aggression. He unfolded the crisp parchment and began to read, his lips curling in disdain as he scanned the words. "To His Imperial Majesty Tsar Ivan IV of Ruthenia, from His Excellency, Supreme Leader of Valoria, it has become evident that Ruthenia no longer possesses the capacity to continue this conflict. The loss of your naval forces in the South Atlantic has rendered your empire incapable of sustaining an offensive or defending against further incursions. This war has reached its conclusion. In the interest of preserving stability and minimizing further suffering, Valoria demands that Ruthenia accept the following terms: immediate cessation of all hostilities, recognition of Valoria's sovereignty over contested territories, payment of reparations to cover the costs of Valorian operations against Ruthenia, disbandment of Ruthenia's offensive naval capabilities. Failure to comply with these terms will result in continued Valorian military action until complete compliance is achieved. Let this letter serve as an opportunity to salvage the dignity of your empire. Refusal will only prolong the inevitable destruction of Ruthenia. Supreme Leader of Valoria." The silence that followed was deafening. Ivan's grip on the letter tightened, his knuckles white as he reread the words, each line a dagger twisting in his pride. "Continue reading it." Empire Petrov watched the Tsar carefully. "Your Majesty," he ventured, "it is a harsh message, but perhaps harsh." Ivan's voice erupted, shaking the chamber. He stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor as he slammed the letter onto the table. "This is an insult, a declaration of Ruthenia's humiliation." He paced furiously, his footsteps echoing off the marble floors. "That swine dares to dictate terms to me, to Ruthenia. He thinks he can shame us into submission." Petrov remained silent, his gaze steady but unreadable. He had grown accustomed to Ivan's outbursts, but even he could feel the raw emotion simmering just beneath the surface. "Do you know what this means?" Petrov Ivan continued, his voice rising. "It means they think us weak, broken. They believe they can crush us with their terms, strip us of our dignity, and parade us as a conquered empire." Petrov finally spoke, his tone careful but firm. "Your Majesty, the facts remain. Without a navy, we cannot sustain this war. Our forces cannot reach Valoria, and our supply lines are non-existent. The people are weary. Strikes and protests grow daily, and food shortages worsen. If we refuse these terms, Valoria will have the pretext to launch further offensives. We must face reality. Reality, Ivan sneered, turning on him. Reality is that we are the Ruthenian Empire. For centuries, we have stood as a pillar of strength, feared and respected by all. And now you ask me to surrender to grovel at a new nation's feet. Petrov met his gaze with quiet determination. I ask you to preserve what remains, Your Majesty. A prolonged war will only lead to further destruction of our cities, our people, and our empire itself. We must negotiate while we still have something to bargain with. Ivan's face contorted with rage. He swept his arm across the table, sending papers, glasses, and a decanter crashing to the floor. The sound echoed through the chamber as Petrov flinched but held his ground. You dare speak of bargaining, Ivan roared. You would have me capitulate to that unknown leader. Do you understand what this means for Ruthenia's legacy, for my legacy? Petrov took a cautious step forward. Your Majesty, this is not about legacy. It is about survival. The people look to you for leadership, for hope. If we continue this war, there will be nothing left to lead. Ivan stared at him, his chest heaving with fury and despair. For a moment, the room fell silent save for the crackling of the fireplace. The Tsar's shoulders sagged, the weight of the past weeks finally breaking through his anger. What would you have me do, Petrov, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Accept defeat, bow to demands, and watch Ruthenia fade into obscurity. I would have you secure peace, Petrov said firmly. Not for Valoria's sake, but for Ruthenia's. If we sign this agreement, we can rebuild. We can preserve the heart of the empire and ensure its survival for future generations. Ivan sank into his chair, his face buried in his hands. The firelight cast flickering shadows across the room, highlighting the deep lines of exhaustion etched into his features. Send word to their envoy, he said finally, his voice hollow. Tell them we will meet, but mark my words, Petrov, this is not the end. Ruthenia will rise again. Petrov inclined his head, relief flickering briefly in his eyes. I will make the arrangements, Your Majesty. As Petrov left the room, Ivan remained seated, staring blankly at the scattered debris on the floor. The letter from Valoria lay crumpled beside him, a cruel reminder of his empire's fall from grace. For the first time in his reign, the Tsar felt powerless, his dreams of glory reduced to ash. June 22, 1939, Volkshel. Valoria, the towering Volkshel, loomed over the capital of Valoria, its grand dome visible from miles away. The structure exuded authority, an unyielding reminder of Valoria's dominance. Inside, the halls were alive with the muted shuffle of boots and the whispers of guards and staff preparing for the historic meeting. Tsar Ivan IV of Ruthenia arrived in the early hours, his train pulling into the station under heavy security. He was accompanied by a small entourage of advisors and guards, their faces tense and weary. Ivan himself looked pale, his once commanding presence dulled by the strain of the war and the humiliation of what he was about to endure. As the motorcade brought him to Volkshel, Ivan gazed out of the window at the streets of Valoria's capital. The people lined the roads, silent but watchful, their expressions a mix of pride and curiosity. The city bore no signs of the devastation that had racked Ruthenia. It was clean, orderly, and brimming with a quiet confidence that unsettled the Tsar. Your Majesty, Konstantin Petrov, his ever-faithful prime minister, murmured beside him. Remember, this is a negotiation. We must secure the best terms we can for Ruthenia's survival. Ivan grunted in acknowledgement, his jaw clenched tight. Negotiation, no, this was surrender. The motorcade stopped in front of Volkshel's grand steps. Rows of Valorian honor guards stood at attention, their sharp uniforms immaculate and their faces stoic. Ivan descended from the car, his fur-lined coat billowing slightly in the breeze. His entourage followed closely behind, their unease evident. At the top of the steps, a figure awaited them, a tall man in a pristine military coat, his face obscured by a mask of polished black metal. The mask was featureless save for slits for the eyes, from which a piercing gaze seemed to emanate. This was the supreme leader of Valoria, the enigmatic figure who had brought Ruthenia to its knees. Ivan froze for a moment, his breath catching at the sight. The mask was unnerving, a stark reminder of Valoria's secrecy and control. The Tsar had imagined facing a man he could read, someone whose expressions might reveal weakness. Instead, he faced a blank, inscrutable visage. Your Majesty, the supreme leader spoke, his voice low and firm, amplified slightly by the acoustics of the mask. Welcome to Volkshel. Ivan forced himself to nod, his lips pressed into a thin line. Experience new stories on Empire Supreme Leader, he replied, his voice clipped. Alexander gestured toward the massive doors behind him. Come, we have much to discuss. The group was led into a vast chamber dominated by a long table of polished oak. The ceiling arched high above, adorned with intricate carvings and murals depicting Valoria's history. At one end of the table, Alexander took his seat, his posture regal yet commanding. Ivan hesitated before sitting opposite him, his advisors flanking him like nervous shadows. Julian, Alexander's chief of staff, entered quietly and placed a folder on the table before him. She acknowledged Ivan with a polite nod before stepping back, leaving the two leaders to their confrontation. I trust your journey was comfortable, Alexander began, his tone neutral. It was tolerable, Ivan replied curtly. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Let us not waste time with pleasantries. I assume you've summoned me here to finalize Ruthenia's humiliation. Alexander inclined his head slightly. I summoned you here to bring an end to this war which your empire initiated. This is not about humiliation, Tsar Ivan. It is about stability. Ivan's fist clenched on the armrest of his chair, but he said nothing. Alexander continued, his voice calm yet unwavering. The terms, as outlined in our correspondence, remain unchanged. Immediate cessation of hostilities. Reparations for the cost of the war, and the disbandment of your offensive naval forces. You're asking me to dismantle Ruthenia's navy, Ivan growled, his voice rising. You demand that we cripple ourselves, that we bow to your whims. How do you expect us to defend ourselves against other threats? Alexander's masked gaze remained fixed on him. Your navy was defeated because it was outdated and poorly commanded. It is a relic of a bygone era, Tsar Ivan. Disbanding it spares Ruthenia the expense of maintaining a force that no longer serves its purpose. If you wish for peace, you will adapt. The words struck like a hammer, each syllable calculated to strip away the last vestiges of Ruthenia's pride. Ivan's lips curled into a sneer, but he could not deny the truth in Alexander's cold logic. And what guarantees do we have that Valoria will not march on Ruthenia once we disarm? Ivan demanded. Alexander leaned forward slightly, his gloved hands resting on the table. You have my word as supreme leader of Valoria that we seek no further conquest. This war was thrust upon us, and we responded with strength. Valoria does not desire to rule over Ruthenia. Stability and security are our goals. Ivan's advisors whispered among themselves, their voices a faint murmur. Petrov finally leaned in, his voice low. Your Majesty, this is as favorable as we can expect. Further resistance will only invite more destruction. The Tsar's glare shifted to his prime minister, then back to the masked figure before him. Your demands are harsh, Ivan said, his voice bitter, but I will not condemn Ruthenia to annihilation. He straightened in his chair, his tone hardening. We will accept your terms, supreme leader. But know this, Ruthenia may be down, but we are not broken. This is not the end. Alexander inclined his head, his masked visage as unreadable as ever. Ruthenia's resilience is commendable. Perhaps in time it will serve you well. For now, let us focus on ensuring that your people have the peace they deserve. The room fell silent as Julien stepped forward, placing a set of documents before both leaders. Ivan stared at the papers, his expression unreadable, before picking up the pen offered to him. With each signature, he felt the weight of his empire's defeat pressing down on him. When the final signature was made, Alexander rose from his seat. The treaty will be enacted immediately. Ruthenia's forces are to begin their withdrawal within the week. Reparations will be arranged through our emissaries. Ivan stood as well, his posture rigid. This may end the war, but it does not end our struggle. Alexander's gaze lingered on the Tsar. Struggle shapes nations, Tsar Ivan. It is how they adapt that defines their future. June 30th, 1939 Volkshall Broadcasting Station. Valoria. The Volkshall was abuzz with activity as technicians, reporters, and military officials moved quickly through its grand halls. It was a day of celebration for Valoria, a day to proclaim to the world the end of the war with Ruthenia and their triumph against one of the most storied empires in history. The supreme leader, known to the public only as a mysterious and commanding figure, was preparing to address the nation and the world. In the state-of-the-art broadcasting room, technicians checked the large microphones and adjusted the lighting. Cameras were positioned to capture the supreme leader in the most dignified and powerful light possible. The backdrop bore the Valorian emblem, a phoenix rising from flames, symbolizing their strength and resilience. Alexander, still masked and clad in his formal military uniform, stood calmly at the center of the room. He appeared unshaken by the magnitude of the broadcast, his demeanor exuding the same controlled authority that had guided Valoria to victory. Julien approached, holding a folder containing his prepared statement. Your Excellency, the broadcast is set to begin in 5 minutes. The people await your words. Alexander gave a small nod, taking the folder. His voice, though quiet, carried the weight of command. They will not be disappointed. The countdown echoed through the room as the cameras came to life. Lights brightened and the room fell into a tense silence. Across Valoria, citizens gathered around radios and public broadcast screens, their faces filled with anticipation. In homes, cafes, factories, and military barracks, all eyes and ears turned to the supreme leader. Alexander stepped forward, standing tall before the cameras. His mask glinted faintly in the bright lights, a symbol of mystery and unyielding strength. Citizens of Valoria, he began, his deep voice reverberating through the airwaves. Today, we mark a moment in history, a moment that belongs not only to Valoria, but to every man, woman, and child who has stood steadfast in the face of adversity." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over his audience. "Months ago, our sovereignty was challenged. Ruthenia, a great empire with a long history, sought to impose its will upon us. They believed their strength, their numbers, and their legacy would crush our resolve, but they underestimated the heart and soul of Valoria. The supreme leader's tone shifted, becoming sharper. They underestimated you, the workers who forged the steel for our ships, the pilots who braved enemy skies, the soldiers who stood on the front lines, and the families who endured the uncertainty of war with unwavering faith." In the streets of Valoria, people began to cheer. His words resonated deeply, a reminder of their collective sacrifices and unity. "Through your efforts, through your resilience, and through your courage, we have achieved what many believed to be impossible. The Ruthenian navy, once a symbol of imperial dominance, now lies shattered. Their ambition to invade our homeland has been crushed, their forces forced into retreat. Today I can stand before you and proclaim, Valoria is victorious." The cheers grew louder, echoing through neighborhoods and public squares. People embraced one another, tears of pride streaming down their faces. Flags waved high in the air, and the national anthem played from speakers across the capital. Alexander raised a gloved hand slightly, commanding attention once more. "But let me be clear, this is not just a victory for Valoria. It is a victory for all who believe in sovereignty, strength, and self-determination. Our triumph sends a message to the world that no nation, no empire can trample upon the rights of a determined people." His voice softened, taking on a tone of solemnity. "However, while we celebrate, we must not forget the cost of this victory. Brave men and women gave their lives to defend our nation. Their sacrifice must never be forgotten. It is our duty to honor them not only in words but through our actions. We must rebuild, we must grow stronger, and we must ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain." In homes across Valoria, families held moments of silence for their loved ones who had fallen in the war. The joy of victory was tempered with the weight of loss, a reminder of the true cost of conflict. As we move forward, Alexander continued, his tone resolute. "Let this victory be a foundation upon which we build an even greater Valoria. We will not rest on our laurels. We will not become complacent. The world is watching, and we will show them the strength and unity that define us." He stepped closer to the camera, his gaze piercing through the mask. "To our allies, let this victory remind you of the value of friendship with Valoria. To our adversaries, let it serve as a warning. We are a nation forged in the fires of struggle, and we will not be broken." With a final pause, Alexander concluded, "Today we stand victorious. Tomorrow we march forward united, unyielding, and unstoppable. Valoria rises, and we shall rise ever higher." The broadcast ended with a dramatic flourish, the screen fading to the image of the Valorian emblem against a backdrop of the national flag. Cheers erupted once more across the empire, fireworks lighting up the night sky in celebration. In the streets of the capital, people danced and sang, their spirits lifted by the supreme leader's words. Children ran through the squares waving miniature flags, while veterans stood proudly, their chests swelling with renewed pride. In the rural villages, farmers gathered around radios, feeling a connection to the larger narrative of Valoria's strength. In factories, workers cheered as they returned to their stations with newfound energy. And in the military barracks, soldiers stood taller, their resolve hardened by the supreme leader's call to action. Back in the Volkshalle, Alexander removed his mask once the cameras were off, handing it to Julian. "What are the reactions?" he asked. Julian smiled faintly. "Overwhelmingly positive, Your Excellency. The people are invigorated. The victory feels complete." Alexander nodded, his expression unreadable. "Good. Now let us ensure that this victory is not just a moment, but a legacy." As the city celebrated, Alexander retreated to his private quarters, his mind already turning to the challenges that lay ahead. The war with Ruthenia was over, but the future of Valoria demanded vigilance. There would be no rest for the leader of a rising empire. July 5, 1939, Winter Palace, St. Petersburg. The grand chambers of the Winter Palace were eerily quiet. Tsar Ivan IV sat rigidly on his gilded throne, his face pale and drawn. The weight of the moment bore heavily on him as he prepared to deliver the most painful address of his reign. Before him, a cluster of microphones stood ready, their cold metallic sheen a stark reminder of the words he was about to speak. His advisors stood at a respectful distance, their faces a mix of worry and resignation. Prime Minister Konstantin Petrov approached cautiously, placing a final draft of the speech on the desk before the Tsar. "Your Majesty," Petrov said softly, "the people are waiting." Ivan's cold blue eyes flicked up at him, filled with a mixture of fury and despair. He nodded once, his jaw clenched tightly. The broadcast began with a low hum, signaling to every household, factory, and farm across Ruthenia that their leader was about to speak. Radios crackled to life, and citizens gathered in tense silence. In homes, streets, and taverns, they waited for the announcement they had dreaded but suspected was coming. Ivan took a deep breath and leaned toward the microphone. His voice, though steady, carried the weight of his crushed pride. "Citizens of Ruthenia," he began. "I speak to you today not as your Zsar, but as a fellow Ruthenian, burdened by the sorrow of our nation. Our great empire has faced countless challenges over the centuries, and we have always emerged stronger. But today, I must share news that weighs heavily on my heart." Paused, his hands gripping the edge of the desk as if drawing strength from the solid wood. "Our navy has been defeated. Our forces, despite their courage and sacrifice, have been unable to secure victory against the Valorian aggressors. We have signed a treaty of peace, accepting terms that ensure the survival of Ruthenia, but at great cost to our pride and position." The silence on the streets was deafening. The words hung in the air like a dark cloud, suffocating the hope of an already weary population. "We will cease all hostilities immediately," Ivan continued, his voice cracking slightly. "Our naval forces will be disbanded, and reparations will be paid to Valoria. These terms were not made lightly, nor were they agreed upon without deep consideration. They are necessary to prevent further suffering and to preserve what remains of our beloved empire." Across the country, people reacted with shock and disbelief. In cramped apartments, families sat in stunned silence, the reality of their defeat sinking in. In the bustling marketplaces, vendors abandoned their stalls, huddling around radios as murmurs of anger and despair spread through the crowds. A young factory worker named Mikkel turned to his comrades as the broadcast continued. "So it's true," he muttered, his fists clenching. "We lost." An older man beside him shook his head bitterly. "Lost, we've been humiliated. The Zsar has sold us out to those Valorian tyrants." In a small village on the outskirts of the empire, an elderly woman wiped tears from her eyes as she listened. "My grandson, he died for nothing," she whispered, clutching a worn photograph of a young sailor. Back in the Winter Palace, Ivan forced himself to continue, though every word felt like a dagger to his soul. "I understand the anger and disappointment you feel," he said, his voice growing quieter. "I feel it too. This defeat is not just a blow to our military, it is a blow to our national pride. But I implore you, my people, do not let this moment define us. Ruthenia is more than its navy, more than its armies. We are a people of strength and resilience. We will rise again." As the broadcast ended, Ivan slumped back in his chair, his composure finally breaking. The weight of his empire's defeat pressed down on him, and for a moment he allowed himself to feel the full depth of his failure. Instant. Petersburg, the mood was grim. The once bustling Nevsky Prospect was subdued, its usual energy replaced by an air of despondency. Groups of people gathered in hushed conversations, their faces etched with anger and disbelief. "This is what we fought for," a young man shouted, his voice breaking the uneasy silence. "To surrender like cowards." An older woman nearby shook her head. "The Zsar had no choice," she said quietly. "Do you want more of our sons to die?" Her words did little to calm the crowd. Tensions simmered as frustrations boiled over. At a nearby cafe, a group of students debated fiercely, their voices rising above the murmurs of other patrons. "This is the end of Ruthenia as we know it," one declared, slamming his fist on the table. "We've lost our honor, our power." "What will the world think of us now? Better to lose power than to lose everything," another countered. "We still have a chance to rebuild." In the working-class districts, the mood was even darker. Factories operated at half capacity as workers refused to return to their stations. Protesters took to the streets, waving signs that read "Down with the Zsar." "And we demand accountability." Where was the leadership? A factory foreman shouted, his voice amplified by a makeshift megaphone. "Where were the plans? Our sons died because of their incompetence, and now they ask us to rebuild for them." The police presence in the city increased, with mounted officers patrolling major thoroughfares to prevent riots. Still, the resentment was palpable, and clashes between protesters and authorities began to break out in isolated areas. Far from the urban unrest, the countryside faced its own struggles. Farmers listened to the broadcast with heavy hearts, their concerns less about politics and more about survival. With war reparations looming, many feared increased taxes and conscriptions to make up for the losses. "We'll be working ourselves to death for generations to pay off this war," muttered Sergei, a grizzled farmer in his 60s. "And for what, so the Tsar can keep his throne?" His wife, standing beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder. "At least our boys are safe now," she said softly. "At least the fighting is over." But not everyone found solace in that thought. Younger men full of anger and pride spoke openly of rebellion. "We can't let this stand," one declared to a group gathered at the village tavern. "If the Tsar won't lead us to victory, maybe it's time for someone else to lead." Back at the Winter Palace, Ivan watched the unrest unfold from his balcony, the distant sound of protests reaching his ears. His advisors crowded around him, each offering conflicting suggestions. "We need to restore order," one said. "Deploy the army if necessary." "No," countered another. "The people are already angry. If we show force, we risk losing what little support we have left." Ivan said nothing, his gaze fixed on the city below. For the first time in his reign, he felt powerless, a ruler not over an empire but over ashes. As the sun set on Ruthenia, the once great empire stood at a crossroads. Its people, broken and angry, faced an uncertain future. And its Zsar, a man once full of ambition, now wrestled with the reality of his shattered dreams. The news of Ruthenia's defeat at the hands of Valoria spread quickly across the globe. Newspapers in every major city ran headlines that echoed the monumental shift in power. Valoria triumphs. Declared the bold print in London, Paris, Sardinia, and even across the Atlantic in Fredonia. Ruthenia's fall marked not only the collapse of a mighty empire's naval ambitions, but also the undeniable rise of Valoria as a dominant force in world affairs. Paris, Élysée Palace President Charles Moreau sat in his office, a freshly printed newspaper in his hand. The headline, written in sharp black ink, read, "Ruthenia surrenders naval dominance to Valoria." Behind him, Minister of Defense Henry Lefebvre paced back and forth, his expression tight. "It's troubling, Mr. President. Valoria has demonstrated not only military might, but also strategic brilliance. They've dismantled one of the most prominent navies in the world without ever setting foot on Ruthenian soil." Moreau set the paper down and tapped his desk thoughtfully. "And what if Theodore has the Trisenberg fleet made any movements, yet none so far?" Lefebvre replied, pausing. "But with Ruthenia neutralized, it's only a matter of time before Valoria's rise provokes action. Theodore won't sit idly by while another empire grows unchecked." Moreau sighed. "Ruthenia's fall is a warning, Henry. The balance of power is shifting, and if we don't prepare, we may find ourselves next in Valoria's sights. Increase our naval readiness and quietly extend diplomatic overtures to Britannia. We may need allies sooner than we think." Rome, Imperial Palace of Sardinia. Emperor Lorenzo di Montagna swirled a glass of red wine, the firelight dancing off the crystal. Across from him, Admiral Giovanni Bartali stood stiffly, holding a report. "The Ruthenians are finished," Bartali said. "Their navy is in ruins, and their Zsar has signed away any chance of a resurgence. Valoria holds all the cards now." Lorenzo's lips curled into a small smile. "It seems Theodore's ambitions will have to wait. Valoria has outpaced him." Bartali frowned. "With all respect, Your Majesty, this is no time for amusement. Valoria's success will embolden them. Sardinia's position in the Mediterranean is vulnerable. If we are to remain a power in the region, we must act." Lorenzo set his glass down and leaned forward, his tone more serious. "And we will act. Double the patrols along our southern coast. I want Sardinia's navy visible and ready. Send envoys to Britannia and Francois as well. If Valoria becomes too bold, we will need a united front to remind them where the true strength of Europe lies." London, Prime Minister's office in the war room beneath the streets of London. Prime Minister Edmund Hastings stood before a map of Europe. Admiral Jonathan Windsor and his advisors flanked him, their expressions grim. "This changes everything," Windsor said, pointing to the map. "Ruthenia's defeat leaves a vacuum in Eastern Europe. Valoria will not stop at naval dominance. It's only a matter of time before their ambitions extend further." Hastings nodded. "And Theodore, he's watching," Windsor said, waiting for the right moment. "Ruthenia's fall may force his hand, but if we're to prevent a war on two fronts, we need to stay one step ahead." Hastings turned to his advisors. "Prepare a statement of solidarity with Francois and Sardinia. Quietly bolster our naval defenses, but don't make it public. The last thing we need is to provoke a response. For now, we watch and wait." Washington, D.C. Oval Office President William Harcourt leaned back in his chair, reading the latest report from the State Department. The news of Ruthenia's defeat was written in stark terms. Valoria's naval supremacy unchallenged. "Enjoy new adventures from Empire." James Harlow, the Secretary of State, stood by the window. "It's an alarming precedent, Mr. President. Valoria's navy has proven its strength, and their supreme leader, whoever he is, has shown remarkable strategy. If they decide to extend their reach, it could destabilize the entire region." Harcourt rubbed his temples. "Theodore won't stand by and let Valoria gain this much power. But if a war breaks out between them, it could drag the whole continent into chaos." "What do you suggest we do?" Sir Harlow asked. "Strengthen our diplomatic ties with Britannia and Sardinia," Harcourt said firmly, "but keep Fredonia neutral. This isn't our fight yet, and I don't want to commit American lives unless it's absolutely necessary." Trisenberg, Imperial Court. Prince Theodore stood in the grand war room of the Trisenberg Empire, his sharp eyes scanning the same reports that were being read in capitals across the world. Emperor Edward sat at the head of the table, his expression calm but thoughtful. "So Valoria has crushed Ruthenia," Theodore said, his voice carrying a hint of disdain. "It was only a matter of time. I'm sure other nations are wary for us now that the second largest fleet in the region has been crippled in the war. You think our neighbors are watching us more closely now?" Edward finally asked, his voice calm but probing. "They are, father," Theodore replied, his tone sharp. Valoria has sent a message to the world, one that cannot be ignored. Ruthenia's fall wasn't just a defeat, it was a warning to all who underestimate them. Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. The balance of power is shifting, but it isn't yet broken. We must tread carefully. A direct challenge to Valoria now would be rash. Theodore's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with determination. Carefully, yes, but passivity would be a mistake. If we wait too long, Valoria's dominance will grow unchecked, and even the Trisenberg Empire will struggle to counter it. Edward nodded slowly. Mobilize our diplomatic channels. We must gauge the intentions of Francois and Sardinia. A united front may yet keep Valoria in check. Yes, father, Theodore said, his mind already racing with strategies. But Valoria will be watching our every move, just as we are watching theirs. Tokyo, Imperial Palace in the Far East, Emperor Hiroki of Nihon sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, listening intently as his top advisor, Minister Kenji Nakamura, read the latest reports. The defeat of Ruthenia had sent ripples even across the Pacific, and Nihon's leadership recognized the significance. I see, a new nation has defeated a superpower. If Valoria can topple Ruthenia, it proves that even established powers are vulnerable, Hiroki said. It is a reminder that strategy and modernization, not size alone, dictate outcomes. Nakamura folded the paper and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, this victory will embolden Valoria. Their dominance in Europe could soon influence the Pacific. While their fleet remains concentrated in the Atlantic, it would be prudent for Nihon to observe their tactics and prepare. Hiroki's gaze hardened. Strengthen our naval drills and increase our ship production. Ensure that our commanders study Valoria's strategies carefully. If we are ever to challenge Britannia's hold over Asia, we must first learn from Valoria's rise. Opportunity often follows upheaval. Nakamura bowed. It shall be done, Your Majesty. If Valoria can topple Ruthenia, it proves that even established powers are vulnerable, Hiroki said. It is a reminder that strategy and modernization, not size alone, dictate outcomes. Nakamura folded the paper and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, this victory will embolden Valoria. Their dominance in Europe could soon influence the Pacific. While their fleet remains concentrated in the Atlantic, it would be prudent for Nihon to observe their tactics and prepare. Hiroki's gaze hardened. Strengthen our naval drills and increase our ship production. Ensure that our commanders study Valoria's strategies carefully. If we are ever to challenge Britannia's hold over Asia, we must first learn from Valoria's rise. Opportunity often follows upheaval. Nakamura bowed. It shall be done, Your Majesty. President William Harcourt placed the latest intelligence report on his desk. His Secretary of State, James Harlow, stood nearby, his posture rigid. So Valoria's victory has been confirmed, Harcourt said, and the world's watching to see what happens next. Harlow nodded. Yes, Mr. President. Britannia and Sardinia are on edge. Theodore is likely to respond soon, though his strategy remains unclear. Harcourt leaned back, his fingers steepled. We need to stay out of Europe's conflicts, but at the same time we can't ignore Valoria's growing influence. Their success against Ruthenia will embolden them. What course of action do you suggest, Sir Harlow asked. Monitor closely. Deploy additional assets to Europe for intelligence gathering. If this escalates further, we need to know where our interests align. But for now, Fredonia will remain neutral. Harlow nodded. Understood, Mr. President. Back in Ruthenia, the streets were filled with unrest. News of the Empire's defeat had spread like wildfire, and the people were furious. Protesters marched through the streets, their banners bearing slogans like "Down with the Zsar." No more humiliation. Factories ground to a halt as workers refused to produce goods for a war they no longer supported. In the marketplaces, whispers of rebellion grew louder. "They've destroyed our pride," one man said bitterly to a gathering crowd. "And what does the Tsar do? He signs away our future." An elderly woman shook her head. What choice did he have without the navy? We're defenseless. Children ran through the streets, their laughter a stark contrast to the despair of their parents. Even in the darkness of Ruthenia's defeat, life continued, though it was uncertain what the future held. July 15, 1939, Geneva, Conference Hall of the League of Nations, the Grand Chamber in Geneva's League of Nations, building hummed with tension. Delegates from the world's most powerful nations gathered around an expansive mahogany table, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. At stake was the question of Ruthenia's standing as a global power following its crushing defeat by Valoria. Representatives from Francois, Trisenberg, Sardinia, Fredonia, Britannia, Valoria, and Ruthenia themselves took their seats. Each bore expressions ranging from quiet resolve to visible disdain. At the head of the table sat Sir Reginald Turner, the League's appointed mediator, a gray-haired diplomat from Britannia renowned for his impartiality. His deep voice broke the silence as he addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we convene today to discuss an issue of utmost importance, Ruthenia's position in the global order. Recent events have significantly altered the balance of power. raising questions about the stability of our international community. His words hung in the air as murmurs rippled through the room. President Charles Maurras Francois was the first to speak. Ruthenia's defeat was not merely a military loss, it was a collapse of their ability to project power, he said, his tone clipped. An empire that cannot defend its borders or maintain its influence risks destabilizing the entire region. Prime Minister Edmund Hastings of Britannia nodded. Francois is correct. Ruthenia's naval capabilities are gone, and their economy is in disarray. The protests and strikes we've observed suggest their internal stability is faltering. A weak Ruthenia could become a breeding ground for chaos, which would affect us all. Emperor Lorenzo di Montagna of Sardinia leaned forward, his voice calm but firm. Chaos is one thing, but removing Ruthenia from the global stage entirely is another. Their empire is centuries old. To strip them of their influence entirely would create a dangerous precedent. Today, it is Ruthenia. Tomorrow, it could be any of us. Across the table, the Valorian delegate, Minister Antoni Falk, spoke. Ruthenia's defeat was inevitable. Their empire has been declining for decades, held together only by illusions of grandeur. Valoria merely exposed their weakness. Why should the League continue to recognize a power that can no longer fulfill its obligations to the international community? The Ruthenian envoy, Konstantin Petrov, visibly bristled at Falk's words. Rising from his chair, he spoke with measured defiance. Ruthenia may have suffered a great loss, but we are far from finished, Petrov declared. Our empire has weathered crises before, and we will rebuild. To strip us of our status now would be a grave injustice and an insult to our history. Prince Theodore of Traisenberg, dressed in his sharp military uniform, leaned back in his chair, his piercing eyes fixed on Petrov. History does not guarantee relevance, Mr. Petrov, he said smoothly. Your empire's defeat has already shifted the balance of power. The question is not whether Ruthenia will rebuild, but whether the world can afford to wait for you to do so. The room erupted into debate. Delegates argued fiercely, some advocating for Ruthenia's removal from key international roles, while others cautioned against overreach. Sir Turner raised a hand, silencing the assembly. Order, please, he said firmly. We are here to deliberate, not to antagonize. Let us consider the ramifications carefully. President William Harcourt of Fredonia, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. His deep voice carried authority. Fredonia recognizes the risks of undermining Ruthenia further, Harcourt said, but we must also acknowledge that a diminished Ruthenia creates a power vacuum. If Valoria or any other nation seeks to exploit that vacuum, it could destabilize the entire continent. We need to tread carefully. Charles Maurras gestured toward Falk. And what if Valoria, your nation, has risen quickly? But what are your intentions? Will you seek further expansion at Ruthenia's expense? Falk's expression remained neutral. Valoria seeks stability, not conquest. Our actions against Ruthenia were defensive. We have no interest in perpetuating conflict unless provoked. The statement drew skeptical glances, particularly from Theodore and Lorenzo. The debate continued for hours, with each nation presenting its concerns and proposals. Some argued for Ruthenia's expulsion from key alliances and trade agreements, while others advocated for a temporary suspension to allow the empire time to recover. As the afternoon wore on, Sir Turner called for a recess. Delegates left the chamber in groups. The streets of Geneva outside, journalists and protesters swarmed the streets. Demonstrators from various factions carried banners, their messages reflecting the divisions inside the conference hall. Support Ruthenia. One sign read, held high by a group of Ruthenian expatriates. Nearby, another group chanted, Valoria leads the future. The press corps scrambled for updates, their cameras flashing as delegates emerged briefly during the recess. The final decision as the delegates reconvened in the late afternoon, the mood in the chamber was more subdued. Sir Turner rose to deliver the closing remarks. After much deliberation, the League has reached a consensus. Ruthenia will retain its status as a recognized global power, but with conditions. The empire must commit to rebuilding its infrastructure and economy under League supervision. Additionally, Ruthenia's military capabilities will remain restricted to defensive measures for the next decade. Read new chapters at Empire. The room buzzed with muted conversation as the decision sank in. For Ruthenia, it was a reprieve, albeit a humbling one. Petrov stood, his voice resolute despite the concessions. Ruthenia accepts these terms. We will rebuild, and we will prove that our empire's strength endures. Prince Theodore exchanged a glance with Emperor Lorenz, both clearly weighing the implications of the League's decision. Falk, meanwhile, remained impassive, his expression betraying no hint of Valoria's next move. As the delegates departed, the world held its breath. Ruthenia's survival as a global power was secured for now, but the cracks in its foundation were clear. Valoria's rise had altered the balance irreversibly, and the specter of further conflict loomed large. For Francois, Sardinia, Britannia, and Trisenberg, the question was no longer if they could trust Ruthenia to recover, but whether they could afford to wait for its resurgence while Valoria continued to consolidate power. The towering Volkschall stood illuminated under the soft glow of the morning sun, its grand dome casting an imposing shadow over the capital. Inside, the supreme leader of Valoria, Alexander, sat in his private study. Julienne entered quietly, carrying a leather-bound dossier. Her steps were measured, and her face betrayed a hint of satisfaction. She placed the report on Alexander's desk and stood at attention. "The League's decision has been finalized, Your Excellency," she began. Alexander leaned forward, his gloved hands clasped, and Julienne opened the dossier, revealing detailed minutes from the League of Nations deliberations in Geneva. Ruthenia retains its status as a global power, but under heavy restrictions. They are barred from offensive military expansion, and their economy will be monitored by the League for the next decade. Alexander's masked visage turned toward her, the faintest glint from the eye slits betraying his interest. "A hollow victory for Ruthenia," he said, his voice calm yet filled with an undertone of satisfaction. "And what of the other powers? How have they responded to this compromise?" Julienne nodded, flipping to another section of the report. Francois and Britannia have increased naval patrols and fortified their alliances. Sardinia has doubled its Mediterranean fleet readiness. Trisenberg remains cautious but watchful, and Fredonia is holding to its neutral stance, for now. And Ruthenia, they have accepted the terms, she said. Petrov's statement to the League emphasized resilience, but the truth is clear: they're crippled. The unrest in their cities continues to grow. Their morale is shattered. Alexander stood, his long coat brushing against the polished floor as he walked toward the massive window overlooking the capital. He clasped his hands behind his back, silent for a moment. "The world has taken note of Valoria," he said finally. "For a year, we were the shadow on the fringes, underestimated and dismissed. Now they scramble to fortify their borders, to anticipate our moves. They fear us." Julienne stepped closer. "Your Excellency, the League's decision acknowledges what we already knew. Valoria is now a force that cannot be ignored. The old powers must reckon with our strength." Alexander turned back to her, his voice sharpening slightly. "Acknowledgement is not enough. Recognition must be followed by respect, and respect is built on consistency. What we have achieved against Ruthenia is only the beginning. The world must see that Valoria is not a fleeting force but a permanent power." Julienne nodded. "The people share your vision." The victory celebrations across Valoria continue to grow. Factories are reporting record productivity, and recruitment for the military is surging. "Your leadership has united the nation." Alexander walked back to his desk, his movements deliberate. He tapped the dossier lightly. "And what of dissent? Have there been any signs of internal unrest?" "None worth noting," Julienne replied. "Our intelligence network has been thorough in monitoring potential agitators. Any attempts to undermine your authority have been neutralized swiftly." "Good," Alexander said, his tone icy. "Unity is our greatest strength. Without it, we are vulnerable to the same decay that has weakened the likes of Ruthenia." A knock at the door interrupted the conversation. Anton Falk, Valoria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, entered, bowing slightly. "Your Excellency, I bring updates from our embassies abroad." "Speak," Alexander commanded. Falk approached, carrying a separate report. "The Ruthenians have sent a formal message acknowledging their acceptance of the League's terms. They have also requested to reopen limited trade routes with Valoria to stabilize their economy." Alexander let out a low chuckle. "So they come to us for mercy, typical. What do you recommend?" Minister Falk adjusted his glasses. "Denying them entirely could provoke desperation, but granting too much could embolden them. I propose we allow minimal trade enough to keep their economy from total collapse but insufficient to enable significant recovery. It keeps them dependent and under our influence." "An astute suggestion," Alexander said, nodding. "Proceed as you see fit." "Ruthenia must understand that their survival now hinges on Valoria's goodwill." Falk bowed again and exited the room, leaving Alexander and Julienne alone once more. "Now, the Trisenberg Empire has surely taken notice of us. There's no mistaking it. This war proved that if we can take on Ruthenia, we can take on the Trisenberg Empire. They were always the target. Their arrogance, their posturing, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to reckon with us." Julienne nodded. "And now they have no choice but to acknowledge Valoria as their equal or their superior. Ruthenia's defeat has sent ripples across the alliances. Trisenberg's hesitation shows they're unsure of how to respond without exposing themselves." "Precisely," Alexander said, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the desk. "Theodore of Trisenberg knows what's coming. He's shrewd, but he's also overconfident. That will be his undoing." A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. The chief of military intelligence, General Otto Reinhardt, entered briskly. He carried a dossier stamped with Valoria's insignia and placed it on the desk before bowing slightly. Your Excellency, Reinhardt began, a full assessment of Trisenberg's recent military activities. As expected, they're bolstering their naval forces and increasing diplomatic engagements with Francois and Britannia. Alexander opened the folder, his eyes scanning the reports quickly. Their fleet movements suggest defensive positioning, he remarked. No aggressive deployments yet. They're waiting to see if we overextend. Continue reading stories on Empire Correct, Reinhardt confirmed. However, there have been rumors of joint military drills with Sardinia. If true, they may be testing the waters for a potential coalition. Alexander's gloved hand paused over the report. Coalition, he said softly, the word carrying both intrigue and disdain. Theodore thinks he can hedge his bets with alliances. Let him try. It only proves he sees us as a threat worth uniting against. Julien stepped closer. If a coalition forms, it could delay our plans for Trisenberg. Their combined strength, if managed effectively, could challenge us in ways Ruthenia never could. Alexander leaned back in his chair, his mask glinting faintly in the light. That depends entirely on their cohesion. Theodore will struggle to align his allies' interests with his own. Sardinia cares for its Mediterranean dominance, Francois for its colonies, and Britannia for its global empire. Their priorities diverge. We will exploit that. Reinhardt nodded. Shall we begin countermeasures to sow discord among their ranks immediately? Alexander replied. Use our intelligence networks to amplify their mistrust. Leaks, rumors, subtle provocations ensure they suspect one another of betrayal before they can even plan their first move. As you command, Reinhardt said, bowing before leaving the room. Julien waited until the door closed before speaking again. The timing is critical, Your Excellency. If we act too boldly now, we risk uniting them out of fear. But if we wait too long, they may overcome their differences. Alexander rose from his chair, his tall frame imposing as he walked to the grand window overlooking Vauxhall Square. The streets below were alive with citizens, their morale at an all-time high after Valoria's victory over Ruthenia. Timing has always been Valoria's strength, he said, his voice steady. We struck Ruthenia at the perfect moment when they underestimated us and overestimated their own power. With Trisenberg, we will be patient. We will show them the cost of their arrogance, one calculated step at a time. Julien joined him at the window, her expression thoughtful. And the people, she asked. Their faith in your leadership is unwavering, but prolonged conflict, especially against multiple powers, could strain even their loyalty. Alexander turned to her, his masked gaze unwavering. The people's loyalty is rooted in Valoria's strength. As long as we continue to win, they will follow. They see us not as conquerors, but as liberators of Valoria's destiny. That vision must remain unbroken. A knock came at the door again, and this time Falk re-entered, his expression unusually animated. Your Excellency, we've received correspondence from the Trisenberg envoy, Falk announced. Alexander tilted his head slightly, intrigued. And what do they have to say? Falk handed over the letter, and Alexander opened it with deliberate care. As he read, a faint chuckle escaped his lips. They propose a diplomatic summit, Alexander said, setting the letter down. An effort to maintain stability in Europe and prevent unnecessary escalations. Julien smirked, an obvious ploy to gauge our intentions while buying themselves time to prepare. Indeed, Alexander replied, his tone almost amused, but we will not dismiss it outright. Accept their invitation, but on our terms. Let them come to us. Let Theodore stand in Vauxhall and see firsthand what he's up against. And if he refuses, Falk asked. Then he reveals his hand, Alexander said simply. Either way, we gain the advantage. Falk nodded and left the room, leaving Alexander and Julien alone once more. The world watches, Julien, Alexander said after a moment of silence. Every decision we make now shapes the future. Ruthenia's defeat was the opening move, but the game has only begun. Valoria must be prepared for every possibility, and it will be, Your Excellency, Julien said firmly. Your vision has brought us this far, and it will carry us through whatever lies ahead. July 20th, 1939, Imperial Palace, Tokyo. The Imperial Palace in Tokyo stood as a symbol of Nippon's enduring strength, its grandeur reflecting the pride of the empire. Inside, in the audience chamber adorned with traditional motifs, Emperor Hiroki sat on a raised dais. His gaze was calm but penetrating, as if he could read the thoughts of those before him. Prime Minister Kenji Tanaka knelt at a respectful distance, flanked by senior advisors. Your Majesty, Tanaka began, his voice steady but humble. The world is changing, and Nippon must adapt to these shifts if we are to secure our place as a dominant power. The Emperor nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue. Valoria has risen to prominence with their victory over Ruthenia, Tanaka explained. Their military strategy was precise, and their political influence is spreading rapidly. While the old powers of Francois and Britannia watch with apprehension, we must seize this opportunity to establish ties with them. Ignoring Valoria's ascent would be a grave mistake. Emperor Hiroki's face remained neutral, though his voice carried weight. Valoria has shown strength, but they are young compared to the established powers. Why should Nippon align with a nation whose foundation is still being tested? Tanaka glanced at Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda, who stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, Valoria's rise is not a fleeting phenomenon. They have demonstrated the ability to challenge an empire as vast as Ruthenia and emerge victorious. Their approach is methodical, not reckless. If we engage with them now, we can position Nippon as an equal partner, not a rival. The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. And what of the risks do we not risk provoking Francois or Britannia by aligning ourselves with this new power? Kuroda nodded in acknowledgement. There are risks, Your Majesty. However, remaining passive poses a greater threat. The old powers are already maneuvering to strengthen their positions against Valoria. If we act swiftly, we can secure Valoria's favor and use it as leverage in our dealings with the West. General Takeshimori, a towering figure in his military uniform, interjected. Your Majesty, Valoria's military doctrine aligns closely with our own. They value discipline, innovation, and strategic foresight. Engaging with them could provide us with valuable insights into modern warfare. Moreover, it would send a message to the world that Nippon recognizes strength and acts decisively. The Emperor leaned back slightly, his gaze shifting between his advisors. What is it you propose? Tanaka straightened, his tone confident but measured. I propose that we send a delegation to Valoria. This delegation would not only establish diplomatic ties, but also explore opportunities for military and technological collaboration. We would approach them with respect, emphasizing our shared values of strength and resilience. Hiroki was silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. And who would lead this delegation? Kuroda stepped forward again. I would lead the diplomatic contingent, Your Majesty. My experience in foreign affairs and familiarity with Valoria's political landscape would ensure that Nippon's interests are well represented. General Mori added, I will accompany Minister Kuroda to represent our military. My presence will demonstrate Nippon's strength and willingness to collaborate on matters of mutual defense and strategy. The Emperor's gaze settled on Mori. Your presence will also be interpreted as a statement of intent. Are you prepared for the implications of such a move? Your journey continues at Empire. Morris' response was firm. Yes, Your Majesty. Valoria respects power, and they must see that Nippon is a nation that values strength. This mission is not just about diplomacy, it is about securing Nippon's future. Hiroki's lips pressed into a thin line as he considered their words. Finally, he spoke. Very well, proceed with your preparations. But remember, this mission is not one of submission. Nippon bows to no one. Tanaka bowed deeply. Your Majesty's wisdom guides us. We will ensure that this mission reflects the dignity and strength of Nippon. July 25, 1939. The Prime Minister's office was a hive of activity. Advisors moved between desks laden with documents, and telephones rang incessantly as preparations for the Valorian mission took shape. Kuroda stood by a large map of Europe pinned to the wall, addressing a group of diplomats and military officers. Valoria's capital, Volkshel, will be the center of this mission. Our research indicates that their supreme leader, Alexander, is a highly enigmatic figure. Very little is known about his origins or motivations, but he is a man who values discipline and results. One diplomat raised his hand. Minister Kuroda, how do we approach someone so secretive? What if our overtures are met with suspicion? Kuroda adjusted his glasses, his tone confident. We approach with respect and precision. Valoria has already demonstrated its interest in reshaping the global order. They will welcome engagement with a nation that shares their commitment to strength and innovation. General Mori, standing at the head of the room, added, we must also be prepared for skepticism. Valoria will scrutinize every detail of our delegation. That is why we will lead with strength. Our delegation will include senior military figures, and our flagship, the IJN Shinano, will escort us to their shores. The message will be clear. Nippon is an equal partner, not a subordinate. An aide entered the room, carrying a stack of documents. Prime Minister, these are the final drafts of the delegation's itinerary and talking points. Tanaka reviewed the papers briefly before handing them to Kuroda and Mori. Ensure these align with our objectives. Every word, every gesture matters. This mission must be flawless. As the meeting concluded, Kuroda and Mori stepped aside to confer privately. General, how do you assess our chances of success? Kuroda asked. Mori's expression was stoic. Valoria will not trust us immediately, but they will respect our approach. They are pragmatic. If we present ourselves as a nation that values strength and order, they will see the potential in collaboration. Kuroda nodded. Then we proceed with confidence. This mission is as much about perception as it is about diplomacy. Valoria must see Nippon as a force to be reckoned with. July 28, 1939, Yokohama Harbor, the IJN Shinano stood ready at the harbor, its sleek design a testament to Nippon's naval prowess. Diplomats, military officers, and their aides boarded the vessel under the watchful eyes of gathered officials and citizens. Prime Minister Tanaka stood on the dock, addressing the delegation before their departure. "This mission is a turning point for Nippon," he said, his voice carrying over the sound of the waves. "You carry the hopes of our nation with you. Remember, you represent a proud empire. Act with dignity, speak with clarity, and show the world that Nippon is a nation that recognizes strength and seizes opportunity." Kuroda and Mori bowed deeply before boarding the ship. As the Shinano began its journey, the gathered crowd waved banners and flags, their cheers echoing across the harbor. Tanaka watched until the ship disappeared over the horizon, his expression resolute. "The world is changing," he murmured, "and Nippon will not be left behind." September 24, 1939, off the coast of Valoria, the IJN Shinano cut through the calm waters, its massive hull gliding steadily as the delegation of the Nippon Empire prepared to make history. The ship's deck was bustling with activity. Sailors worked in tight formations, adjusting sails, ensuring supplies were accounted for, and preparing for what lay ahead. Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda stood at the bow of the ship, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the horizon. General Takeshi Mori joined him, his ceremonial katana at his side, a stoic expression etched across his face. 58 days, Mori muttered, his deep voice breaking the silence. "We've crossed nearly the entire globe to be here. Let us hope the Valorians understand the significance of this gesture." "They will," Kuroda replied confidently. "Valoria respects strength and strategy. Our arrival is both." As the morning mist began to lift, the silhouettes of Valorian warships came into view. The sight was both majestic and menacing, sleek battleships with their guns trained forward, smaller destroyers flanking them in tight formations. The call came from the lookout. "Valorian fleet ahead, bearing northwest." The bridge buzzed with tension. Officers scrambled to relay orders, adjusting their course to approach the imposing Valorian blockade. The mood aboard the Shinano was a mixture of awe and unease. Signal from the lead ship. The communications officer announced, his voice steady despite the situation. The ship's radio crackled to life, and a commanding voice boomed over the channel. "This is the VNS Titan of the Valorian Navy. You are entering Valorian territorial waters. State your identity and intentions immediately." Kuroda stepped forward, picking up the receiver with practiced ease. "This is Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda of the Nippon Empire aboard the IJN Shinano. We come as envoys of peace, seeking to establish diplomatic ties with Valoria. Our intentions are honorable, and our mission is one of goodwill." There was a long pause. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Every crew member aboard the Shinano seemed to hold their breath. Finally, the voice returned, firm and unyielding. "Your intent has been acknowledged. Maintain your current position. Any deviation will be treated as a hostile act. Await further instructions." The Shinano slowed to a halt, its engines humming softly as the towering Valorian ships encircled it. The crew on deck watched intently as the Valorian naval blockade flexed its dominance, their warships positioned with surgical precision. "This is a clear show of force," Mori said, his tone as calm as ever. "They want us to know who holds the upper hand. Enjoy more content from Empire and they've succeeded," Kuroda replied. "But this was to be expected. Valoria has risen to prominence through discipline and control. We must match their composure if we're to succeed." Volkschall Valoria. Julienne entered the Supreme Leader's study, her footsteps brisk but composed. Alexander was seated behind his desk, a dossier open before him. Without looking up, he acknowledged her presence with a slight nod. "Your Excellency, we've received a report from the naval blockade," Julienne began. "The Nipponese delegation has arrived in our waters. Their flagship, the IJN Shinano, is currently under observation by the VNS Titan and its fleet. They've identified themselves as envoys seeking diplomatic relations." Alexander closed the dossier and leaned back in his chair, his gloved hands forming a steeple. "Nippon," he mused, "a nation defined by tradition and ambition. Their arrival is significant." Julienne nodded. Their foreign minister, Hiroshi Kuroda, personally communicated their intentions. Thus far, their conduct has been respectful and within protocol. Alexander stood and walked toward the large window that overlooked the sprawling streets of Volkschall. "Nippon's interest in Valoria is no surprise. They see us as both a potential ally and a threat. Their visit is not without ulterior motives, but their journey across the globe suggests sincerity in their approach. Shall I grant them permission to proceed to Volkshaven?" Julienne asked. "Yes," Alexander replied, his voice firm, "but make it clear to our naval commanders that any deviation from their stated course will not be tolerated. Nippon must understand that diplomacy with Valoria comes with strict boundaries." Julienne inclined her head. "Understood, Your Excellency. I will ensure the message is relayed promptly." As she turned to leave, Alexander added, "And Julienne, prepare the city for their arrival. Their presence will be scrutinized by our people as well as our enemies. Everything must reflect Valoria's strength and unity. Of course, Your Excellency, she said before exiting the room. The Valorian naval blockade shifted, creating a narrow but deliberate path for the Shinano to follow. Another message crackled over the radio. The Supreme Leader of Valoria has granted you permission to enter Valorian waters. Proceed to Volkshaven Harbor following the designated route. Any deviation will be treated as an act of aggression. Do you understand? Kuroda responded promptly, his voice steady. Understood. We will comply with all instructions. Thank you for granting us passage. The engines roared to life as the Shinano resumed its course. The tension on board eased slightly, though the crew remained alert. Permission granted, Mori said, his tone measured. That's one step forward, Kuroda nodded. But this is only the beginning. The eyes of both nations are upon us now. Every action we take will set the tone for what comes next. As the Shinano moved closer to Valorian shores, the delegation prepared themselves for the momentous meeting ahead. Flags bearing the rising sun of Nippon fluttered in the wind, a stark contrast against the steely gray of the Valorian warships that escorted them. General Mori, Kuroda said, turning to his companion, we must approach this with precision. Valoria respects strength and unity, but they despise weakness. Everything we say and do will be a reflection of Nippon's resolve, and we will show them that resolve, Mori replied. Nippon does not come as a subordinate, we come as equals. The coastline of Volkshaven loomed larger with each passing moment. The Nipponese delegation knew that their journey to Valoria marked a pivotal moment in their nation's history. Diplomacy was a delicate dance, and the stage was set for two great empires to determine the future of their relationship. As the Shinano approached the harbor, the Valorian cityscape came into full view. It was a testament to modernity and order, a fitting reflection of the nation that had risen to prominence on the world stage. The delegation braced themselves, knowing that the next steps would shape the course of history. September 25, 1939, Volkshaven, Valoria. The IJN Shinano docked smoothly at Volkshaven Harbor, its gangplank lowered with precision. The Nipponese delegation, led by Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda and General Takeshi Mori, disembarked with deliberate grace. They were immediately met by a group of Valorian officials in immaculate uniforms, their presence exuding authority and control. Welcome to Volkshaven, said a Valorian officer, bowing slightly. I am Colonel Richter. On behalf of the Supreme Leader, I will escort you to Volkshaven. Please follow me. The Nipponese delegation nodded in acknowledgement and followed the colonel to a line of sleek black cars waiting nearby. Kuroda and Mori entered the lead car, the soft hum of the engine masking the undercurrent of tension between the two parties. As the convoy moved through the city, the Nipponese delegation couldn't help but marvel at the infrastructure. Towering skyscrapers of steel and glass stretched toward the sky, their reflective surfaces gleaming under the bright sunlight. The streets were meticulously clean, with well-maintained trees and parks lining the thoroughfares. The vehicles moved smoothly along the perfectly paved roads, which were devoid of potholes or uneven surfaces. The efficiency and order were striking. This is remarkable, Mori muttered, his eyes scanning the cityscape. It reminds me of Fredonia, but more organized, cleaner. Kuroda nodded, his expression thoughtful. Valoria's commitment to modernization is evident. They've built not just a military power, but a nation that rivals the great empires in every aspect. The convoy passed bustling intersections where civilians moved in coordinated flows. Even during rush hour, there was no chaos, no honking horns, no impatient shouts. The citizens walked with purpose, their expressions calm but focused. Discipline, Kuroda observed. The same discipline that defines their military extends to their society. It's impressive. As they neared the heart of the city, the grandeur only increased. The buildings grew taller, their architecture a blend of modern minimalism and intricate details that spoke of Valoria's cultural pride. The streets widened, flanked by statues and monuments honoring Valoria's history and achievements. Mori leaned forward, his tone tinged with curiosity. It's clear why Valoria commands such respect and fear. This is not the image of a fleeting power. They've built something enduring. Indeed, Kuroda replied, and it's precisely why we're here, to align with a nation that understands strength and vision. Discover hidden content at Empire. The convoy turned onto a grand boulevard, and Volkshaven came into view. The towering governmental complex dominated the skyline, its massive dome shining like a beacon. The building was flanked by banners bearing Valoria's insignia, a symbol of their unity and strength. The square in front of Volkshaven buzzed with activity, yet the atmosphere remained orderly. As the cars pulled to a stop at the base of the grand steps leading to the entrance, Colonel Richter stepped out and opened the door for Kuroda and Mori. This way, gentlemen, the Supreme Leader awaits. The delegation ascended the steps, their polished shoes clicking against the marble. Every detail of Volkshaven exuded authority, from the massive bronze doors to the intricate carvings depicting Valoria's triumphs. The Nipponese delegates exchanged brief glances, acknowledging the magnitude of the moment. Inside, they were greeted by Julian, the Supreme Leader's chief of staff. Dressed in a sharp, tailored suit, she exuded professionalism and control. Bowing slightly, she addressed them in fluent Nihongo. "Welcome to Volkshaw. It is an honor to receive representatives of the Nippon Empire." Kuroda inclined his head in appreciation. "The honor is ours. We come bearing goodwill and a desire for mutual understanding. Please follow me," Julian said, gesturing toward the grand hallway. As they walked, the delegation couldn't help but admire the interior. High ceilings adorned with intricate murals depicted scenes of Valoria's history, from its industrial rise to its recent naval victories. The floors were polished marble, and every corner of the building spoke of meticulous craftsmanship and pride. Finally, they reached a set of towering double doors guarded by 2 Valorian soldiers. At Julian's nod, the doors were pushed open, revealing the Supreme Leader's chamber. The room was vast yet tastefully adorned, with a long table at the center and floor-to-ceiling windows offering a sweeping view of the city. At the far end of the room stood Alexander, the Supreme Leader of Valoria. His imposing figure was clad in a high-collared military coat, and his face was obscured by the signature black mask that had become synonymous with Valoria's power. The mask gave him an enigmatic aura, the faint glint of his eyes behind the slits adding to the sense of authority he commanded. The Nipponese delegation approached, their movements measured. Kuroda stepped forward and bowed deeply, a gesture of respect that Mori and the others mirrored. Supreme Leader Kuroda began, his voice steady. "It is an honor to stand before you. On behalf of the Nippon Empire, we bring greetings from His Majesty, Emperor Hiroki, and a message of goodwill. We seek to establish a relationship founded on mutual respect and shared interests." Alexander's voice, deep and resonant, filled the chamber. "Foreign Minister Kuroda, General Mori, and esteemed delegates of Nippon, welcome to Valoria. Your journey speaks to your nation's resolve and foresight. Few would undertake such a mission in these uncertain times." Kuroda straightened, his expression calm but focused. "We believe that the future belongs to those who recognize opportunity and act decisively. Nippon sees in Valoria a nation that shares our commitment to strength, order, and progress." Alexander nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to each member of the delegation. "Your words reflect wisdom, Minister Kuroda. Valoria, too, values alliances that are built on strength and mutual benefit. You have come far, and I trust you understand the gravity of this meeting. The world watches both our nations closely." The air in the chamber was thick with anticipation. This was more than a diplomatic meeting. It was a turning point in the relationship between 2 rising powers. Both sides knew that what they discussed here would shape not only their futures, but the balance of power on the global stage. "Come," Alexander said, gesturing toward the table. "Let us discuss what Nippon and Valoria can achieve together." The room settled into a quiet hum as the Nipponese delegation took their seats at the long table. Alexander, flanked by Julian and other high-ranking Valorian officials, remained standing for a moment, his presence filling the room. The Supreme Leader's mask caught the light, its stark, polished surface adding a layer of mystery to the imposing figure behind it. "Let us begin," Alexander said, his deep voice steady and commanding. "You have come a great distance, Foreign Minister Kuroda. Speak plainly. What does Nippon seek from Valoria?" Kuroda inclined his head respectfully before speaking. "Supreme Leader, Nippon has long observed Valoria's rise with great interest. Your decisive victory over Ruthenia has confirmed what many in the East have already suspected: Valoria is a power that cannot be ignored. We believe that our nations, though geographically distant, share common values, strength, discipline, and a commitment to progress." Alexander leaned slightly forward, his gloved hands resting on the table. "And how does Nippon envision these shared values translating into action?" Minister Kuroda exchanged a brief glance with General Mori before continuing. "Nippon wishes to establish formal diplomatic ties with Valoria. We seek mutual respect and cooperation, especially in areas of trade, technology, and naval strategy. The world is shifting, Supreme Leader. Old alliances are growing brittle, and new powers, like our nations, must work together to shape the future." There was a pause as the room absorbed Kuroda's words. Alexander remained silent, his posture unreadable. Julian, seated to his right, took careful notes, her sharp gaze flicking between the Nipponese delegates. "And why now?" Alexander asked, breaking the silence. "Your empire has existed for centuries, yet this is the first time you have sought a relationship with Valoria. Why has Nippon decided that this moment is opportune?" Read the latest on Empire. Kuroda's expression remained composed. "The answer is twofold, Supreme Leader. First, Nippon recognizes that Valoria's emergence on the world stage signals a new era. Your success against Ruthenia has shown that even the mightiest empires are vulnerable when faced with strategic brilliance and unity." He paused briefly before continuing, his tone more deliberate. Second, Nippon is keenly aware of the challenges that lie ahead. The Pacific is no longer a region dominated solely by Britannia or Fredonia. The balance of power is shifting, and alliances will determine the outcomes of the struggles to come. Valoria's rise offers an opportunity for collaboration that benefits both our nations. Alexander's head tilted slightly, his mask reflecting the table's polished surface. You speak with conviction, Minister Kuroda. Collaboration is a powerful concept, but it requires trust, a commodity often in short supply among nations. General Mori, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Supreme Leader, trust is earned through action. Nippon does not approach this alliance lightly. We understand Valoria's skepticism, and we are prepared to demonstrate our sincerity through concrete steps. Alexander shifted his gaze to Mori, intrigued by the general's directness. And what steps does Nippon propose? General Mori, an exchange of knowledge, Mori said confidently. Valoria has demonstrated unparalleled naval strategy and technological innovation. Nippon offers expertise in areas where we excel: maritime maneuverability, industrial refinement, and the coordination of land and naval forces. Kuroda added, we are also prepared to explore trade agreements that bolster both our economies. Nippon's resources, combined with Valoria's industrial output, could create a partnership that reshapes global commerce. But in Valoria, we are already good at building ships, and our economy is thriving. Why would we require Nippon's assistance in areas where we are already excelling? The room fell silent. The Nipponese delegation exchanged glances, and Kuroda quickly responded. Supreme Leader, Nippon does not seek to fill a void in Valoria's capabilities. We recognize that your industries and shipbuilding are already world-class. What we offer is complementary. Nippon's methods of maximizing efficiency in resource use and precision manufacturing could provide enhancements to your already impressive capabilities. Together, we can elevate both our nations to even greater heights. Alexander's gaze, hidden behind his mask, shifted slightly toward General Mori. And you, General, Alexander asked. What does Nippon seek to gain from this exchange of knowledge? Surely your military does not extend its hand without expecting something in return. Mori bowed his head respectfully before speaking. Supreme Leader, you are correct. This is not an act of charity. Nippon seeks to strengthen its naval presence in the Pacific and beyond. By working with Valoria, we aim to learn from your fleet's innovative strategies. Your victory over Ruthenia was not just a military triumph, it was a lesson in discipline and adaptation. In return, Nippon is prepared to share its advancements in naval maneuverability, tactical coordination, and rapid deployment strategies. Julienne scribbled a note, her eyes flickering between Alexander and the Nipponese delegation. Alexander leaned back slightly, his hands clasping behind him as he turned toward the window, gazing out over the grand cityscape of Volkshall. And what of diplomacy? Alexander asked, his voice reflective. You speak of shared strengths and mutual benefit, yet alliances often draw enemies as well as allies. How would Nippon's existing ties with Britannia and Francois affect this potential partnership? Kuroda's expression stiffened slightly but remained composed. Supreme Leader, Nippon's ties with Britannia and Francois are pragmatic, not permanent. They serve specific interests in the Pacific, but they do not bind us. The shifting balance of power has made it clear that the West's dominance cannot last indefinitely. Nippon seeks alliances that look to the future, not ones shackled by the past. Alexander turned back to the table, his posture deliberate. A bold statement, Minister Kuroda. You suggest that Nippon is ready to pivot away from its historic allies. If you are prepared to take such a step, what assurances do we have that Nippon's loyalty to Valoria will not waver should the tides turn? Morris' voice broke the momentary silence. Supreme Leader, Nippon's loyalty is earned, not given blindly. Just as Valoria demands trust to be proven, so does Nippon. This is not a one-sided request. By forging this partnership, both nations will build a foundation of mutual reliance. Through our actions, not words, we will show our commitment. Alexander nodded slowly, his masked visage betraying no emotion. Julienne leaned slightly toward him, speaking softly but firmly. Your Excellency, their statements align with their journey. Nippon has risked much to reach Valoria. Their intent seems genuine, though their ambitions should be monitored. Alexander raised a hand, silencing further discussion. He addressed the delegation directly. Foreign Minister Kuroda, General Mori, your proposals have merit and your intentions appear sincere. However, Valoria does not rush into decisions. Partnerships require deliberation and scrutiny. You will be granted the opportunity to present your proposals in greater detail to my council in the coming days. Kuroda bowed deeply, his voice steady as he replied. Thank you, Supreme Leader. Nippon values the opportunity to strengthen ties with Valoria. We are prepared to demonstrate our commitment to this partnership. Alexander's gloved hand rested briefly on the table. Until then, you are guests of Valoria. Julian will oversee your accommodations and ensure you have what you require. Remember, your actions during your time here will reflect your nation's resolve and respect." Julienne stood, gesturing for the delegation to follow her. "This way, gentlemen, your quarters have been prepared." As the delegation rose and followed Julienne out, Alexander remained seated, his masked gaze fixed on the door. Once they had left, he spoke softly, more to himself than to the room. "Nippon sees the world changing and seeks to align itself accordingly. Their foresight is admirable, but their motives must be examined closely." Minister Falk entered moments later, carrying a fresh dossier. "Your Excellency, shall we begin drafting preliminary responses to their proposals?" "Yes." The quiet hum of Volkschall persisted through the night, with the Supreme Leader's study bathed in the dim glow of a desk lamp. Alexander sat in his high-backed chair, his gloved fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the desk. He had not moved much since the departure of the Nipponese delegation earlier in the day. His mind worked meticulously, analyzing every word exchanged during the meeting. Julienne entered, her footsteps soft but purposeful. She carried a thick dossier in her hands, her face calm as she approached. She placed the document on the desk and stood at attention. "Your Excellency," she began, "this contains detailed analyses of Nippon's alliances, trade dependencies, and naval capabilities. I believe you'll find their economic vulnerabilities particularly enlightening." Alexander opened the folder, scanning the pages with sharp, deliberate movements. Each line he read added to his mental map of Nippon's ambitions and weaknesses. "Good," he said finally, his voice steady. "Nippon's intent seems clear on the surface, but no nation crosses the world without layers of motives. This information will help us navigate the negotiations." Julianne inclined her head. "They appear confident, but there is no doubt they are aware of their limitations. Their industrial capacity is growing, but they are reliant on resource imports. That dependency could be a key point for us." Alexander's mask tilted slightly as he glanced at Julianne. "And their military, they excel in coordination and discipline, particularly with their naval forces," she replied. "However, their fleet lacks the scale and firepower of Valoria's. They are looking to learn from us and perhaps adapt our strategies to their advantage." Alexander closed the dossier and leaned back. "So they seek strength through association, knowing they cannot yet match us outright. A calculated move. But Valoria does not exist to bolster the ambitions of others." Julianne shifted slightly. "How would you like us to proceed tomorrow? Your Excellency, they will expect progress in the talks." "Progress, yes," Alexander said, his tone cool, "but progress on Valoria's terms. We will listen to their proposals, but we will not rush into commitments. Let them prove that they are worthy of a partnership. Trust is earned, not assumed." Nipponese quarters. Volkschall in their quarters within the sprawling Volkschall complex, the Nipponese delegation gathered to reflect on the day's events. The room was modest yet elegant, with dark wood furnishings and neatly arranged fixtures. Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda sat at a small table, pouring tea from a delicate porcelain pot, while General Takeshi Mori stood near the window, gazing out at the Valorian cityscape. "The Supreme Leader is unlike anyone I've encountered," Kuroda said, breaking the silence. "He controls the room without raising his voice. That mask, it adds an air of unpredictability." Mori nodded but kept his gaze fixed on the streets below. "It's a deliberate strategy. The mask hides his intentions, making it impossible to read him. Everything about him is designed to command respect and keep others guessing." Kuroda took a sip of tea and set the cup down gently. "Do you believe he trusts us?" "No," Mori replied bluntly. "Trust is not given freely in Valoria. They operate with precision, and every interaction is a calculation. If we are to gain their trust, we must tread carefully." Kuroda sighed. "We came here to propose mutual benefit, yet it feels as though we are the ones seeking approval." Mori turned to face him, his expression serious. "Because we are. Valoria's position in Europe is unlike any other. They defeated Ruthenia decisively and gained the attention of the world. Nippon's strength lies in the Pacific, but we must acknowledge that Valoria has no equal on this continent." Kuroda nodded slowly. "Tomorrow we will need to present more than words. Actions will carry weight. If we fail to demonstrate Nippon's sincerity and resolve, this mission may be for nothing." The dawn broke over Volkschall, the rising sun casting long shadows across the city. The Nipponese delegation, dressed impeccably in traditional attire mixed with modern touches, was escorted back to the grand chamber where negotiations were to continue. The Valorian officials were already seated, their composed expressions revealing little. Alexander sat at the head of the table, his imposing figure framed by the sunlight streaming through the tall windows. His mask, as always, remained a silent observer of the scene, yet it commanded attention. "Good morning," Alexander began, his deep voice resonating through the room. "Let us continue where we left off. Foreign Minister Kuroda, I trust you and your delegation have had time to reflect on our discussion." Kuroda inclined his head. "Indeed, Supreme Leader." Nippon is prepared to elaborate on the proposals we presented yesterday. We wish to discuss specific areas where collaboration can benefit both our nations. Alexander gestured for him to proceed. First, we propose a mutual exchange of naval strategies, Kuroda began. Valoria's victories at sea have demonstrated unparalleled discipline and innovation. Nippon seeks to learn from your methods to enhance our fleet's capabilities. Alexander listened without interruption, his posture steady. And what does Nippon offer in return? Kuroda gestured toward General Mori, who stepped forward slightly. General Mori will explain. Mori's voice was firm. Nippon offers expertise in rapid deployment tactics, particularly in combined land and sea operations. Our methods have proven effective in securing difficult terrain and coordinating large-scale maneuvers. By sharing these techniques, both our nations can strengthen their military capabilities. Alexander's gaze shifted to Mori, his mask reflecting the general's resolute expression. An intriguing proposition. And what assurances do we have that this knowledge will not be used against Valoria in the future? Kuroda answered carefully. Supreme Leader, Nippon does not seek to compete with Valoria. Our goals lie in securing our position in the Pacific. A partnership with Valoria strengthens both our nations and ensures stability in our respective regions. Alexander leaned back slightly. A pragmatic response, Minister. However, partnerships require more than pragmatic intent. They require shared trust, a foundation that takes time to build. Kuroda nodded. We understand, Supreme Leader. That is why Nippon is committed to proving our sincerity through actions, not just words. We propose joint naval exercises as a first step. These exercises will demonstrate our willingness to collaborate and allow both sides to assess the value of this partnership. Explore stories on empire. The room fell silent for a moment as Alexander considered the proposal. Julianne leaned slightly toward him, her voice low but clear. It's a calculated risk, Your Excellency. Joint exercises could provide insights into their methods while maintaining control over the terms. Alexander turned his attention back to the Nipponese delegation. Your proposal has merit. Valoria will consider the logistics of such exercises, but understand this: our standards are high, and we expect nothing less than full commitment. Kuroda bowed deeply. Thank you, Supreme Leader. Nippon will meet those standards. Alexander nodded once, signaling the conclusion of the discussion. This meeting is adjourned for now. Julianne will coordinate further arrangements. As the Nipponese delegation rose to leave, Alexander's voice carried through the room once more. Minister Kuroda, General Mori, remember this. Valoria values strength and loyalty above all else. Your actions here will determine the future of this partnership. The delegation bowed respectfully and exited the chamber, leaving Alexander and his council alone. Julianne turned to him, her expression thoughtful. Your Excellency, their resolve seems genuine, but their ambitions are clear. They seek to strengthen themselves through us. Alexander stood, his gloved hands clasped behind his back as he looked out the window. Ambition is not inherently a weakness, Julianne. It is how one wields it that defines its value. Nippon seeks strength, but Valoria will ensure that this partnership, if it proceeds, benefits us more than it benefits them. Julianne nodded. In the joint exercises, Alexander's voice was firm. Let them prove their worth. If Nippon wishes to learn from Valoria, they must first demonstrate that they can keep up. September 26, 1939, Volkschau. Valoria. The sun climbed higher over Volkschau, its light streaming through the tall windows of the Supreme Leader's meeting chamber. Inside, Alexander sat at the head of a long table, his mask glinting faintly in the sunlight. The Nipponese delegation entered, led by Foreign Minister Kuroda and General Mori. Their movements were deliberate, their expressions composed, as they bowed politely before taking their seats. Alexander spoke first, his voice calm and measured. Let us continue our discussions. You have presented your proposals for naval cooperation. Now we will decide the framework for moving forward. Foreign Minister Kuroda, you may proceed. Kuroda adjusted his posture slightly, his tone formal but respectful. Supreme Leader, we are honored by Valoria's willingness to engage in these discussions. Nippon understands the importance of earning your trust, and we aim to demonstrate our sincerity through these joint exercises. Julianne, seated to Alexander's right, placed a folder on the table and opened it. Your Excellency, this document outlines the planned naval exercises. It specifies the location, objectives, and protocols for both sides. Kuroda nodded as she spoke. The exercises will serve as a starting point for cooperation between our nations. Nippon's fleet will work alongside Valoria's to refine tactical coordination and improve strategic deployment methods. Alexander leaned slightly forward. General Mori, what specific contributions does Nippon intend to make to these exercises? Mori's expression remained steady. Supreme Leader, Nippon will share techniques that emphasize efficiency and precision in naval operations. For example, rapid deployment and the integration of support vessels into combat scenarios are areas where we excel. We believe these skills complement Valoria's demonstrated strengths. Alexander turned toward Julianne. How do these proposals align with our current naval doctrine? Julianne tapped her pen on the folder as she replied. Nippon's focus on rapid deployment could enhance our fleet's adaptability in complex scenarios. However, their methods will need to be carefully examined to ensure they align with Valorian standards. Have you tried this tactic before? Yes, we performed it during our last war with the Qing dynasty. Alexander's mask tilted slightly, his attention fixed on General Mori. You mentioned your war with the Qing dynasty. I must ask what drove Nippon to conflict with that nation. Understanding your reasons for war is as important as understanding your methods. General Mori's posture remained firm as he replied. Supreme Leader, our war with the Qing dynasty was not born out of mere ambition but necessity. The Qing regime had grown corrupt and incapable of maintaining stability in East Asia. Their weakness threatened the balance of power in the region, creating a vacuum that could have invited interference from Western powers. Kuroda added, his tone measured. Nippon sought to secure its position in the region, not only for our survival but for the protection of our interests. The Qing's inability to modernize left their territory vulnerable to exploitation, and we could not allow their collapse to destabilize the entire region. Alexander nodded slowly. So your conflict was driven by pragmatism, a preemptive strike to ensure regional stability and your own security. And yet, such wars carry risks. Did you encounter significant resistance? Morris' lips pressed into a thin line. The Qing forces were numerous, but they lacked discipline and modern weaponry. The real challenge came from navigating international pressure. Western nations, particularly Britannia and Francois, expressed concerns over Nippon's growing influence in Asia. Diplomacy during and after the conflict was as critical as the battles themselves. Kuroda chimed in, his voice steady. That experience taught us the value of balancing strength with strategy, Supreme Leader. It is a lesson we carry into these discussions with Valoria. We seek not just power but partnerships that ensure mutual stability and growth. Discover more stories at Empire. Alexander leaned back in his chair, his gloved fingers steepling thoughtfully. An interesting approach. You demonstrate an understanding of both war and its aftermath qualities that align with Valoria's principles. And yet your actions have undoubtedly created enemies. How do you address the lingering animosity from nations wary of your ambitions? Mori met Alexander's gaze, unflinching. We focus on our strengths, Supreme Leader. Respect comes from consistent success, and even those who oppose us must acknowledge Nippon's resolve. By aligning with Valoria, we aim to show the world that we are not isolated aggressors, but part of a forward-thinking alliance. Alexander's voice deepened slightly. An alliance with Valoria is no small matter. You must understand, General, that such partnerships come with expectations. Nippon's reputation for discipline and loyalty will be tested. Kuroda bowed his head slightly. Supreme Leader, we are prepared to meet those expectations. Nippon values honor, and our word is our bond. This alliance will be a testament to the strength of our nations. Alexander leaned forward slightly, his gloved hands resting on the table as he spoke. Okay, I am starting to like what I hear. Nippon's approach to strategy and diplomacy reflects a disciplined mindset, but as you know, liking the idea is only the first step. Actions matter more than words. Let's discuss specifics. Foreign Minister Kuroda nodded. Of course, Supreme Leader. We propose beginning with small-scale naval exercises to build trust and establish a working rhythm between our fleets. These exercises could focus on coordinated maneuvers, joint patrols, and resource-sharing protocols. Julianne, seated next to Alexander, interjected, where do you propose holding these exercises? The location must be carefully chosen to avoid provoking unnecessary attention or conflict with other powers. Kuroda responded, we suggest the South Pacific, in neutral waters far from Britannian and Francois-controlled territories. This will allow both our fleets to operate without interference. Alexander's masked face turned toward Julianne. What are your thoughts? She adjusted her glasses and replied, it's a strategic choice. Neutral waters minimize the risk of confrontation, and the South Pacific is a region with growing importance. However, we'll need to ensure that our movements remain discreet. Valoria's strength is in its precision, not in broadcasting its intentions. Alexander gave a small nod before turning back to Kuroda. Very well. What guarantees can Nippon provide that your intentions are genuine and not a prelude to monitoring our capabilities for future use? General Morris' deep voice broke in. Supreme Leader, trust is earned, not demanded. To show our commitment, Nippon is willing to share technical information about our naval advancements. This includes our methods for maximizing fuel efficiency, optimizing supply lines, and integrating smaller, faster vessels into larger fleet operations. Julianne raised an eyebrow. That's a significant offer, General. Are you prepared to share such sensitive information without conditions? Mori met her gaze with calm confidence. We understand the risks, but alliances require risk on both sides. By taking this step, Nippon demonstrates its sincerity and intent to build a lasting partnership. Alexander leaned back in his chair, his gloved fingers steepled. This is promising. If Nippon follows through with these actions, it will prove your commitment. However, there is one more matter to address. The room grew still. Even the faint sound of the wind outside seemed to pause. What is Valoria's assurance? Alexander asked, his voice deep and deliberate, that Nippon will not turn against us should your alliances with the West offer greater advantages in the future. Kuroda's expression hardened slightly, but his tone remained steady. Supreme Leader, Nippon values honor above all else. Our word is our bond. When we forge an alliance, it is with the intention of mutual growth and respect, not betrayal. Turning against Valoria would undermine everything we stand for. Mori added firmly, Nippon's history shows that we do not break alliances lightly. If we commit to Valoria, it is because we see you as an equal and a partner, not a tool to be discarded. Alexander considered their words carefully, the silence stretching for a moment. Finally, he spoke. Good. I trust you understand that Valoria values loyalty as much as strength. Should Nippon prove itself, you will find Valoria to be a steadfast ally. However, should there be any sign of betrayal, the consequences will be swift and absolute. The Nipponese delegation nodded in unison. Kuroda replied, We understand, Supreme Leader. This partnership is built on mutual respect, and we will ensure that trust is never broken. October 15, 1939, South Pacific. Neutral waters. The horizon was clear, the South Pacific's waters stretching endlessly under a bright sun. The air was tense, however, as the fleets of Valoria and Nippon prepared for the first joint naval exercise. Both nations knew the significance of this event. It was more than an exercise. It was a test of trust, capability, and their ability to work together as emerging powers. On board the VNS Titan, Admiral Klaus Reinhardt stood on the bridge, his sharp eyes scanning the ships assembling nearby. He noted the precise formations of the Nipponese vessels, their discipline evident even from a distance. Behind him, officers relayed instructions, ensuring the Valorian fleet was ready. Julianne, standing beside Reinhardt, reviewed the plans one final time. The first phase will challenge their navigation through a simulated minefield, she said, tapping the clipboard in her hand. It will test their ability to follow Valorian protocols while maintaining their own cohesion. Reinhardt gave a curt nod. Signal all ships to prepare for Phase 1. Let's see how well they match our standards. The radio buzzed with static before a clear voice came through. This is Captain Hiroto Matsuda of the IJN Shinano. Nipponese fleet is in position and ready to proceed. Reinhardt replied, his tone firm, acknowledged Captain Matsuda. Valorian fleet is also ready. Phase 1 will commence on my command. The exercise began with both fleets entering a carefully marked zone, designed to represent a dense minefield. Buoys bobbed on the surface, each one indicating an area to avoid. The ships moved deliberately, their crews focused on maintaining precise alignment with the safe passages. On the IJN Shinano, General Mori observed the operation closely. Our formation is holding, he remarked to Foreign Minister Kuroda, who stood nearby. But the Valorians are watching for any mistake. Kuroda nodded. We must demonstrate both skill and discipline. This is not just about navigating mines, it's about proving we belong on equal footing. The Valorian ships moved with their usual efficiency, gliding through the simulated minefield without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Nipponese fleet mirrored their movements, adapting to the exercise's demands. The coordination between the two fleets was seamless, a testament to the preparation of both sides. Back on the VNS Titan, Reinhardt watched through binoculars. Their discipline is commendable, he noted to Julianne. They're handling the exercise well. Julianne scribbled a note. It's a good sign, but the true test will come in the later phases. After an hour of careful maneuvering, both fleets emerged from the simulated minefield unscathed. A message crackled over the radio. Phase 1 complete. No errors detected. Reinhardt allowed himself a small smile. Phase 2 begins now. The next phase simulated a battle against an enemy fleet, represented by mock targets placed strategically across the ocean. The goal was to destroy these targets while maintaining formation and minimizing simulated losses. Valorian destroyers took the lead, firing blanks at the targets to open the engagement. Their firepower was precise, quickly eliminating the first wave of mock enemy vessels. Nipponese cruisers followed with well-timed maneuvers, flanking the remaining targets and cutting off their simulated retreat. Focus fire on the primary targets, Reinhardt ordered over the radio. Coordinate with Nipponese vessels on the left flank. On the IJN Shinano, Captain Matsuda relayed similar instructions. All units support Valorian destroyers and secure the flanks. Maintain formation and cover any gaps. General Mori observed the unfolding battle with approval. Their strategy is sound. They're not trying to dominate the engagement, they're working with us. Kuroda added, this cooperation is what we came for. It shows our fleets can complement each other in real-world scenarios. The mock battle intensified as the fleets engaged the final wave of targets. Valorian battleships provided heavy firepower, while Nipponese destroyers executed swift maneuvers to protect the larger ships. The combined efforts led to a decisive victory. A message came through the radio once more. Phase 2 complete, all targets neutralized. Minimal simulated losses recorded. Reinhardt leaned back slightly, satisfied. Well done, prepare for the debriefing. Later that evening, officers from both fleets gathered on board the VNS Titan for a debriefing. Admiral Reinhardt stood at the head of the room, with Captain Matsuda and General Mori seated nearby. Julien prepared to document the discussion. Reinhardt began, his tone straightforward. Today's exercises demonstrated the potential of this partnership. Both fleets showed strong coordination and effective strategy. However, there are areas that need improvement. Captain Matsuda nodded. We noticed a delay in communication during the transition between phases. We'll address this on our end to ensure smoother operations. Julien interjected. Valorian ships experienced slight deviations from formation during the battle phase. This exposed potential vulnerabilities that need to be corrected. General Mori spoke next. These exercises were valuable for both sides. They allowed us to identify strengths and weaknesses, which is exactly what we aim to achieve. Reinhardt concluded, overall, this was a successful start. The partnership between our nations has potential, but it will require continued effort and trust. Continue reading on Empire as the Nipponese delegation returned to the IJN Shinano. Kuroda and Mori stood on the deck, watching the Valorian fleet in the distance. This was a strong first step, Kuroda said. Valoria has proven its capability and willingness to cooperate. Now it's up to us to build on this foundation. Mori nodded. We've shown them our resolve. If this partnership grows, it could redefine the balance of power. Meanwhile, back on the VNS Titan, Julien and Reinhardt prepared their report for Alexander. In a secure communication, they summarized the day's events. Supreme Leader Reinhardt began. The exercises were successful. Both fleets worked well together, and the Nipponese demonstrated their capability. Alexander's masked face appeared on the screen. And their weaknesses, Julien replied, their communication needs refinement, and their reliance on certain tactics could be predictable in prolonged conflicts. However, they've shown a willingness to adapt. Alexander's tone was measured. Good. Continue monitoring their actions. Trust is built over time, not in a single exercise. As the transmission ended, Alexander's thoughts lingered. The exercises had gone well, but he knew that alliances were delicate. For now, the partnership with Nippon was a step forward, but its true strength would be tested in the challenges yet to come. October 22, 1939, Volkschau, Valoria. The meeting room in Volkschau was set for the historic signing of the Valoria-Nippon alliance. The table was lined with documents that represented weeks of discussions and careful negotiation. Alexander sat at the head of the table, his mask concealing any emotion. To his right was Julien, her expression composed as she reviewed the agenda. Across the table, Foreign Minister Hiroshi Kuroda and General Takeshi Mori of Nippon sat side by side. The atmosphere was serious, but there was a shared sense of purpose. Alexander began without delay. Today marks a significant step for both our nations. Foreign Minister Kuroda, General Mori, do you agree that the terms set forth in this alliance reflect the goals we have discussed? Kuroda inclined his head respectfully. Supreme Leader, the Nipponese delegation has reviewed the final terms in detail. We believe they form a strong foundation for mutual cooperation and respect. We are ready to proceed. Julien slid the documents toward Alexander. Your Excellency, the terms include mutual defense agreements, shared military development, joint exercises, and the opening of trade routes to enhance both economies. All clauses have been reviewed and approved by both parties. Alexander picked up the pen. Then let us proceed. He signed his name with deliberate strokes, the sound of the pen faint in the quiet room. When he finished, he passed the documents to Kuroda, who added his signature, followed by General Mori. Anton Falk, Valoria's foreign minister, signed on behalf of the Valorian government. Julien stood. The Valoria-Nippon alliance is now official. The delegates exchanged polite nods, and a few seconds of restrained applause followed. The formalities were complete, but the moment carried weight. This was not just a ceremony. It was the beginning of a new chapter for both nations. Alexander rose to his feet, signaling the others to do the same. He extended his hand to Kuroda. Foreign Minister, this alliance represents a shared vision for the future. Valoria expects commitment, and we will reciprocate. Kuroda clasped Alexander's hand firmly. Supreme Leader, Nippon is honored to stand alongside Valoria. Together, we will shape a future that respects strength and discipline. General Mori stepped forward and shook Alexander's hand next. Supreme Leader, this partnership will demonstrate to the world that our nations are prepared for any challenge. Julian and Anton Falk exchanged handshakes with the Nipponese delegation as well, marking the official start of the alliance. As the formal signing concluded, the delegates moved to an adjacent room for a small reception. The atmosphere was more relaxed, but the discussions remained focused. Trays of food and drinks were served as both sides exchanged views on their next steps. Julian approached Alexander with a tablet. Your Excellency, our intelligence suggests that Britannia and Francois are closely monitoring the situation. Their envoys have already requested clarification on the scope of the alliance. Stay tuned with Empire. Alexander nodded. Let them watch. Valoria and Nippon have acted decisively, while the old powers linger in indecision. Their concern validates the importance of this alliance. Anton Falk joined the conversation. It's likely they will increase pressure through diplomatic channels. Britannia, in particular, will see this as a challenge to their influence. Alexander's tone was firm. Valoria does not act to appease others. This alliance is a statement of strength, and any response from the old powers will only confirm their waning dominance. Across the room, Kuroda and Mori engaged in conversation with Valorian military officers. The discussion centered on the logistics of the next joint naval exercise, scheduled to take place in neutral waters within a month. Kuroda's confidence was evident as he spoke about Nippon's commitment to making the alliance a success. General Mori turned to Anton Falk, who had joined their group. Minister Falk, how does Valoria intend to handle the inevitable scrutiny from other nations? Falk replied smoothly. We will maintain transparency where it benefits us and discretion where it does not. This alliance is based on mutual respect, not on appeasing those who question our intentions. Kuroda later approached Julian. Your efforts have been instrumental in bringing this alliance to fruition. Nippon recognizes your role in ensuring these negotiations were handled with precision. Julian inclined her head slightly. Minister Kuroda, Valoria values efficient collaboration. Your delegation has shown discipline and focus. This alliance reflects the strengths of both our nations. Alexander observed the exchange from a distance. His masked visage gave nothing away, but he spoke to Anton Falk quietly. The Nipponese delegation is efficient. They understand the importance of action over words. It will serve them well in this alliance. Falk nodded, and their willingness to adapt shows they are serious about this partnership. It's rare for a nation to commit so fully to a new alliance. Alexander's voice was calm. They recognized the changing balance of power. Nippon sees Valoria as a partner for the future, not just the present. That foresight is valuable. As the reception drew to a close, Alexander addressed the room. Today we have laid the foundation for a strong and enduring partnership. Valoria and Nippon stand united, ready to face the challenges of a changing world. Let our actions demonstrate the strength of this alliance. Kuroda bowed deeply. Supreme Leader, Nippon shares your vision. This alliance marks the beginning of a new era, one defined by shared strength and purpose. General Mori added, our nations have taken the first step toward a partnership that will shape history. We will ensure this alliance remains steadfast. The Nipponese delegation prepared to depart Volkshel, escorted by Valorian officials. As their convoy moved through the streets of Volkshel, Kuroda turned to Mori. Valoria has proven to be a nation of strength and discipline. This alliance will test us both, but it will also bring great opportunity. Mori nodded, and we must ensure that Nippon continues to earn Valoria's respect. This is a partnership of equals, and we will show them our resolve. As the delegates left, Alexander remained in the meeting chamber, speaking quietly with Julian. The alliance is official, but its strength lies in execution. The first joint naval exercise must be flawless. Ensure all preparations are made. Julian nodded. Understood, Your Excellency. The Nipponese delegation will be closely monitored to ensure their actions align with their words. Alexander's tone was firm. Trust is built through consistent actions, not promises. Nippon has shown promise, but Valoria will not rely on faith alone. Julian stood silently for a moment before speaking. Your Excellency, this alliance has already drawn the attention of the world. Our enemies are watching closely. Alexander's masked gaze turned toward the window. Let them watch. Valoria and Nippon will act, and the world will adjust to our decisions. October 25, 1939, London, Britannia. In the war room beneath the streets of London, Prime Minister Edmund Hastings sat at the head of a long table, surrounded by his cabinet and military advisors. A stack of fresh intelligence reports lay open before him. The Valorian-Nippon alliance was the sole topic of discussion. Admiral Jonathan Windsor was the first to speak. Prime Minister, this alliance represents a seismic shift in global politics. Valoria now has access to Nippon's vast naval experience and Pacific reach. If their joint forces focus on the Atlantic and the Pacific, Britannia will be forced to stretch its resources dangerously thin. Hastings nodded, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. This alliance is a calculated move by the supreme leader of Valoria. He's consolidating power, not just in Europe, but globally. Nippon's involvement shows their shared intent to challenge the established order. Richard Bellamy, the foreign secretary, leaned forward. The timing is crucial, Prime Minister. With tensions already high in the Pacific, this partnership could embolden Nippon to push harder against Fredonia and our colonies. We cannot allow Britannia's influence to wane in these regions. Hastings spoke firmly. What are our immediate options? Windsor replied without hesitation. We bolster our naval presence in the Pacific and along our Atlantic borders. Simultaneously, we strengthen our alliances with Francois and Trisenberg. If Valoria and Nippon think they can disrupt the global balance, they must see a unified response. Bellamy added, diplomatic channels must remain open, but we need to send a clear message. The world must know that Britannia will not back down. Hastings nodded. Then let us act swiftly. Deploy additional fleets to key positions. Send envoys to Francois and Trisenberg to ensure their cooperation. We will not allow that masked leader to reshape the world unchallenged. Paris, Francois President Charles Moreau stood by the large windows of his office, overlooking the bustling streets of Paris. Behind him, Minister of Defense Henry Lefebvre laid out the latest reports on the alliance. This partnership between Valoria and Nippon cannot be underestimated, Lefebvre began. It shifts the power dynamic significantly. Their combined military capabilities and strategic positioning pose a direct challenge to Francois and Britannia. Moreau turned to face him, his expression thoughtful. And how has Britannia responded? They've already begun increasing their naval presence in the Pacific and Atlantic. They've also reached out to us for coordinated efforts, Lefebvre replied. Moreau folded his arms. Britannia is predictable. They focus on shows of strength. Francois must adopt a different approach. How are our diplomats progressing? Lefebvre hesitated. There has been some resistance from Trisenberg. They are wary of being drawn into a conflict that could escalate into a full-scale war. Moreau's expression darkened. Then remind Trisenberg of the consequences of inaction. If Valoria and Nippon succeed, the old alliances will crumble, and Trisenberg will find itself isolated. Washington, Fredonia, find your adventure at Empire in the Oval Office. President William Harcourt sat with his cabinet, reading through reports. The atmosphere in the room was tense. So Valoria and Nippon have formalized their alliance, Harcourt said, his tone neutral but firm. What's the reaction from Britannia? And Francois Secretary of State James Harlow responded. They're taking immediate steps to counterbalance the alliance. Britannia is increasing naval deployments and Francois is attempting to bring Trisenberg into a stronger coalition. Harcourt nodded. And what about Fredonia? What's our position? Harlow hesitated. Mr. President, our position has always been one of neutrality, but this alliance changes the global balance. If we don't act, we risk losing influence in the Pacific. Harcourt leaned back in his chair. We need to tread carefully, monitor the situation closely, but avoid any overt actions that could draw Fredonia into a conflict. At the same time, strengthen our defenses in the Pacific and keep our allies informed. If this escalates, we must be prepared. Trisenberg, Imperial Court. Prince Theodore Trisenberg paced the war room, his sharp eyes scanning the maps spread out before him. Emperor Edward sat quietly, listening as his advisors debated. This alliance between Valoria and Nippon is a direct challenge to our position in Europe, Theodore said, his tone biting. Alexander's ambitions grow bolder with each move. General von Helmut, Trisenberg's military advisor, interjected, Your Highness, Valoria's growing strength cannot be ignored. If we hesitate, we risk being overrun in the coming years. Edward spoke calmly but firmly. And yet, we must not act rashly. Our alliances with Britannia and Francois must be solidified before we can counter Valoria's moves. Theodore, what do you propose? Theodore stopped pacing and turned to face his father. Strengthen our borders and increase our naval patrols. Send envoys to Britannia and Francois to coordinate a response. If the supreme leader of Valoria thinks he can act without consequence, he is sorely mistaken. Volkschall, Valoria. Alexander sat in his study, reading through reports on the global reaction to the alliance. Julienne entered, carrying a fresh dossier. Your Excellency, she began, the responses are as expected. Britannia and Francois are strengthening their positions, and Fredonia remains cautious. Trisenberg is hesitant but watching closely. Alexander placed the report on his desk. Let them watch. Their reactions only confirm the importance of this alliance. They see the world changing, but they are too slow to adapt. Julienne nodded. The next joint exercise with Nippon is already being prepared. It will solidify the alliance further and send another message to the world. Good, Alexander said. Valoria and Nippon will act decisively. Let the old powers scramble to react. We are shaping the future while they cling to the past. Tokyo, Nippon Empire. Emperor Hiroki sat with Prime Minister Takashi Hara, reviewing reports from their diplomats abroad. Valoria has proven to be a reliable partner, Hara said. The alliance has already drawn significant attention from Britannia and Francois. Hiroki nodded. They see the potential of this partnership, as they should. Nippon and Valoria together represent a new force in global politics. Minister Nakamura added, we must continue to strengthen this alliance. The upcoming joint exercise will demonstrate our unity and commitment. Hara agreed, and we must also prepare for potential challenges. Britannia and Francois will not sit idly by. We must be ready to counter their moves. Hiroki's voice was firm. Nippon has chosen its path. The world is watching, and we will show them the strength of our resolve. November 5, 1939, London. Britannia, the meeting room in the Britannian Parliament, was packed with officials and military advisors. Prime Minister Edmund Hastings stood at the podium, addressing a room filled with apprehension. The Valorian-Nippon alliance was the sole item on the agenda. Valoria and Nippon have forged a partnership that directly threatens the balance of power, Hastings began, his voice firm. This is not a matter of speculation but fact. Their joint exercises demonstrated their capacity for global reach and military cooperation. What steps do we take to counter this emerging threat? Admiral Jonathan Windsor cleared his throat. Prime Minister, the Royal Navy remains one of the strongest in the world. However, their combined fleets, if allowed to grow unchecked, could present a real challenge. We must expand our presence in key regions, the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and Pacific, to ensure Britannia's dominance remains unshaken. Foreign Secretary Richard Bellamy interjected, naval strength alone won't be enough. Diplomatically, we must rally Francois and Trisenberg to form a united front. We need to send a clear message that any moves by Valoria and Nippon to disrupt global stability will be met with resistance. Hastings nodded. And what of Fredonia? Have they indicated any willingness to join such efforts? Bellamy shook his head. Fredonia remains noncommittal. They're watching the situation closely, but have yet to take any decisive action. Their policy of isolationism is working against us. Hastings sighed. Then we must proceed without them. Prepare to increase naval patrols in the Pacific and Atlantic, strengthen our alliances with Francois and Trisenberg. Britannia will not stand idly by while new powers rise to challenge us. Paris, Francois. President Charles Moreau stood at the head of a long table in the Élysée Palace. His cabinet members and military advisors sat in tense silence as Defense Minister Henry Lefebvre briefed them on the latest developments. The Valorian-Nippon alliance is a strategic partnership that poses a direct challenge to Francois' influence, Lefebvre said. Their combined capabilities could shift the balance of power in both Europe and Asia. Moreau nodded. And how has Britannia responded? They've increased their naval patrols and have reached out to us for coordinated action, Lefebvre replied. Trisenberg has also been approached, but they remain hesitant. Explore stories on Empire. Foreign Minister Jean-Luc Arnaud spoke up. Mr. President, Francois must act decisively. We cannot afford to appear weak in the face of this alliance. I suggest we call for an emergency meeting with Britannia and Trisenberg to discuss a joint response. Moreau leaned forward. Do it. This alliance is a wake-up call for the old powers. If we don't act now, Valoria and Nippon will gain the upper hand. Washington, Fredonia. In the Oval Office, President William Harcourt sat with his Secretary of State, James Harlow, and his National Security Advisor, Margaret Lane. The mood was tense as they reviewed reports on the alliance. The Valorian-Nippon partnership is gaining traction, Harlow said. Their joint exercises have already drawn attention from Britannia and Francois. Both are preparing to respond. Harcourt leaned back in his chair. And what do they expect from us? Harlow hesitated. They want Fredonia to join a coalition to counter this alliance. Britannia, in particular, is pushing for our involvement. Harcourt rubbed his temples. We need to be cautious. Getting involved too soon could drag us into a conflict we're not ready for. What are our immediate options? Lane spoke up. Strengthen our naval presence in the Pacific to reassure our allies, but avoid any overt commitments. Focus on intelligence gathering to better understand the intentions of Valoria and Nippon. Harcourt nodded. Do it. Fredonia will remain neutral for now, but we must be prepared for any eventuality. Volkschall, Valoria. Julien entered Alexander's study with a stack of reports. He was seated at his desk, his mask concealing his expression as he reviewed documents. Your Excellency, Julien began, the old powers are reacting predictably. Britannia and Francois are increasing their naval presence, and Trisenberg is cautiously aligning with them. Fredonia remains on the sidelines, but is strengthening its Pacific fleet. Alexander nodded. Let them scramble. Their disunity is their greatest weakness. How are our plans progressing with Nippon? Julien handed him a report. The next joint exercise is scheduled for November. Nippon's delegation has also proposed joint development of new naval technologies. Alexander leaned back. Good. The world questions us because they fear what we represent a challenge to their old order. Let them talk. Valoria will act. Tokyo Nippon Empire Emperor Hiroki sat with Prime Minister Takashi Hara and Foreign Minister Nakamura. The atmosphere was serious as they discussed the global reaction to the alliance. The old powers are uneasy, Hara said. Britannia and Francois are moving to counter us while Fredonia watches from the sidelines. Their reaction proves the importance of our partnership with Valoria. Hiroki nodded. And how is Valoria responding? Nakamura replied. Alexander remains composed. Valoria is proceeding with the joint exercises and has begun discussing long-term technological cooperation. Hiroki's voice was firm. Good. This alliance is not just about military strength. It is about showing the world that Nippon and Valoria are forces to be respected. Ensure that our actions reflect that resolve. Trisenberg Imperial Court Prince Theodore stood before a map of Europe. His advisors gathered around him. The Valorian-Nippon alliance was marked in bold colors, a stark reminder of the shifting power dynamics. The alliance is a direct challenge to Trisenberg's position in Europe, Theodore said. Alexander grows bolder with each move, and now he has the support of Nippon. Emperor Edward spoke calmly. And yet, we must tread carefully. Aligning too closely with Britannia and Francois could drag us into a conflict we are not prepared for. General von Helmut interjected, but hesitation could be seen as weakness. If we do not act, Alexander may see it as an opportunity to push further. Theodore's voice was firm. Strengthen our borders and increase our naval patrols. Send envoys to Britannia and Francois to coordinate a response. Valoria must understand that Trisenberg will not be intimidated. The early morning sunlight filtered through the tall windows of Alexander's study. The room, typically abuzz with discussions of strategy and global politics, was unusually quiet. Julienne entered, a small stack of documents in her hands. Her usual brisk pace was slower today, her expression less rigid. Your Excellency, she began, placing the papers on the desk. Today's schedule is remarkably light. In fact, there are no pressing matters that require immediate attention. Alexander, seated in his high-backed chair, leaned back slightly, his gloved hand tapping the armrest. A rarity, he mused, his voice calm. And what do you propose? Julienne, she hesitated, something rare for her. If I may, Your Excellency, you've been working tirelessly these past weeks. Perhaps a day away from Volkschau would be beneficial. Alexander's head tilted slightly, the faint glint of his mask catching the sunlight. A day away, and what do you suggest I do with such time? Julienne allowed herself a small smile. Perhaps a visit to the city. Volkschau's mall district offers plenty of diversions. He considered her words for a moment before standing. Very well. If I am to step away from this desk, you will accompany me. I assume you have no objections. Julienne blinked, slightly taken aback, but quickly composed herself. Of course, Your Excellency. It would be an honor. The sleek black automobile pulled into the underground parking lot of the city's largest mall. Alexander and Julienne exited the vehicle, accompanied by a small security detail. Dressed in a simple yet formal suit, Alexander's masked appearance drew the attention of shoppers. Conversations hushed, and curious gazes followed them as they entered the mall's grand atrium. Julienne walked beside him, maintaining her usual composed demeanor. Your Excellency, where shall we begin? Alexander surveyed the bustling scene around them. What do people typically do in such places? Julienne glanced at a large signboard listing the mall's attractions. Well, they shop, dine, watch movies, or partake in leisure activities like bowling. Shall we explore? Lead the way, Alexander replied, his tone neutral but with a hint of curiosity. Stay connected via Empire. Their first stop was the cinema. Julienne suggested a popular film, an action-packed tale of espionage and daring feats. Alexander agreed without hesitation. As they settled into their seats in a private viewing box, the lights dimmed and the film began. Alexander watched intently, his masked face betraying no reaction, while Julienne allowed herself to relax. She occasionally glanced at him, wondering what he thought. When the film ended, Alexander turned to her. The story was simple but engaging. The protagonist's methods were resourceful, though the enemy's tactics lacked sophistication. Julienne chuckled softly. It's entertainment, Your Excellency, not a military strategy briefing. Perhaps, Alexander replied, but even fiction should strive for realism. Next, they visited the mall's bowling alley. The colorful, lively atmosphere contrasted sharply with the serious world they typically inhabited. Julienne picked up a bowling ball and turned to Alexander. Have you ever bowled before? Your Excellency, no, he admitted. But it doesn't appear to be overly complex. Julienne smirked. Let's see how you fare then. Alexander stepped up to the lane, his movements precise. He rolled the ball with measured force, sending it straight down the lane. It knocked down 7 pins. A respectable start, Julienne said, picking up her own ball. She took her turn, managing a spare. The game continued, with Alexander quickly adapting to the nuances of the sport. By the end, Julien had narrowly won. You learn quickly, Your Excellency. Perhaps next time I won't be so fortunate. Alexander inclined his head. A simple game, but it requires focus. I can see its appeal. For lunch, they chose a quiet restaurant on the mall's top floor. The staff, clearly aware of Alexander's presence, ensured their experience was flawless. They dined in a private corner, enjoying a selection of dishes that combined traditional Valorian flavors with modern twists. As they ate, Julien broke the silence. It's been a long time since we've had a day like this. Hasted Alexander nodded. Indeed, the demands of leadership leave little room for such moments. But even I recognize the need for balance. Julien smiled. It's good to see this side of you, Your Excellency. The people often see you as a symbol, but days like this remind me that you are still human. Alexander's tone softened slightly. Symbols have their purpose, but they are sustained by the people around them. Your dedication has been invaluable, Julien. She looked momentarily caught off guard, then nodded. Thank you, Your Excellency. That means a great deal. Their final stop was a cozy coffee shop near the mall's entrance. The warm aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as they sat at a small table, sipping their drinks. Alexander chose a strong black coffee, while Julien opted for a lighter blend. Atmosphere was relaxed, and for a moment it felt as though the weight of their responsibilities had lifted. They spoke of simpler things, memories of their early days working together, moments of triumph, and even small anecdotes about the staff at Volkshalle. Do you ever regret the path you've chosen? Julien asked quietly. Alexander's gaze lingered on his cup. Regret serves no purpose. The decisions I've made were necessary. What about you? Julien smiled faintly. I've never regretted serving Valoria. It's an honor to work alongside you, Your Excellency. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, and the hours slipped by unnoticed. When it was finally time to leave, both seemed reluctant to end the day. As they exited the mall and returned to the car, Alexander turned to Julien. This day was productive in its own way. Thank you for suggesting it. Julien nodded. Sometimes, even leaders need a moment to breathe. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The drive back to Volkshalle was quiet but comfortable. For a day, they had stepped away from the weight of their roles, finding a brief respite in the bustling city. But as they approached the towering building, the responsibilities of leadership awaited them once more. The evening quiet settled in the grand halls of Volkshalle, its usual air of authority replaced by an unusual calm. Alexander and Julien walked side by side through the winding corridors, their earlier activities still lingering in their minds. For a day, the supreme leader and his closest advisor had allowed themselves the smallest glimpse of normalcy, a life outside the weight of power. As they reached the private lounge reserved for moments of reprieve, Alexander gestured for Julien to enter first. The room was modest by Volkschalle's standards, with a roaring fire and 2 leather armchairs flanking a small table. A decanter of Valorian brandy and 2 crystal glasses waited, as if anticipating their arrival. Julien took a seat, smoothing the creases in her blazer. It's strange, isn't it, she remarked, watching the flames, to spend a day doing something so ordinary and yet feel so refreshed. Alexander poured a measure of brandy into both glasses, handing one to Julien before sitting across from her. Even the greatest machines require maintenance, Julien. Today served as ours. She chuckled softly, a rather mechanical metaphor, but ill allow it. They sat in silence for a moment, sipping their drinks. The warm amber liquid brought a welcome heat to the cool evening. What surprised me, Julien began, was how many people recognized you, even in your less formal attire. Alexander tilted his head slightly, the firelight glinting off his mask. Valoria's citizens are observant. That is both their strength and their safeguard, but none of them approached, she continued. Even those who seemed certain it was you kept their distance. Respect, Alexander replied simply. Perhaps also fear. They know their leader is always watching, even when unseen. Julien set her glass down and leaned back. And yet they smiled. They whispered, pointed, but their faces lit up. They seemed proud. Alexander's tone softened, because they understand. They know Valoria is strong, not because of one man, but because of unity. What they saw today was their leader walking among them, not above them. That is a bond no enemy can break. The conversation drifted naturally into the topics of the week to come. Julien opened a leather-bound notebook, flipping to a neatly tabbed page. Tomorrow, you're scheduled to meet with Minister Falk about the Britannian and Francois responses to our alliance with Nippon. They're growing increasingly insistent. Alexander set his glass down, the sound faint against the wood. Their insistence is irrelevant. Valoria does not bend to the whims of waning powers. Julien nodded, her pen poised. Shall I confirm the meeting for the afternoon? Do so, Alexander replied. We will remind them through action that Valoria's alliances are not up for debate. Julien scribbled a note, then glanced up. And the Nipponese delegation has requested a follow-up on the joint naval exercises. General Mori wishes to present a report on the outcomes. Alexander's mask inclined slightly. Arrange it for later in the week. Their insights have value, but I will not have our schedule dictated by external partners. Julianne closed the notebook. Understood. I'll ensure the schedule reflects your priorities. As the conversation ebbed, Alexander's eyes flicked toward a nearby shelf where a polished chessboard rested. He stood, moving to retrieve it. Join me for a game, Julianne, he said, setting it on the table between them. She arched an eyebrow. You enjoy defeating me too much, Your Excellency. Alexander's tone held the faintest hint of amusement. Perhaps I enjoy the challenge more than the victory. Julianne sighed dramatically but leaned forward to set up her pieces. Very well, but don't expect me to make it easy. The game began with slow, deliberate moves. Julianne opened aggressively, sending her knights forward to test Alexander's defenses. He countered with his pawns, creating a wall that forced her to reconsider. You're as cautious as ever, she remarked after a few moves, always thinking 3 steps ahead. Caution is the prelude to victory, Alexander replied, advancing a rook to trap one of her knights. She frowned at the board, then grinned. Perhaps, but boldness has its moments. With a swift move, she sacrificed her bishop to open a path for her queen. Alexander studied the board for a moment before nodding appreciatively. A calculated risk, and one that paid off, she said, capturing one of his rooks. The game continued, each move a reflection of their dynamic. Julian's bold strategies clashing with Alexander's meticulous planning. In the end, Alexander claimed victory, but only after a hard-fought match. Checkmate, he said, leaning back. You've improved. Julianne smirked. I've had an excellent teacher. After the game, they decided to take a brief walk through the gardens. The crisp night air was refreshing, carrying the faint scent of roses and lavender. Lanterns cast a gentle glow over the pathways, creating an atmosphere of peace. Julianne clasped her hands behind her back as they walked. Do you ever wonder, Your Excellency, what it would be like to live without all this, to step away from the responsibilities? Even for a time, Alexander's masked gaze turned toward her. Such thoughts are fleeting. My role is not one that can be abandoned. Valoria's strength lies in its consistency. She nodded. I understand. But even leaders need moments of clarity, as we had today. Perhaps we should make this a more regular occurrence. Alexander's tone was thoughtful. Perhaps. Balance is essential, even in leadership. They paused near a fountain, its gentle bubbling filling the silence. Julianne spoke again, her voice softer. If I may ask, what drives you, Your Excellency, beyond duty, beyond power, what keeps you moving forward? Alexander was quiet for a moment before replying. Valoria itself, the people, their potential. My vision is for a nation unshaken by the chaos of the world. That vision is worth any sacrifice. Julianne smiled faintly. Then it's a vision I am proud to support. Experience more on Empire. They returned to the lounge, where Alexander poured a second glass of brandy for each of them. As they sat by the fire, Julianne spoke again. Today was unusual, but in the best way. I can't recall the last time we had a day like this. Nor can I, Alexander admitted, but perhaps it is a reminder that even leaders are human. Julianne nodded, a valuable reminder, and one I hope we can repeat in time. As the fire crackled softly, the weight of the day began to settle. For a brief moment, the supreme leader of Valoria and his trusted advisor allowed themselves to simply be 2 individuals bound by duty, yet capable of finding solace in the simplicity of a day well spent. November 7, 1939, Volkschau. Valoria, the black convoy of armored vehicles, departed Volkschau at sunrise, weaving through the meticulously maintained streets of the capital. Inside the lead car sat Alexander, the supreme leader of Valoria, his mask gleaming faintly in the morning light. Beside him sat Matthew Schreiber, chief infrastructure planner, holding a clipboard filled with notes and maps of the day's itinerary. This is an important day, Matthew, Alexander said, his voice calm but firm. These projects are not merely symbols of progress. They are the foundation of Valoria's future. Matthew nodded, his grip tightening on the clipboard. Your Excellency, the projects we will visit today showcase the strength of our vision. The people see them as a testament to your leadership. Alexander's gaze turned toward the window, watching as the bustling streets of Volkschau faded into the industrial outskirts. Good. Let us see if the work being done matches the promises. The convoy arrived at the Volkschau Grand Railway Terminal, where the air buzzed with activity. Workers in uniforms moved like a well-oiled machine, hoisting steel beams and laying the groundwork for what would become the largest transportation hub in Valoria. Alexander stepped out of the car, his imposing figure drawing immediate attention. Supervisors snapped to attention, their hands raised in salutes. Herr Weiss, Matthew called, gesturing to the project manager. This is your opportunity. Weiss approached cautiously, bowing slightly before addressing Alexander. Your Excellency, welcome to the Grand Railway Terminal. Progress is steady. The main terminal structure is nearing completion, and we've begun laying tracks for the underground connections. Alexander's masked visage tilted slightly as he surveyed the towering framework. How long until it becomes operational? Weiss glanced at his notes. Phase 1 is set to complete by mid-1940, Your Excellency. The underground rail will follow shortly thereafter. Alexander's voice was measured. Ensure that the underground phase does not lag behind. Efficiency is paramount. Delays will not be tolerated. Yes, Your Excellency, Weiss replied, his tone unwavering. Before departing, Alexander observed the workers for a moment. They are disciplined. Good. Discipline builds progress. The convoy's next stop was the Volkshell hydroelectric dam, located on the outskirts of the capital. The sheer scale of the project was breathtaking. The dam stretched across the valley, its concrete structure towering over the river below. Workers operated cranes, welding machinery into place and reinforcing the massive floodgates. Engineer Rienerfeld greeted them at the base of the dam. Your Excellency, this dam will provide power to over half the capital and its surrounding regions. It is a centerpiece of our energy infrastructure. Alexander stepped closer to the edge, overlooking the roaring river beneath the dam. And what challenges have you faced? Riener hesitated before replying. There were initial delays in transporting turbine components, but those have been resolved. We are on track to meet the completion deadline. Alexander's tone remained firm. Valoria's power grid relies on this project. Ensure that no further delays occur. Failure is not an option. Riener nodded, visibly relieved as Alexander turned to Matthew. This dam will power the industries and homes of Valoria. Its importance cannot be overstated. The convoy continued to the Volkshell Inner Ring Highway, a sprawling project designed to reduce traffic congestion and improve connectivity. Construction crews were busy paving roads, building overpasses, and reinforcing tunnels. Urban planner Ingrid Vogel greeted the delegation, her clipboard as full as Matthew's. Your Excellency, the northern loop is nearing completion, while the southern section is entering the final paving stage. Alexander observed the intricate map Ingrid presented. And what provisions have been made for public transport? We've coordinated with tram and bus systems to ensure seamless integration, Ingrid replied. The highway includes dedicated lanes for mass transit vehicles. Alexander walked to a section of the site where workers were laying asphalt. The highway must serve all citizens equally, commuters, traders, and travelers. Do not favor one at the expense of another. Understood, Your Excellency, Ingrid said, bowing slightly. As they returned to the convoy, Alexander remarked to Matthew, this highway is a symbol of unity. It must connect, not divide. The civic hospital was the next destination. The expansion project aimed to double the hospital's capacity and introduce cutting-edge medical facilities. Dr. Annalise Brandt, the hospital's chief administrator, welcomed them. Your Excellency, this expansion includes 200 new beds, advanced surgical theaters, and a dedicated research wing. Alexander scanned the partially constructed building. When will it be operational? By late 1940, Your Excellency, Dr. Brandt replied. Staff recruitment and training are already underway to ensure the facility is ready from day one. Alexander's voice carried a hint of approval. Good, the health of Valoria's citizens is paramount. Ensure that every aspect of this facility reflects our standards. Dr. Brandt bowed as Alexander and Matthew continued their tour of the site. The construction teams worked diligently, their focus unwavering under the Supreme Leader's watchful eye. The final stop was the Volkshell Industrial Park, a sprawling complex that represented Valoria's industrial ambitions. The air was filled with the hum of machinery as factories took shape, their steel frames rising like monuments to progress. Project Supervisor Klaus Stein greeted Alexander with a respectful bow. Your Excellency, this site will house manufacturing facilities, research labs, and worker accommodations. Alexander gestured toward a row of housing units under construction. The workers must live close to their work. Are these accommodations adequate? Yes, Your Excellency, Stein replied. We're building schools, clinics, and recreational spaces to ensure their well-being. Alexander nodded. A healthy and satisfied workforce is a productive one. Continue. As they returned to the convoy, Alexander turned to Matthew. This industrial park represents Valoria's future. It must be flawless. By the time they returned to Volkshell, the sun was beginning to set. Alexander sat in his study, reviewing the notes Matthew had compiled throughout the day. Your observations, Matthew, Alexander said, his tone firm but thoughtful. Do these projects meet your expectations? They do. Your Excellency, Matthew replied. The workers are dedicated and the supervisors are capable. Valoria's infrastructure will set a new standard. Alexander's gloved hand rested on the table. Good. These projects are not just for today but for generations to come. Ensure they reflect the strength and unity of Valoria. Matthew bowed slightly. I will, Your Excellency. As the study grew quiet, Alexander leaned back in his chair. The day's inspections had reaffirmed his belief in Valoria's potential. The nation was rising, brick by brick, powered by its people and guided by his vision. The convoy pressed onward toward the sprawling military testing grounds outside Volkshell. Alexander, flanked by his trusted advisor Matthew Schreiber, remained quiet in the armored car. The air was thick with anticipation. Today's inspections would focus on two pivotal projects. The stakes were high, as both represented Valoria's future dominance in military technology. Matthew cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Your Excellency, the first stop will be the Valorian Aeronautics Division. Colonel Kruger will introduce the VAF-01, our turbine engine aircraft prototype. From there, we'll proceed to the Ministry of Defense's Nuclear Energy Research Facility, where Minister Thompson and Dr. Reinhardt will provide an update on the VE-01 reactor. Alexander nodded slightly, his masked visage betraying no emotion. These are not routine inspections, Matthew. I expect to see progress, not promises. Ensure the appropriate reports are prepared before our return. Yes, Your Excellency, Matthew replied, scribbling notes in his leather-bound journal. The convoy came to a halt on the airfield, where the sleek prototype VAF-01 awaited. Engineers scurried around it, adjusting panels and preparing for the demonstration. The aircraft, gleaming under the midday sun, was a symbol of Valoria's ambition to redefine air superiority. Colonel Wilhelm Kruger, a tall man with a sharp demeanor, approached Alexander with a brisk salute. Your Excellency, welcome. This is the VAF-01, the pride of our aeronautics program. Alexander's gaze fixed on the prototype. Describe its capabilities. Kruger gestured toward the aircraft. The VAF-01 is powered by a state-of-the-art turbine engine, capable of reaching speeds over 800 kilometers per hour and altitudes that surpass traditional aircraft. Its operational range is nearly double that of our current fleet, allowing for deep strike capabilities. And the challenges Alexander asked, his tone calm yet probing. Kruger hesitated before answering. The engine generates excessive heat, requiring an advanced cooling system that is still in development. Additionally, its fuel consumption is higher than anticipated, which limits its endurance at maximum speed. Alexander turned to Matthew. Document these issues. The project must remain on schedule, regardless of these setbacks. Yes, Your Excellency, Matthew said, jotting down every word. Colonel Kruger straightened. We've prepared a demonstration flight, Your Excellency. The VAF-01 will perform a series of maneuvers to showcase its capabilities. Alexander inclined his head. Proceed. The ground crew scrambled to prepare the aircraft. The turbine engine roared to life, its deep growl resonating across the airfield. The VAF-01 taxied to the runway and took off with a thunderous ascent, its streamlined body cutting through the sky. It executed sharp turns, rapid climbs, and dives, demonstrating its agility and power. Alexander observed silently from the observation deck. After several minutes, the aircraft returned to the ground, landing smoothly. Impressive, he said to Kruger, but potential means nothing without results. Address the shortcomings immediately. I expect a fully operational prototype within a year. Kruger saluted sharply. It will be done, Your Excellency. Site 2, Nuclear Energy Research Facility. The convoy resumed its journey, heading to a heavily guarded facility where Valoria's most secretive research projects were underway. Soldiers saluted as the vehicles passed through multiple checkpoints, ensuring the utmost security for the nation's most ambitious endeavor. Minister of Defense Gerald Thompson and Dr. Helmut Reinhardt awaited Alexander at the entrance. The two men bowed respectfully as Alexander stepped out of the vehicle. Your Excellency, Thompson began, it is an honor to present the progress of our nuclear energy program. Today, you will witness the VE-01 reactor, a prototype that represents Valoria's leap into the future. Alexander motioned for them to proceed. Show me. The group entered a reinforced laboratory filled with scientists and engineers working diligently. The centerpiece of the room was the VE-01 reactor, encased in layers of steel and glass. Monitors displayed readings of temperature, radiation levels, and energy output. Dr. Reinhardt stepped forward. Your Excellency, the VE-01 is Valoria's first functional nuclear reactor. It has successfully achieved controlled nuclear reactions, capable of generating immense energy. This technology could revolutionize both our military and civilian infrastructure. Alexander's gaze shifted to the reactor. How close are we to practical application? Reinhardt adjusted his glasses. We are in the early stages, Your Excellency. Scaling the technology for widespread use will require significant resources. Safety remains a critical concern, as even a minor failure could have catastrophic consequences. Alexander's tone grew sharper. Failure is not an option, Dr. Reinhardt. What resources do you require to expedite progress? Additional funding, specialized materials, and more personnel, Reinhardt replied. With these, we could accelerate the development process and begin broader testing. Alexander turned to Minister Thompson. How does this align with our military strategy? Thompson stood at attention. Your Excellency, nuclear energy will redefine warfare. It can power advanced weaponry, enable self-sustaining bases, and if necessary, provide a deterrent that no enemy would dare challenge. Alexander's voice was steady. Ensure that progress continues without compromising safety. I want updates every 2 weeks. Thompson and Reinhardt saluted. Understood, Your Excellency. As the convoy made its way back to Volkschau, Alexander sat in silence, deep in thought. The day's inspections had revealed both promise and challenge. The VAF-01 showcased Valoria's technological edge but required refinement. The nuclear reactor held transformative potential but demanded caution. Your Excellency, Matthew said, breaking the silence, today's projects reflect Valoria's ambition. They are steps towards securing our place as the world's foremost power. Alexander's masked gaze turned toward Matthew. Ambition is meaningless without execution. Convey to Kruger and Reinhardt that I expect tangible results, not promises. Yes, Your Excellency, Matthew replied, scribbling notes in his journal. As the convoy approached Volkschau, Alexander issued his final orders. Schedule follow-up inspections in 2 weeks. I want detailed reports from both divisions. Valoria's strength lies in its ability to innovate and adapt. These projects must not falter. Understood, Your Excellency, Matthew said. The convoy entered the gates of Volkschau, where Alexander stepped out, his mind already focused on the next steps. The future of Valoria depended on the success of these initiatives, and he would ensure that every effort was made to secure the nation's supremacy. November 10, 1939, St. Petersburg. Ruthenia Empire. The streets of St. Petersburg were a portrait of chaos. Once grand boulevards were now filled with angry crowds, their voices rising in a deafening symphony of rage and despair. The defeat in the war against Valoria had devastated Ruthenia, and the wounds of humiliation were fresh. But it wasn't just the military loss that fueled the unrest, it was the crumbling economy, the rising cost of basic goods, and the growing divide between the rulers and the ruled. Outside the Winter Palace, the heart of imperial authority, thousands of protesters gathered. They carried makeshift banners scrawled with angry slogans. Down with the Zsar, no more suffering, bread, not bullets. Police and soldiers formed a shaky line between the palace and the mob, their expressions betraying their own doubts. Some had families in the same streets, facing the same hunger, the same hopelessness. In the midst of the turmoil, Ivan Petrov, a factory worker and father of 3, stood atop a crate, his voice cutting through the crowd. How long will we suffer for their failures? How long will our children starve while they feast behind those walls? The crowd roared in agreement, fists raised high. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich sat at the head of the council chamber, his advisors arguing amongst themselves. The once-proud ruler now looked weary, his eyes shadowed from sleepless nights. We cannot ignore this any longer, Your Majesty, Count Mikhailov said, slamming his fist on the table. The people are starving, the treasury is drained. If we do not act, this unrest will become a full-blown revolution. And what do you suggest? Snapped General Orlov, his uniform immaculate despite the chaos outside. Capitulate to the mob, let them dictate terms that will only embolden them. Count Mikhailov retorted, ignoring them has done nothing but worsen the situation. The cost of bread has tripled and wages have stagnated. We promise sacrifices for victory, but all we've delivered is defeat and despair. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich raised a hand, silencing the room. His voice was quiet but firm. Enough. We are not here to bicker like children. What are our options? Finance Minister Ivanov cleared his throat nervously. Your Majesty, we could impose price controls on essential goods to ease the burden on the people. It would be a temporary solution, but it might buy us time. And what of the treasury? Ivan asked, his tone sharp. Ivanov hesitated. The treasury is severely depleted, Your Majesty. Additional measures would be required, perhaps loans from Francois or Britannia. The room fell silent. Turning to the window, Alexei gazed out at the distant flames of street bonfires, the voices of the people faint but unrelenting. Near Nevsky Prospect, clashes erupted between protesters and police. A line of mounted officers charged into the crowd, swinging batons to break up the demonstrations. Screams echoed as people scattered, some fighting back with whatever they could find: bricks, wooden planks, even bare fists. A young woman named Anya, barely 20, stood her ground. Her father had died in the war, and her family now survived on scraps. They cannot silence all of us. She shouted, her voice filled with defiance, but the force of the police was overwhelming. Anya was struck down, her cries drowned in the chaos. Ivan Petrov rushed to help her, pulling her to safety as the crowd retaliated, forcing the police to retreat. You're a brave, Kalashkov said, helping Anya to her feet, but bravery won't fill our stomachs. No, Anya replied, wiping blood from her lip, but it will remind them that we won't bow. As night fell, the protests showed no sign of stopping. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich paced the chamber, his nerves fraying. General Orlov stood by the window, watching the fires in the distance. Continue reading at Empire, Your Majesty, Orlov said. If this continues, the revolutionaries will grow bolder. They might storm the palace. We must consider declaring martial law. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich paused, weighing the suggestion. And how many of our own people would die? General, how many soldiers would turn their guns on their neighbors? Their families. Count Mikhailov stepped forward. Your Majesty, we must address the people directly. A speech, a promise of reform, something to show them you are still their ruler. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich shook his head. Words will not calm the hunger in their bellies. But you are right, we must do something. The flickering light of torches illuminated the faces of the angry crowd as Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich took his place on the hastily erected platform. His imperial regalia, though meticulously crafted, could not mask the weariness in his movements or the tension in his voice. The square fell into an uneasy silence as thousands waited to hear the words of their beleaguered leader. My people, Ivan began, his voice carrying over the restless crowd, I have heard your cries. I see your suffering and I feel the weight of your pain. I stand before you not as a distant ruler, but as a man who understands the trials you endure. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Some were hopeful, others skeptical. Ivan continued, Today I announce immediate reforms. Price controls on bread and essential goods will take effect. Government support will be extended to reopen factories and ensure fair wages. These are not just words, but actions that begin now. The crowd responded with a mixture of cheers and jeers. Ivan raised his hand to quiet them, preparing to say more when a sharp crack rang out, splitting the tense air. The Tsar staggered, clutching his left shoulder as a crimson stain spread across his golden robe. The crowd erupted in gasps and screams. Ivan's guards rushed to his side, their shouts of alarm cutting through the chaos. Sniper. One of the officers yelled, pointing toward the rooftops. High above the square, a shadowy figure darted out of sight, leaving behind only the faint glint of a rifle barrel. Police scrambled to locate the shooter, while the Tsar's guards began dragging him off the platform. Get him inside, barked General Orlov, who had been overseeing security. His face was pale but resolute. The crowd, initially frozen in shock, descended into chaos. Protesters surged forward, desperate to see what had happened, while the police formed a barricade to hold them back. Mistrust and panic spread like wildfire. One of the police commanders, believing the sniper might be hidden among the crowd, shouted an order that would prove catastrophic. Ready your rifles. The assassin is among them. The officers hesitated for a moment, but then aimed their weapons at the restless crowd. Protesters near the front, unaware of the misunderstanding, shouted in protest, throwing stones and debris at the advancing line of police. A single gunshot cracked the air, followed by another. Then came the roar of a full volley. The volley of gunfire sent shockwaves through Palace Square, ripping through the panicked crowd. Protesters screamed and scattered in every direction, trampling one another in the chaos. The sharp crack of rifles echoed off the surrounding buildings, drowning out the cries of the wounded and dying. Kalashnikov dove behind a cart, pulling Anya down with him. Stay low, he shouted, shielding her from the carnage. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the coppery scent of blood. They're killing us, Anya cried, her voice breaking. Why are they doing this? They think the assassin is here, Ivan replied grimly. Fools, they're only making it worse. The police, still unsure of the sniper's location, fired sporadically into the crowd, their actions fueled by panic and confusion. Some officers shouted at each other to cease fire, but the lines of command had already broken. Protesters retaliated by hurling rocks, bottles, and anything they could find, further escalating the violence. Above the square, the sniper slinked through the shadows of the rooftops, his mission complete. He discarded his rifle and disappeared into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving behind only chaos in his wake. Inside the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich was rushed into a secure room by his guards. Blood seeped through his bandaged shoulder, staining his once pristine robes. The royal physician worked frantically, applying pressure to the wound. You'll live, Your Majesty, the physician said, but you must rest. The Tsar winced, his face pale. Rest? Do you hear what's happening out there? He gestured weakly toward the window, where the sounds of gunfire and screaming could still be heard. This massacre is on my watch. General Orlov entered the room, his face grim. Your Majesty, the situation is out of control. The police are firing on the crowd. We've lost communication with half the units in the square. Tsar Ivan's voice was laced with despair. Stop them. Whatever it takes, stop this madness. Orlov nodded and rushed out, barking orders to the remaining guards. By the time the firing ceased, the square was a scene of horror. Bodies lay strewn across the cobblestones, their blood pooling in the torchlight. Survivors huddled in corners, their faces etched with shock and grief. The once defiant chants had been replaced by a haunting silence. Kalashnikov emerged cautiously from his hiding place, pulling Anya along. They stepped over the lifeless forms of men and women who had stood beside them only moments ago. This isn't a protest anymore, Anya whispered, tears streaming down her face. It's a massacre. Kalashnikov's jaw clenched, and it will be remembered as the day the Tsar declared war on his own people. As dawn broke over St. Petersburg, news of the massacre spread like wildfire. Word reached the surrounding towns and villages, igniting fresh protests and strikes. Factories shut down as workers refused to return to their posts. Trains halted as railway unions declared solidarity with the dead. The entire empire teetered on the edge of collapse. Inside the Winter Palace, the council reconvened in the early hours of the morning. The mood was somber, the weight of the previous night hanging heavily over the room. 70 dead, Count Mikhailov said, his voice barely above a whisper. Over 200 injured. The people are calling it Bloody Night. Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich sat in silence, his injured shoulder wrapped in fresh bandages. He looked older, his face gaunt and his eyes hollow. What do they want now, he asked finally. They demand your abdication, Mikhailov replied bluntly. They blame you for the massacre. Some factions are already calling for a republic. General Orlov slammed his fist on the table. Abdication madness. The Tsar is Ruthenia. Without him, there is no empire. Count Mikhailov shot back, and with him, there may be no people left to rule. This empire is crumbling, General, and last night may have sealed its fate. The room erupted into arguments, voices overlapping as each advisor tried to make their point. Ivan raised his hand, silencing them. What are our immediate options, he asked, his voice barely audible. Finance Minister Ivanov spoke cautiously. Your Majesty, we could offer a public apology and immediate reforms. Release political prisoners, impose stricter controls on the police, and expand relief efforts for the poor. And will that bring back the dead? Ivan asked bitterly. No, Ivanov admitted, but it may prevent more deaths. The people need to see that you are still capable of ruling. While the palace debated its next steps, underground revolutionary groups seized the moment. In hidden meeting places across St. Petersburg, leaders of various factions gathered to discuss their plans. Anya sat beside Kalashkov in a dimly lit basement, where a dozen men and women listened to a speaker. The man, a former army officer named Sergei Volkov, spoke with fiery conviction. The massacre proves what we've known all along, Volkov said. This regime is rotten to its core. The Tsar is not a leader, he's a tyrant who clings to power at any cost. What can we do? A young man asked. They have the guns, the soldiers. Volkov's eyes gleamed. We have the people. Strike their supply lines. Sabotage their factories. Turn their soldiers against them. This is no longer a protest, it's a revolution. Anya clenched her fists. Count me in. Kalashkov placed a hand on her shoulder. Be careful, Anya. Revolution is not just about fighting, it's about survival. By evening, the Tsar stood once more before a microphone, his voice broadcast across the empire. His words were heavy, laden with regret. To the people of Ruthenia, he began, last night, tragedy struck our beloved nation. Blood was spilled and lives were lost. For this, I take full responsibility. The admission shocked both his advisors and the public. Tsar Ivan continued, I have failed to protect you, my people. I have failed to provide for you in your time of need, but I will not abandon you now. He outlined sweeping reforms, the dismissal of key officials, investigations into the massacre, and an emergency relief fund for the families of the victims. But his words, though heartfelt, did little to stem the rising tide of anger. Enjoy new tales from Empire. As the speech ended, the streets of St. Petersburg remained tense. Protesters continued to gather, their demands for justice growing louder. Revolutionary factions gained momentum, their calls for action spreading beyond the capital. Inside the palace, Tsar Ivan Alexandrovich sat alone, staring at his reflection in a gilded mirror. The bandage on his shoulder was a stark reminder of the night's events, but it was the haunted look in his eyes that revealed the true cost. For the first time, he wondered if the empire he had fought so hard to preserve was slipping through his fingers. London, Britannia. The oak-paneled walls of the Britannian parliament echoed with the murmur of anxious voices. Prime Minister Edmund Hastings stood before the assembled members of his cabinet, the weight of recent events heavy on his shoulders. A large map of Eastern Europe was pinned on the wall behind him, Ruthenia marked with a red circle. Hastings began, his tone somber. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation in Ruthenia has escalated beyond mere unrest. The massacre in St. Petersburg has exposed the fragility of the Tsar's grip on power. We are witnessing the unraveling of a nation. Foreign Secretary Richard Bellamy cleared his throat. Prime Minister, reports indicate that revolutionary groups are gaining traction across Ruthenia. Factories are shutting down, transport lines are paralyzed, and entire regions are refusing to recognize imperial authority. Do we have any intelligence on who's leading these movements? Asked Defense Minister George Pembroke. Bellamy nodded. A mix of factions, Minister. Some are led by former military officers, while others are grassroots movements driven by the working class. There's no single leader, but their goal is clear: topple the monarchy and establish a new government. Hastings frowned. And how does this impact Britannia? Pembroke spoke, his voice steady. Ruthenia's collapse would destabilize Eastern Europe. Neighboring nations could be dragged into civil war, and our own interests in the region, particularly trade routes, would be at risk. We must tread carefully, Bellamy added. Publicly, we can condemn the violence, but we cannot be seen as propping up a crumbling regime. Our stance should be one of neutrality for now. Hastings nodded, his gaze fixed on the map. Increase intelligence efforts in Ruthenia. I want daily updates. And ensure that our embassy in St. Petersburg is prepared for evacuation if the situation worsens. Paris, Francois. In the grand halls of the Élysée Palace, President Charles Moreau convened a meeting with his advisors. The polished marble floors and gilded chandeliers seemed at odds with the grim topic at hand. Defense Minister Henry Lefebvre began his briefing. Mr. President, the massacre in St. Petersburg has sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Ruthenia is on the brink of collapse, and the revolutionaries show no signs of backing down. Moreau leaned forward, his hands clasped. And what does this mean for Francois? Lefebvre exchanged a glance with Foreign Minister Jean-Luc Arnaud before speaking. A destabilized Ruthenia could embolden revolutionary sentiments elsewhere, including within our own borders. We must take measures to ensure that their chaos does not spill over into Francois. Arnaud added, additionally, the Tsar's government owes significant debts to Francois. If Ruthenia falls into anarchy, we may never recover those loans. Moreau's expression darkened. A financial loss is unfortunate, but manageable. What I am more concerned about is the potential for a power vacuum. Who would step in to control Ruthenia's vast resources? Arnaud hesitated. Valoria is a possibility, Mr. President. They've shown interest in expanding their influence, and a weakened Ruthenia presents an opportunity. Moreau nodded grimly. Then we must act to prevent such an outcome. Send diplomatic envoys to Ruthenia's neighboring states. Let them know that Francois stands ready to support regional stability. And prepare a public statement condemning the violence while urging restraint. Berlin, Traisenberg. In the imperial palace of Traisenberg, Emperor Edward sat with his advisors around a long mahogany table. The room was silent except for the sound of General von Helmut's boots clicking against the polished floor as he paced. Your Majesty, Prince Theodore began, the events in Ruthenia are unprecedented. The Tsar's authority is disintegrating, and revolutionary forces are gaining momentum. This could have severe implications for Traisenberg. Emperor Edward raised an eyebrow. Implications explain. Theodore gestured toward a map spread across the table. Ruthenia shares borders with several of our allied states. If their government collapses, it could lead to an influx of refugees, destabilize our trade routes, and encourage dissent within our own borders. He continued, additionally, Your Majesty, Ruthenia's instability could shift the balance of power in Eastern Europe. If revolutionary forces succeed, they may seek to export their ideology to other nations, including ours. The emperor leaned back in his chair, his gaze contemplative. And what of the Tsar? Does he have any hope of regaining control? Theodore shook his head. Unlikely, Your Majesty. The massacre in St. Petersburg has eroded what little support he had among the people. Even his own military is beginning to waver. Then what course of action do you propose? He asked. Theodore replied, we must prepare for all eventualities, strengthen our borders, increase military readiness, and monitor developments closely. At the same time, we should consider reaching out to both the Tsar and the revolutionaries to understand their positions. Edward nodded. Very well, keep me informed. Traisenberg cannot afford to be caught off guard. Washington, Fredonia. In the Oval Office, President William Harcourt sat with his National Security Advisor, Margaret Lane, and Secretary of State James Harlow. The mood was tense as they reviewed the latest reports from Ruthenia. This massacre has changed everything, Harcourt said, placing the documents on his desk. Ruthenia is spiraling into chaos, and the rest of the world is watching. Lane nodded. The humanitarian crisis alone is staggering, Mr. President. Thousands are fleeing the cities, and the death toll is rising. If this continues, we could see one of the largest refugee crises in recent history. And how does this impact Fredonia? Harcourt asked. Harlow spoke up. Economically, Ruthenia's instability could disrupt global markets, particularly in resources like oil and steel. Politically, it's a powder keg. If the revolution succeeds, it could inspire similar movements elsewhere. Harcourt leaned back, his expression thoughtful. And what about our rivals? How are they reacting? Lane replied. Britannia and Francois are focusing on containment, but their approaches differ. Francois is more concerned about the financial implications, while Britannia is monitoring the geopolitical fallout. And Valoria? Harcourt asked. They haven't made any moves yet, Harlow said, but their silence is telling. They could be waiting for the right moment to act. Harcourt nodded. Keep a close eye on them. And in the meantime, draft a statement expressing concern over the violence in Ruthenia. Emphasize our commitment to peace and stability, but avoid taking sides. Your journey continues on Empire Tokyo, Nippon Empire. In the Imperial Palace of Nippon, Emperor Hiroki met with Prime Minister Takashi Hara and Foreign Minister Nakamura. The room was quiet, the gravity of the discussion evident in their expressions. The events in Ruthenia are troubling, Hara began. The massacre has ignited a revolution that could have far-reaching consequences. Hiroki nodded. And how does this affect Nippon? Nakamura replied. Directly, not much. But indirectly, it could shift the balance of power in Europe. A revolution in Ruthenia could inspire unrest in other regions, including Asia. Hara added we should monitor the situation closely and consider sending observers. If Ruthenia collapses, it could create opportunities or threats for Nippon. Hiroki's gaze was steady. Prepare a report on the potential impacts, and ensure that our stance remains clear. Nippon values stability, but we will not involve ourselves unless absolutely necessary. As the world reacted to the unfolding crisis in Ruthenia, one thing became clear: the empire's future hung by a thread. Its collapse would not only reshape Eastern Europe, but also reverberate across the globe, drawing in powers both near and far. For now, the world watched, waiting to see whether the Zsar could salvage his empire, or if Ruthenia would fall into the abyss of revolution. November 15, 1939, Volkshell, Valoria. The strategy chamber within Volkshell buzzed with muted activity as aides hurriedly passed documents and whispered updates into each other's ears. Alexander sat at the head of the long, polished table, his ever-present mask reflecting the soft glow of the overhead light. Julianne, seated to his right, scanned the latest reports from Ruthenia, her sharp eyes missing nothing. She adjusted her glasses before speaking. Your Excellency, she began, her tone steady. The situation in Ruthenia is worsening by the hour. Reports indicate that revolutionary factions are uniting under a loose coalition. The Tsar's forces are stretched thin, and key cities are slipping out of his control. Alexander leaned back in his chair, his gloved fingers steepled. And how has the rest of Europe responded? Julianne flipped to another page in her folder. Predictably, Britannia and Francois have issued statements urging calm while offering no concrete assistance. Trisenberg, of course, is concerned about the potential spillover. They're bolstering their borders and preparing for a wave of refugees. Fredonia is maintaining its distance, as always. A faint chuckle escaped Alexander's lips. And what of Ruthenia's Tsar? Does he cling to his crumbling throne? He does, Julianne replied, but his speeches have lost their power. The people no longer listen. Even some within his military are rumored to be defecting to the revolutionaries. Alexander's masked face turned toward her. Excellent. Julianne blinked, her composure faltering for a moment. Excellent, Your Excellency, forgive me, but I fail to see how chaos in Ruthenia benefits Valoria. Their instability could spill across borders, disrupting trade and creating unforeseen complications. Alexander leaned forward, the edge of his tone sharpening. You misunderstand, Julianne. This is not mere chaos. This is an opportunity, one I have anticipated for years. Julianne tilted her head, curiosity replacing her confusion. You've been waiting for this since when? Alexander's voice carried the weight of conviction. Since the day I realized that Valoria's rise would not be cemented through strength alone, but through the dismantling of the old world order. Europe is ruled by monarchs clinging to outdated ideals of divine right and inherited power. Ruthenia is merely the first domino. Her brows furrowed, and the revolution in Ruthenia is the angle you've been seeking precisely, Alexander said. The world believes in stability in the status quo, but revolutions have a way of shattering those illusions. They destabilize governments, erode institutions, and most importantly, inspire the masses. The oppressed in one nation see the oppressed in another rising up, and they begin to question their own rulers. That questioning is contagious. Julianne leaned back, digesting his words. So your plan is to assist the Ruthenian revolutionaries? Alexander nodded. Help them, fund them, arm them, but not openly. Such actions must remain clandestine. The world must not suspect Valoria's involvement. Julianne crossed her arms, skepticism flickering in her eyes. Why? What does Valoria gain from a successful revolution in Ruthenia? Discover hidden stories at Empire. Alexander's voice turned colder, calculated. Julianne, revolutions do not stop at borders. If Ruthenia falls, the idea of revolution will spread. Trisenberg, Britannia, even Francois, they all have populations burdened by inequality, by archaic systems of governance. A spark in Ruthenia could set Europe ablaze. Monarchs would fall like chess pieces, one by one. In the aftermath, Valoria could emerge not as a kingdom, but as a guiding power in a new order. Julianne's lips pressed into a thin line, and Trisenberg, Alexander's tone shifted, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Ah, Trisenberg, they've long prided themselves on being a bastion of imperial strength. But revolutions terrify monarchies. The fear of losing power makes them paranoid, reactive. Trisenberg will expend its resources trying to contain the spread of rebellion, weakening itself from within. And once they're weakened, Julianne asked. Valoria strikes, Alexander said simply, not with brute force but with precision. We offer stability where they offer fear. Their people, tired of imperial rule, will look to us for guidance. And when the time comes, Trisenberg will either submit or collapse entirely. Julianne exhaled, her mind racing through the implications. It's bold, Your Excellency, but revolutions are unpredictable. Even if Ruthenia succeeds, how can you be certain the movement will spread? Alexander's gloved hand gestured toward the folder in front of her. History, Julianne. Every revolution begins with a crack in the system, a single event that exposes the vulnerability of power. Ruthenia's massacre was that crack. The people of Europe are watching. They see the Zsar faltering, his once mighty empire crumbling under the weight of its own contradictions. They will ask themselves, if it can happen there, why not here? Julianne tapped her pen against the table. And the revolutionaries, how do we approach them? Through intermediaries, Alexander replied. Find discontented merchants, sympathetic intellectuals, even criminal networks. Supply them with funds, weapons, and information. Ensure they have the means to sustain their uprising. And what of the risks? Julianne pressed. If this backfires, if the revolution fails, Valoria's fingerprints, however faint, could draw the ire of the old powers. Alexander's voice was steady, unwavering. Every great endeavor carries risk. But consider this, the old powers are already suspicious of us. They see Valoria's strength as a threat. Whether we act or not, they will seek to contain us. The difference is, by acting, we shape the outcome. By standing idle, we merely react. Julianne nodded slowly, her skepticism giving way to cautious agreement. It's audacious, but I see the logic. Alexander leaned back, a faint note of satisfaction in his tone. Audacity is what separates leaders from followers. Julianne. Valoria was not built on timidity. She closed her folder, a small smile tugging at her lips. Very well, Your Excellency. I'll begin identifying intermediaries and drafting plans for covert assistance to the revolutionaries. Good, Alexander said, but remember, timing is everything. We act too soon and we expose ourselves. We act too late and the opportunity slips away. Julianne stood, gathering her materials. Understood, Your Excellency. I'll ensure the plans are ready for your review within the week. As she turned to leave, Alexander spoke again, his voice softer yet no less commanding. Julianne. She paused, glancing back. History is not written by those who wait. It is written by those who seize the moment. Let us ensure that Valoria is remembered not as a bystander, but as the architect of a new era. Julianne inclined her head. Of course, Your Excellency. As the door closed behind her, Alexander remained seated, his gaze fixed on the flickering light of the chamber's single lamp. The revolution in Ruthenia was only the beginning, a spark that could ignite a fire across Europe. And in that fire, he saw Valoria's future forged stronger, bolder, and unchallenged. November 20th, 1939, St. Petersburg, Ruthenia. The air was heavy with the biting cold of late November as Johannes Krieg stepped off the train at St. Petersburg's main station. His dark coat and scarf blended seamlessly with the sea of commuters, most of whom wore similarly muted colors. The Valorian agent moved with practiced ease, his leather briefcase firmly in hand. To anyone observing, he was nothing more than a foreign journalist, his expression calm, almost detached. The reality, however, was far more calculated. Johans was one of Valoria's most experienced operatives, and his mission was clear: infiltrate Ruthenia's revolutionary movement, establish contact with its leaders, and lay the groundwork for Alexander's grand strategy. Navigating the web of revolutionary cells in St. Petersburg was no simple task. Ruthenia's underground was a fragmented coalition of workers, intellectuals, and defected soldiers, each faction suspicious of outsiders. Johans had spent days preparing for this moment, studying the city's shifting allegiances and the habits of key figures. How first, Johans began by attending public demonstrations, carefully noting individuals who seemed to command attention. His eyes were drawn to a young man distributing leaflets near Nevsky Prospect Petya Solikov, a known courier for the Workers' Alliance. And second, supply chains. Revolutionary movements relied on supply lines for food, weapons, and communication. By tracking shipments of illegal pamphlets and confiscated weapons, Johans identified patterns that led him to a small printing press disguised as a bakery. That way, he was able to find them. December 10, 1939. Johans arrived at the warehouse just after sunset, his steps deliberate but not rushed. The entrance was guarded by two men holding rifles, their eyes wary. He approached with his hands visible, his voice calm but firm. I am Johannes Krieg, a journalist from Volkshulhut. I've come to document the truth of your struggle. The guards exchanged glances, their suspicion palpable. One of them raised his rifle slightly. How did you find us? Johans allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. A reporter has his methods. Let's just say your cause speaks louder than you realize. The guard hesitated, then motioned him inside. Follow me. But if you try anything, Johans cut him off, his tone unwavering. Y'all find I'm here to listen, not interfere. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit by a series of flickering oil lamps. Crates and barrels were stacked haphazardly, and a handful of men and women gathered around a table covered in maps and papers. At the center stood Sergei Volkov, the revolution's de facto leader. His presence was commanding, a tall, broad-shouldered man with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through anyone who met his gaze. Volkov looked up as Johans approached. "You claim to be a reporter," he said, his voice low and cautious. "Yet you find us when the Tsar's own spies cannot. Why should we trust you?" Johans set down his briefcase and opened it, revealing a notebook, camera, and several neatly organized documents. "Because my only agenda is to uncover the truth. Ruthenia's story is one the world deserves to hear." Volkov crossed his arms. "And what would stop you from exposing us to the Tsar's forces? Trust," Johans replied simply. "You control what I write. Nothing is published without your approval. My role is to document, not to compromise." The room fell silent as Volkov studied him. Finally, he nodded. "Very well, but one wrong move and you'll regret coming here." Johans was led to a smaller room where he sat across from Volkov. The revolutionary leader leaned forward, his expression intense. "Ask your questions, journalist. Let's see if your intentions are as noble as you claim. Explore more adventures at Empire." Johans flipped open his notebook, his pen poised. "To begin, what is your ultimate goal?" "Overthrowing the Tsar is obvious, but what comes after?" Volkov's eyes narrowed. "Our goal is freedom. The Tsar and his aristocracy have bled Ruthenia dry for centuries. We fight for a republic, where the people, not a single man, determine their future. And how do you plan to achieve that?" Johans pressed. "Tsar's forces are still substantial, and foreign powers are watching closely. Through unity," Volkov replied. "Workers, soldiers, farmers, every oppressed class in Ruthenia must rise together. If we can maintain solidarity, the Tsar's forces will crumble under the weight of their own corruption." Johans nodded, his pen moving swiftly across the page. "And what of external support? Have any nations expressed interest in aiding your cause?" Volkov's expression darkened. "None openly. Francois offers hollow words of sympathy, but no action. Britannia, Trisenberg, they fear revolution as much as the Tsar does." "Then you're fighting alone," Johans said, his tone neutral. "For now," Volkov admitted, "but revolutions are contagious. If we succeed, others will follow. The Tsar's fall will inspire the oppressed across Europe." Johans leaned back slightly, his gaze steady. "And what about the risk? Civil war, foreign intervention, how do you address those possibilities?" Volkov's jaw tightened. "There are no revolutions without sacrifice. Yes, there will be risks, but the alternative is to live as slaves under a broken system. We choose freedom, no matter the cost." As Johans prepared to leave, he observed the revolutionaries around him, young, determined faces etched with both fear and hope. They were under-resourced and inexperienced, but their resolve was undeniable. Volkov escorted him to the exit. "You've asked your questions, journalist. Now let's see if your pen is as sharp as your tongue." Johans offered a faint smile. "Y'all find I report what I see. Nothing more, nothing less." As he stepped back into the cold night, Johans felt the weight of his task pressing against him. The revolutionaries had the will, but without external support, their chances of success were slim. It was up to him and, by extension, Valoria, to ensure they had the tools needed to ignite the spark that would engulf Europe in flames. Days later, Johans' detailed report was in Alexander's hands. The supreme leader read it in silence, his masked visage betraying no emotion. Finally, he looked up at Julian, who stood by his side. "They are raw," Alexander said, "but their spirit is undeniable. With the right support, they will not only topple the Tsar but pave the way for a new era." Julian nodded. "And the risks?" Alexander's tone was firm. "Risks are the currency of change, Julian. If we do not act, the old world will endure. If we do, Valoria will shape the future." He handed the report back to her. "Begin coordinating the next phase, discreetly. The revolution must remain theirs, but its success will be ours." December 15, 1939, St. Petersburg, Ruthenia. The biting cold of Ruthenian winter pressed hard against the city's crumbling streets. Johans Krieg navigated the labyrinthine alleys with the precision of a veteran operative. A dimly lit underground tavern, concealed behind a false wall in an old bakery, served as the meeting point for his next rendezvous with Sergei Volkov and his revolutionary council. Explore new worlds at Empire under his arm, Johans carried a weathered briefcase. Inside were items that could change the course of Ruthenia's revolution: blueprints for improvised weapons, detailed maps of Tsarist supply depots, and coded instructions for receiving further assistance. Everything had been vetted and approved in Volkshal, ensuring no detail would lead back to Valoria. The meeting. The basement of the tavern was filled with muted voices and the smell of damp wood. At the center of the room stood Volkov, flanked by his lieutenants. Their expressions were a mix of suspicion and curiosity as Johans entered, shaking off the snow from his coat. "You return, journalist," Volkov said, his voice steady but probing. "What news do you bring this time?" Johans placed the briefcase on the table and opened it, revealing its contents. The room fell silent as the revolutionaries leaned in, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a single oil lamp. "These," Johans began, "are tools to level the playing field. Your fight has heart, but heart alone does not topple an empire. This will give you strategy." Volkov picked up one of the documents, his eyes narrowing as he examined the detailed map. These supply routes, how did you get this information? Johans smiled faintly. I have my methods. What matters is that it's accurate. These depots house food, weapons, and medical supplies, everything your forces need to sustain the revolution. One of Volkov's lieutenants, a wiry man named Dmitri, frowned. And why should we trust this? For all we know, this could be a trap set by the Tsar's agents. Johans leaned forward, his tone calm but firm. If I were working for the Tsar, you'd already be dead. Instead, you're alive, holding the tools to dismantle his regime. Trust is earned, I understand that, but if you want to win, you'll need to take risks. Volkov raised a hand, silencing Dmitri. Enough. We have no room for doubt right now. He turned back to Johans. What else do you have for us? Johans pulled out another document, this one containing blueprints for makeshift explosives. These designs use materials you can source locally. With them, you can sabotage railways, disrupt troop movements, and weaken the Tsar's hold on key regions. The revolutionaries exchanged glances, their skepticism giving way to cautious hope. Anya, one of the youngest members of the council, spoke up. If this works, it could change everything. Volkov nodded, his expression resolute. Well, use this. But tell me, Johans, what does your Valorian newspaper gain from helping us? Johannes' gaze was steady. The truth, Volkov. Your fight is the kind of story that inspires people beyond borders. That's all I need. Volkov studied him for a moment longer before extending a hand. Then we'll fight together. Over the next week, Johans worked closely with the revolutionaries, guiding them on how to implement the strategies he had provided. Small teams were organized to target the supply depots marked on the maps. Saboteurs learned to assemble the improvised explosives, practicing on abandoned rail tracks to perfect their timing. The first operation was planned for a supply depot on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. Johans accompanied the team, observing from a distance as Volkov's fighters infiltrated the area. The depot guards, poorly equipped and demoralized, were caught off guard. Within minutes, the revolutionaries had seized crates of rifles and ammunition, as well as sacks of flour and canned goods desperately needed by the starving population. When the team returned to the underground tavern with their spoils, the room erupted in quiet celebration. For the first time, the revolutionaries felt they had the upper hand. This is just the beginning, Johans said, raising a glass of cheap vodka. Your fight is far from over, but tonight, you've proven that the Tsar's forces are not invincible. Volkov clinked his glass against Johannes. To freedom, he said simply. To freedom, the room echoed. As the revolution gained momentum, news of the supply depot raid spread throughout St. Petersburg. Workers, inspired by the boldness of Volkov's forces, began organizing their own strikes. Soldiers stationed in the city grew restless, their loyalties wavering as whispers of revolution reached their ears. But with success came risk. The Tsar's secret police intensified their efforts to root out dissent. Arrests surged and suspected revolutionaries were dragged from their homes in the dead of night. One evening, as Johans reviewed plans with Volkov in the basement, Dmitri burst into the room, his face pale. They've arrested Kalashkov, Dmitri said, his voice shaking. He was caught with one of the maps. Volkov slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, how much does he know? Enough, Dmitri replied grimly. If they torture him, they'll come for us next. Johans finished, his tone steady despite the tension. He turned to Volkov. You need to relocate your operations immediately. If the Tsar's forces discover this place, everything you've built will collapse. Volkov hesitated, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. And what about Kalashkov? Johannes' eyes hardened. You can't save everyone, Volkov. Sacrifices must be made, or this revolution will die before it truly begins. Anya stepped forward, her voice trembling with anger. We can't just abandon him. He fought for us, bled for us. And now we leave him to die. Johans met her gaze, his voice cold. If you try to save him, you'll be walking into a trap. The Tsar's secret police want you to act rashly. Don't give them the satisfaction. Volkov raised a hand, silencing the argument. Enough, well, relocate. But Kalashkov's sacrifice will not be in vain. The revolutionaries packed their maps, weapons, and supplies, preparing to abandon the basement that had served as their headquarters. Johans helped Anya carry a crate of rifles to a waiting cart, his mind racing with the implications of Kalashkov's capture. The operation had succeeded, but the noose around their necks was tightening. As the last of the supplies were loaded, Dmitri approached Johans, his expression grave. You're a calm, Krieg, too calm. If I didn't know better, I'd think you had no stake in this fight. Johans smiled faintly. My stake is in seeing this revolution succeed. That's all you need to know. Before Dmitri could reply, the distant sound of boots on cobblestones reached their ears. Anya froze, her eyes wide with fear. They've found us. Volkov barked orders. Everyone move, take what you can and go. Johans grabbed Anya's arm, pulling her toward the exit. But as the group began to scatter, the first shouts of the Tsar's soldiers echoed through the alleyways. A spotlight from an armored vehicle swept across the street, illuminating the revolutionaries like deer caught in a hunter's gaze. "Run," Volkov shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Johann's grip tightened on his briefcase as he darted into the shadows, his heart pounding. The revolution was in motion, but now survival was the immediate goal. In the distance, the crack of rifle fire shattered the cold night air. He led Anya down a narrow alleyway, their breaths visible in the freezing air. The sound of soldiers shouting orders drew closer, the heavy of boots echoing off the snow-dusted walls. Johans glanced over his shoulder. The dim glow of a searchlight swept through the alley they had just exited, sending shadows dancing across the bricks. "This way," he hissed, pulling Anya toward a rickety wooden fence at the alley's end. Anya stumbled but caught herself, her eyes wide with panic. "Where are we going? They're everywhere." "Somewhere they won't find us," Johans replied, his voice low but steady. He vaulted over the fence with practiced ease, holding out a hand to help Anya. She hesitated for a moment, the fear in her eyes stark against the darkness. Then, with a deep breath, she grasped his hand and climbed over, her boots crunching softly as they landed on the other side. Through the maze, the pair moved quickly but cautiously through a maze of abandoned courtyards and snow-covered alleyways. Each turn felt like a gamble. One path could lead to safety, the next to a soldier's rifle. Johann's mind raced, calculating their next steps. He knew St. Petersburg's layout well, but with soldiers fanning out across the city, no route was guaranteed. "Johans," Anya whispered, clutching his arm as they paused in the shadow of a crumbling building. "Volkov, Dmitri, do you think they made it?" Johann's jaw tightened. The memory of Volkov's determined face flashed in his mind, followed by the grenade's deafening explosion. He shook his head, forcing the thought aside. "We'll find out soon enough, but right now we need to focus on getting out of here." Ahead, a faint light glimmered through the broken windows of an old factory. Johans motioned for Anya to follow, his steps deliberate but swift. He pushed open the rusted door, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was cold and damp, the air heavy with the scent of oil and decay. "Wait here," he instructed, scanning the shadows for signs of danger. The factory was silent, save for the occasional creak of old metal. Satisfied that they were alone, Johans turned back to Anya. "Well, rest here for a moment, then we head for the safe house." An unexpected encounter as Johans checked the contents of his briefcase. Maps, notes, and blueprints still intact. Anya paced nervously. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the distant rumble of gunfire. "They'll find us, won't they?" she said suddenly, her voice trembling. "No matter where we go, they'll find us." Johans looked up, his expression calm but firm. "Not if we stay one step ahead. That's what we've been doing, and it's what we'll keep doing." Anya stopped pacing, her fists clenched at her sides. "And what about Kalashkov, Volkov? We're just leaving them behind." Johann's gaze softened. "I don't like it either, Anya, but sacrifices are part of this fight. We can't save everyone." She opened her mouth to argue, but the distant sound of footsteps silenced her. Johans froze, holding up a hand for silence. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the faint murmur of voices. "Soldiers," Anya mouthed, her face pale. Johans extinguished the lamp and motioned for her to follow. They moved deeper into the factory, their steps careful and silent. The voices grew closer, echoing off the metal walls. As they crouched behind an old assembly line, Johans pulled a small pistol from his coat. Anya's eyes widened. "You had a gun this whole time," she whispered. Johans gave her a sharp look. "Not much use against a platoon. Stay quiet." The voices stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of boots crunching over debris. Johans gripped his pistol tightly, his heart hammering in his chest. Then a single voice called out in a hushed tone. "Johans." Anya's head snapped toward the voice. "Dmitri." Before Johans could stop her, she stepped out from their hiding spot. Dmitri emerged from the shadows, his face bloodied and his coat torn. Relief flooded Anya's features as she ran to him. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Where's Volkov?" Dmitri shook his head, his expression grim. "Volkov, he didn't make it." The explosion, his voice broke, and he looked away. "I barely escaped." Johans stepped forward, his pistol still in hand. "How did you find us?" Dmitri met his gaze, his jaw set. "I followed the path you always take. Figured you'd head for the factory before the safe house." Johans lowered his weapon but kept his guard up. "If you were followed, I wasn't," Dmitri interrupted, his voice firm. "I made sure of it." Anya placed a hand on Dmitri's arm. "What do we do now?" Johans glanced at the briefcase, then back at Dmitri. "We move. The longer we stay here, the more likely they'll find us." Into the unknown, the trio slipped out of the factory under the cover of darkness, making their way toward the safe house on Nevsky Prospect. The city was eerily quiet, the sounds of gunfire and shouting now distant. Snow fell gently, blanketing the streets in a deceptive calm. As they approached the safe house, Johans signaled for them to stop. He scanned the area, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a patrol car idling near the entrance. "Change of plans," he said quietly. "Well, circle around, enter through the back." Dmitri frowned. "What if it's a trap? Then we're already dead." Johans replied bluntly. "Stay close." They crept through the alley behind the safe house, their breaths shallow as they approached the back door. Johans reached for the handle, but before he could turn it, a gunshot rang out, shattering the stillness. Anya stifled a scream as Johans spun around, his pistol drawn. Dmitri clutched his side, blood seeping through his fingers. They knew. Dmitri gasped, collapsing to his knees. Johans grabbed Anya's arm and yanked her toward the shadows. "Run!" he barked, his voice cutting through the rising chaos. The sound of boots thundered toward them as soldiers poured into the alley. Johans fired blindly over his shoulder, his mind racing. The safe house was compromised, their plans in shambles. As they turned a corner, a spotlight caught them, freezing them in its glare. Johans shielded Anya with his body, his pistol raised. "Don't move." A voice commanded. Johannes' grip tightened on his weapon, his mind calculating their dwindling options. Anya clung to his arm, her breath ragged with fear. The revolution was slipping through their fingers, and in that moment survival seemed like a distant dream. The blinding spotlight pinned Johans and Anya against the brick wall. The authoritative voice barked once more. "Drop your weapon. Surrender now." Johannes' mind raced. They were cornered, their escape routes severed by the encroaching soldiers. But surrender wasn't an option, not with Anya, not with the revolution depending on him. He leaned closer to her, his voice low but firm. "When I move, you run. Do you understand?" Her eyes widened with panic. "Johans, no, do you understand?" he repeated, his tone brooking no argument. Tears welled in her eyes, but she nodded. The soldiers were closing in. Johannes' sharp eyes caught movement in the shadows beyond the glaring light, a second unit preparing to flank them. There was no time for hesitation. "Now!" he shouted, shoving Anya toward the narrow alley on their left. As she darted away, Johans turned and fired, his pistol cracking sharply in the cold night air. The first shot shattered the spotlight, plunging the alley into chaotic darkness. Shouts erupted as the soldiers scrambled for cover. Find more chapters on Empire. Johans ducked behind a pile of crates, reloading his pistol with practiced efficiency. Bullets whizzed past him, splintering wood and ricocheting off the cobblestones. The soldiers' voices rang out, coordinating their movements. "Push forward, don't let him escape." Johans took a deep breath, calming the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He leaned out briefly, firing 3 more shots. One struck a soldier squarely in the chest, sending him crumpling to the ground. The others retaliated with a hail of gunfire. Johans felt the sharp sting of a grazing bullet as it tore through his coat sleeve, but he gritted his teeth and held his position. Anya sprinted through the maze of alleys, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Every sound a distant shout. The crack of gunfire felt like it was right behind her. She stumbled, nearly falling, but forced herself to keep moving. In her mind, Johannes' voice echoed. "Run." Tears blurred her vision, but she didn't stop. She had to find the safe house or at least somewhere to hide. Johans had bought her time and she wouldn't waste it. Back in the alley, Johannes' ammunition was running low. He counted his shots carefully, each one buying him precious seconds. He needed a plan. The soldiers were advancing cautiously now, their rifles trained on his position. One of them called out, "We have you surrounded. Surrender and y'all be spared." Johans smirked grimly. "Spared by the Zsar's men, I'll take my chances." He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, cylindrical object, a smoke grenade, one of the few tools he managed to keep hidden. Pulling the pin, he lobbed it toward the soldiers. Thick, choking smoke filled the alley, obscuring their vision and throwing their ranks into disarray. "Where is he?" one of them shouted, coughing violently. Johans used the cover to move, slipping through the smoke like a ghost. He grabbed a fallen soldier's rifle and ammunition, his mind already calculating his next move. From a higher vantage point atop a stack of crates, Johans unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The soldiers, still disoriented from the smoke, scrambled for cover. He fired in controlled bursts, forcing them to retreat down the alley. For a moment, it seemed like he had the upper hand. But reinforcements arrived, more boots on cobblestones, the metallic clatter of additional rifles being readied. Johans gritted his teeth. They just keep coming. A bullet struck the crate he was standing on, shattering the wood and nearly toppling him. He jumped down, landing hard but keeping his balance. The sound of a truck's engine roared in the distance. Johannes' sharp ears picked up the telltale clatter of reinforcements. Time was running out. He retreated deeper into the alleys, firing sporadically to keep the soldiers at bay. Each step was a gamble. Each corner turned a potential death sentence. Finally, he reached a narrow passage that opened into a secluded courtyard. He paused, his breath heavy, his limbs aching. The courtyard was quiet, the distant gunfire echoing faintly, but he wasn't safe yet. The soldiers were relentless, and he knew they would follow his trail. He needed to disappear completely. Spotting a loose manhole cover, Johans pried it open with the butt of his rifle. The stench of the sewer below was almost overwhelming, but it offered his best chance at escape. As the sound of approaching soldiers grew louder, Johans climbed down into the darkness, pulling the cover back into place just as the first shadows appeared above. In the labyrinthine sewers beneath St. Petersburg, Johans moved cautiously, the water freezing against his boots. His briefcase was still clutched tightly in his hand, its contents untouched despite the chaos. Above him, muffled voices and footsteps echoed through the streets. The soldiers were searching for him, their frustration palpable. Johans allowed himself a moment of relief. He had survived the firefight, but the night was far from over. Anya was still out there, and the revolution's survival depended on their reunion. As he pressed deeper into the sewers, the faint sound of rushing water grew louder. He paused, his instincts prickling. Something wasn't right. Then, without warning, a blinding flashlight beam pierced the darkness, illuminating his face. Freeze. A voice commanded. Johannes' heart sank. They had found him, but his instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle, firing a shot into the flashlight's beam. The bullet shattered the light, plunging the sewer back into darkness. Shouts erupted as the soldiers fumbled, their vision momentarily blinded. He used the confusion to dart down a side tunnel, his boots splashing noisily through the frigid water. The narrow passage twisted and turned, the walls closing in like a labyrinth designed to trap him. Every sound the clatter of rifles, the shouted commands grew louder, closer. Johannes' breath was ragged as he reached an intersection. He hesitated for a split second, his mind racing. Left or right, choosing instinct over reason, he veered left, his grip tightening on the briefcase. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted behind him, bullets ricocheting off the damp walls. One grazed his leg, sending a jolt of pain shooting through him. He stumbled but kept moving, forcing himself forward through sheer willpower. As the tunnel widened, Johans spotted a faint glimmer of light ahead, a maintenance ladder leading up. He didn't slow down, his every step fueled by desperation. He reached the ladder, gripping the rungs with trembling hands. Climbing quickly, he pushed open the heavy manhole cover, emerging into the icy St. Petersburg night. But as he stepped onto the street, he froze. A squad of soldiers was waiting, rifles raised. The icy wind bit at Johannes' face as he climbed the final rung of the ladder, the weight of his briefcase dragging on his arm like an anchor. The moment he emerged, the metallic clicks of rifle safeties being disengaged filled the air. A dozen Ruthenian soldiers stood in a semicircle around him, their weapons leveled at his chest. "Climb up, slowly," barked the officer in charge, a burly man with a thick mustache and piercing gray eyes. Johans raised his hands, palms open, signaling compliance. Each movement felt like it was being scrutinized, every breath weighed against the barrels pointed at him. He carefully placed his foot on the cobblestone street, his briefcase dangling from his left hand. "Drop the case," the officer ordered, his voice sharp, his finger resting firmly on the trigger. Johans hesitated, clutching the briefcase tighter. The contents inside were invaluable to the revolution, but he had no choice. Slowly he placed it on the ground, the sound of its metal edges scraping against the frozen stones echoing in the tense silence. "Now, get on your knees." The officer barked. Johans obeyed, his knees pressing into the cold, uneven cobblestones. His breath came in visible puffs, mingling with the rising fog of tension in the air. He glanced around, noting the rigid stances of the soldiers, their eyes flicking nervously between him and their commanding officer. "Hands behind your head." The officer shouted. Johans complied, interlocking his fingers behind his head. His pulse pounded in his ears, but his face remained stoic. "This is not the end. Think, adapt, survive." One of the soldiers approached cautiously, his rifle still aimed at Johans. Reaching into his belt, the soldier produced a pair of steel handcuffs, the metal glinting under the dim streetlights. He grabbed Johannes' wrists roughly, snapping the cuffs on with practiced efficiency. The officer leaned down, his face inches from Johannes. "Who are you? You are seen collaborating with the revolutionaries. Are you a foreign spy?" "I am but a humble reporter from a nation called Valoria," Johannes introduced himself. "Valoria, that country." The officer spat in disdain. The name Valoria flipped a switch inside him as he remembered the loss of his country against Valoria, the nation that humiliated Ruthenia, that shattered our pride in the war. And now, one of their men crawls through our streets, stirring rebellion. Johans met his gaze, his expression calm but calculating. "I am not here to humiliate Ruthenia further. I am here to document the truth, to show the world what is happening. The revolutionaries let me in because they wanted their voices heard." The officer scoffed, stepping back and crossing his arms. "A convenient story. But why would a Valorian care about Ruthenia's struggles? Your country has already taken enough from us." Johans kept his tone steady. "Because instability in Ruthenia affects everyone, not just Ruthenians. The revolution is not just your story, it is Europe's. And the people I've spoken to, your people, believe they have a right to be heard. Enough." The officer snapped, his patience fraying. He motioned to his men. "Get him up. Well, see how willing he is to talk once he's behind bars. The soldiers yanked Johans to his feet, their rough handling nearly causing him to lose his balance. His briefcase was seized by another soldier, who tossed it onto the back of the truck with a careless. Johannes' mind raced, each second bringing him closer to a fate he could not afford. As they marched him toward the vehicle, the officer barked new orders. Double the guard on the city checkpoints. If this man is a spy, there may be others. We're not letting the revolutionaries slip through our fingers. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances but complied. The air around them was heavy with suspicion, every shadow an imagined enemy. The interior of the truck was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb. Johans was shoved onto a metal bench, the cold from the steel biting through his coat. Two soldiers sat across from him, rifles resting on their knees. The officer climbed in last, slamming the door shut behind him. The truck roared to life, its engine coughing before settling into a grumbling rhythm. As the vehicle jolted forward, Johans shifted slightly, testing the strength of his cuffs. They were tight, biting into his wrists, but his years of training in Valoria had prepared him for situations far worse than this. The officer studied him with a sharp, calculating gaze. Ure remarkably composed for a man who's just been caught aiding enemies of the state. Johans leaned back against the wall, his voice calm. A journalist learns to keep his composure. Panic doesn't make for good reporting. The officer smirked, his eyes narrowing. Well, see how long that composure lasts when the secret police have their turn with you. The mention of the secret police sent a shiver down Johannes' spine, but he didn't let it show. Instead, he changed tactics. What do you think will happen if you hand me over to them? The revolutionaries will only gain more support when they hear of my capture. Your people are already losing faith in the Zsar. Arresting someone who came here to tell their story will only fan the flames. The officer's smirk faltered for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but it was quickly replaced by a hardened expression. You underestimate the Tsar's resolve. This rebellion will be crushed, and men like you will serve as an example. I think this is going to cause problems in your country if you are intending on capturing me, because I am a foreign national and you can't simply arrest me without repercussions, Johans said, his voice steady, yet deliberate. Stay updated with Empire, the officer's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his rifle. Foreign national or not, you're a threat, and Ruthenia does not bow to external pressure. We handle our own matters. Johans leaned forward slightly, meeting the officer's steely gaze. You're certain about that? Imagine the Valorian government's reaction when they discover one of their journalists has been unlawfully detained. Imagine the scrutiny it will bring to your regime, already teetering on the edge. Do you think the Zsar is prepared for that? A tense silence filled the truck, broken only by the rumble of its engine and the rattling of its old frame. The officer's jaw clenched, clearly weighing Johannes' words. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier confidence visibly shaken. You're bluffing, the officer said finally, but his voice lacked conviction. Valoria wouldn't risk involving itself in Ruthenia's internal affairs. Johannes' lips curved into a faint, calculated smile. Wouldn't they? With the way your revolution is unfolding, Europe is already watching. Do you really want to add Valoria to your list of concerns? The officer stood abruptly, his frustration evident. Enough, your words won't save you, Valorian. Well, let the secret police decide your fate. The truck jolted to a halt, the sudden stop throwing Johans forward slightly. Outside, the muffled sounds of orders being barked and boots on gravel signaled their arrival at what Johans could only assume was a military outpost or detention center. The officer gestured to the soldiers. Get him out. The truck door swung open, and icy air flooded the cramped space. Johans was hauled to his feet, his briefcase still nowhere in sight. He was dragged out into the courtyard of a decrepit building, the once proud Ruthenian architecture now cracked and crumbling under the weight of neglect and decay. So this is where you plan on holding me, Johans said calmly. The officer grunted in response, his grip on Johannes' arm tightening as he dragged him toward the imposing iron doors. You won't be here long. The state police have a special interest in foreign agitators like you. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a dimly lit corridor lined with cold, damp stone. The air was thick with the acrid stench of mildew and despair. Each step Johans took echoed ominously, a grim reminder of the many before him who had likely walked these halls never to emerge. Two guards flanked him as they moved deeper into the prison, their boots clanging against the steel grates on the floor. The officer led the way, his posture rigid with authority. You'll find our hospitality memorable, he sneered, glancing over his shoulder. The state police will ensure you don't feel neglected. Johans remained silent, his face impassive. His mind, however, was racing. Every detail of the prison, the number of guards, their movements, the weight of the handcuffs was catalogued and analyzed. Survival depended on preparation, and preparation meant noticing everything. They reached a heavy steel door marked with faded Cyrillic letters. The officer stopped, pulling a rusted key from his belt and unlocking the door. It groaned as it swung open, revealing a small, stark interrogation room. "Sit," the officer commanded, pointing to a rickety wooden chair bolted to the floor in the center of the room. Johans complied, lowering himself into the chair without protest. The guards quickly secured his wrists and ankles to the chair with thick leather straps, ensuring he was immobilized. The officer leaned in close, his breath reeking of tobacco and cheap liquor. "Enjoy the quiet," he said with a smirk. "It won't last." With that, he gestured for the guards to follow him and exited the room, the door slamming shut behind them. Johans was left alone in the dim light of a single flickering bulb that cast distorted shadows on the damp walls. He tilted his head back slightly, letting out a slow, controlled exhale. The room was designed to intimidate bare concrete walls, a drain in the center of the floor, and a small, high window that let in no light. The seconds stretched into minutes. Johans could hear the faint hum of activity outside the room, the shuffle of boots, the occasional murmur of voices. He let his breathing slow, forcing himself to remain calm. Panic was a weapon his captors could use against him, and he refused to give them that advantage. After what felt like an hour, the door creaked open again. Two men entered, their black uniforms adorned with the insignia of the state police. One was thin and wiry, his face sharp and fox-like. The other was broad-shouldered with a shaved head and an air of quiet menace. They carried a small case between them, its polished surface gleaming under the dim light. The wiry man set the case on the table and opened it with deliberate precision, revealing an array of instruments that ranged from syringes to pliers. "Good evening," he said in heavily accented Valorian. "I am Inspector Damien, and this is my associate, Major Yuri. We'll be having a little conversation tonight." Johans raised an eyebrow, his tone dry. "I wasn't aware I needed an appointment." Damien chuckled softly. "Ah, a sense of humor. How quaint. Let's see how long that lasts." Yuri stepped forward, his towering frame casting a shadow over Johans. "You will tell us everything," he rumbled. "Who you work for, who sent you, what you know about the revolutionaries." Johans met his gaze unflinchingly. "I'm a journalist. My work is my own. If you want to know about the revolutionaries, read my articles." Yuri's fist slammed down on the table, the force causing the instruments to rattle. "Enough games. You are no journalist. You are a spy sent here to undermine the Zsar." Damien raised a hand, silencing his associate. "Let us not be hasty, Major. Our guest will talk in time. We have ways of ensuring cooperation." He selected a syringe from the case, holding it up to the light as he pressed the plunger, expelling a small jet of clear liquid. "This," he said conversationally, "is a truth serum. A little outdated, perhaps, but still effective in loosening the tongue." Johann's expression didn't falter. "And if I tell you I have nothing to hide," Ivanov smiled thinly, "then we'll have no need for unpleasantness. But you see, I don't believe you. Your presence here, your timing, it's too convenient. And that briefcase of yours, I suspect it holds secrets far more interesting than press clippings. Speaking of which, it is being brought here. I wonder what it contains." Johann's mind remained a fortress as the needle hovered closer. His breathing slowed, every muscle in his body tense but under control. "Adapt, anticipate, endure." The words echoed in his mind like a mantra. "You seem awfully eager to jump to conclusions," Johans said, his tone calm, almost mocking. "What if that briefcase is just filled with stale sandwiches?" And a notepad inspector, Damien, chuckled darkly. "Oh, I do enjoy this little game of bravado, but we both know you are not a simple journalist. Spies often hide behind such convenient facades. Shall we find out?" Yuri grabbed Johann's head, forcing it to one side as Damien approached with the syringe. The needle gleamed under the flickering light, but Johans kept his expression stoic. "Your silence will break," Damien said softly. "They all do." The sharp sting of the needle punctured his neck, and a warm rush followed as the serum entered his bloodstream. Johans felt a tingling spread through his body, his vision briefly blurring. His thoughts seemed to swirl, but he clung to his discipline, compartmentalizing the discomfort. Damien's fox-like grin widened as he sat across from Johans, leaning forward. "Now let's begin. Who sent you to Ruthenia? Was it the Valorian government?" Johans blinked slowly, his voice measured. "I came here alone. No one sent me." Damien tilted his head, studying him like a predator circling wounded prey. "And the revolutionaries, what did you promise them in exchange for their cooperation?" "I promised them nothing," Johans said evenly. "I am a journalist. They wanted their story told." The inspector's eyes narrowed, frustration flickering beneath his composed exterior. He nodded to Yuri, who stepped behind Johans and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Perhaps you need some encouragement," Damien said. Yuri's hand clamped down harder, pain radiating through Johann's arm. Still, Johans bit back any reaction, refusing to give them the satisfaction. "You're wasting your time," he said through gritted teeth. "The truth is far less interesting than you think." Damien stood, pacing the small room. "Well, see, let's examine this briefcase of yours." At his gesture, a guard entered, carrying Johann's briefcase. The metal edges were scuffed, but it was otherwise intact. Placing it on the table, Damien opened it with an air of triumph. His movements slowed as he saw the contents, a collection of notebooks, old maps, and scraps of paper covered in scribbled notes. It appeared every inch the belongings of a wandering journalist. Damien frowned, flipping through the notebooks. Where are the secrets, the blueprints, the codes? He looked up sharply at Johans, his patience fraying. This cannot be all. Johans allowed himself the faintest smirk. I told you, I'm a journalist. Maybe you should read some of my work, it's quite riveting. Yuri growled in frustration, his hand tightening further. Let me handle him. I'll make him talk. Damien raised a hand, stopping him. No, pain alone won't break him. The serum will take time to work. Until then, perhaps a taste of Ruthenian hospitality will loosen his resolve. He nodded to the guards, who unfastened Johans from the chair but kept his wrists bound. They dragged him out of the room, his boots scraping against the cold floor. Damien's voice followed him as he was pulled into the corridor. You will talk, Mr. Journalist. Everyone does. Johans was shoved into a narrow cell with damp, crumbling walls. The heavy door clanged shut behind him, the sound reverberating through the prison. The faint light from a small, barred window cast long shadows across the room. A bucket in the corner served as the only amenity. He slumped onto the bench, his mind racing. The truth serum had dulled his senses slightly, but his resolve remained intact. But of course, he doesn't want to live in this place for long. Surely his government would do something about this predicament. Thale knew what will happen if he missed the periodic reports. Alexander sat at his desk, his fingers steepled as he reviewed the latest updates on the situation in Ruthenia. The air in the chamber was heavy with tension as Julienne entered briskly, holding a folder in her hand. She paused a moment before speaking, her voice steady but with a sense of urgency. Your Excellency, I have troubling news. Johans Krieg has been captured by the Ruthenian authorities. Alexander's masked face turned toward her, his posture stiffening. Captured when 2 nights ago in St. Petersburg, Julienne replied. He was detained by the Tsar's state police while attempting to relocate with the revolutionaries. They suspect him of espionage. Alexander leaned forward, his tone sharper now. Johans is one of our best operatives. He carries sensitive information details that cannot fall into the hands of the Ruthenians. If they extract even a fraction of what he knows, it could compromise our entire strategy. Julienne nodded. That is precisely why I brought this to you immediately. We must act swiftly. The longer he remains in their custody, the greater the risk. Alexander was silent for a moment, his gloved fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Then he spoke, his voice calm but decisive. Contact the Ruthenian embassy. Summon their ambassador to Volkschau. I want this matter addressed directly. Julienne hesitated. Do you intend to demand his release outright? Your Excellency, the Ruthenians may view such a move as an admission of his affiliation with Valoria. Alexander shook his head slightly. We will not show our hand so openly. Officially, Johans is a Valorian journalist, wrongfully detained while reporting on the revolution. That is the position we will take, and the ambassador will be made to understand the consequences of any mistreatment. Julienne made a quick note in her notebook. I will arrange the meeting immediately. The ambassador can be brought here by this evening. Good, Alexander said, and ensure that our intelligence team is monitoring the situation closely. I want updates on Johannes' condition and any movements within the Ruthenian state police. Later that evening, Volkschau, the Ruthenian ambassador, a stout man with a carefully maintained mustache and an air of practiced diplomacy, sat across from Alexander. Despite the warmth of the room, he seemed uncomfortable, his hands fidgeting slightly as he adjusted his coat. Alexander's voice was steady as he began. Ambassador Morozov, I have summoned you here to discuss a matter of grave importance. It has come to my attention that one of our citizens, Johans Krieg, has been detained in St. Petersburg. He is a journalist conducting legitimate work, and his arrest is deeply concerning to Valoria. The ambassador's expression tightened. Your Excellency, Mr. Krieg was apprehended under suspicion of collaborating with revolutionary forces. The Tsar's government has every right to investigate such matters within Ruthenia's borders. Alexander's tone grew firmer. The Tsar's government has the right to enforce its laws, but it does not have the right to detain foreign nationals without cause. Johans Krieg is not a revolutionary. He is a journalist, accredited by Valoria's press, and his work is to report the truth. His detention is not only a violation of his rights, but a direct affront to Valoria. Morozov shifted in his seat, clearly weighing his response. Your Excellency, I understand your concerns. However, the situation in Ruthenia is volatile. The state police are under immense pressure to maintain order. If Mr. Krieg is innocent, he will be released in due time. Alexander leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a cold, deliberate tone. Ambassador, Valoria is not a nation that waits patiently for due time. Johans Krieg must be released immediately, and he must be unharmed. Failure to do so will force Valoria to reconsider its diplomatic stance toward Ruthenia. The ambassador stiffened, his diplomatic facade cracking slightly. Are you threatening Ruthenia? Your Excellency, it is not a threat, Alexander replied smoothly. It is a statement of fact. The detention of a Valorian citizen under false pretenses is unacceptable. Valoria values its relationships with other nations, but it will not tolerate actions that undermine its sovereignty or the safety of its people. Morozov hesitated, then gave a slow nod. I will relay your concerns to the Tsar's government. However, I must warn you that Ruthenia's state police operate independently. Their decisions are not easily overturned. Alexander's mask tilted slightly, giving the impression of a sharp, penetrating gaze. Ambassador, I suggest you make it clear to your superiors that the continued detention of Johans Krieg will have serious consequences. Valoria is watching Ruthenia closely, and our patience is not limitless. Morozov rose to his feet, bowing slightly. I will convey your message, Your Excellency. I trust that this matter can be resolved amicably. As the ambassador was escorted out, Julien stepped into the room. Do you think he will act, Your Excellency? Alexander stood, his voice measured. He will convey the message, but whether the Tsar's government listens is another matter. Prepare for alternative measures. If Johans cannot be freed diplomatically, we may need to resort to other means. Julien nodded, already making notes. I'll ensure our teams are ready. Alexander turned back to his desk, his gaze fixed on the map of Ruthenia. Johans Krieg is a valuable asset. Losing him is not an option. Whatever it takes, we will bring him back. Ambassador Morozov returned to the Ruthenian embassy in the quiet hours of the evening. The heavy iron gates clanged shut behind his carriage as he stepped into the warmly lit foyer. The embassy staff greeted him with reserved nods, sensing the tension in his demeanor. Without pause, Morozov retreated to his private office, where he dictated an urgent message to be sent via secure channels to the Winter Palace. The ambassador's fingers trembled slightly as he composed the telegram. The conversation with the masked leader had left him shaken. Valoria's supreme leader had been polite but unyielding, his veiled threats lingering in Morozov's mind. He knew the Tsar would not react kindly to the situation, but he also understood the delicate balance of power Ruthenia now faced. They were defeated in war by the Valorians, and a war could spark again if they made one wrong move. The grand study of the Winter Palace was cold, despite the roaring fire in the hearth. The faint light of dawn filtered through heavy curtains, casting long shadows across the room. Tsar Ivan III sat at his mahogany desk, his expression one of simmering frustration as he read the telegram from Ambassador Morozov. The letter from Valoria's supreme leader had already been delivered to his advisors for analysis, but Ivan preferred to review such matters personally. The language of the letter was polite, but the implicit threat behind the supreme leader's words was unmistakable. The Tsar's grip tightened around the parchment as he read the ambassador's warning for the second time. Your Majesty, the voice came from Mikhailov, standing at attention near the door. The general's sharp military uniform and commanding presence did little to mask the weariness in his eyes. The strain of Ruthenia's internal struggles was taking its toll on even the most stalwart of men. Come here, Orlov, the Tsar said, motioning with the letter. The general stepped forward, his boots clicking softly against the polished floor. Your Majesty, Ivan handed him the telegram. Read this and tell me what you make of it. Mikhailov accepted the document and began scanning its contents. As he read, his jaw clenched. When he finished, he looked up at the Tsar with a grim expression. Valoria is applying pressure, as expected. The masked leader knows this Krieg is important to them, which means he must be important to us as well. Indeed, Ivan said, leaning back in his chair. But releasing him now under Valoria's demands would make us look weak. Our people are already questioning my authority. If we bow to foreign power, we risk emboldening the revolutionaries even further. Orlov nodded, and yet, if Valoria's supreme leader has made this demand personally, he will not let the matter rest. Ignoring his warning could provoke retaliation. The Tsar's lips pressed into a thin line. Retaliation in what form? A public condemnation, economic sanctions. Valoria cannot risk a military conflict while their attention is focused on spreading revolutionary ideology. They are using words because they know they cannot use force. Orlov placed the telegram on the desk. Even so, we should tread carefully. Krieg may be a journalist on the surface, but his activities suggest something far more deliberate. We should continue to hold him and extract as much information as possible before making any decision about his release. Ivan drummed his fingers against the desk, his mind racing. Do we have any updates from the state police regarding his interrogation? Orlov hesitated. Preliminary reports suggest he has been resistant to questioning. He has not provided any useful information thus far. Inspector Damien believes he is highly trained in resisting interrogation techniques. The Tsar frowned. And what about the materials he was carrying? Did they yield anything of value? Mostly innocuous items, Orlov replied. Notebooks, maps, and some vague observations about Ruthenian society. Nothing overtly incriminating, but enough to suggest he was deeply embedded with the revolutionaries. Ivan rose from his chair and walked to the window, staring out at the snow-covered grounds of the Winter Palace. His breath fogged the glass as he spoke, his tone measured. Valoria is testing us, Orlov. They want to see if we will crumble under their gaze. If we release this man now, it will be a signal to them and to our own people that Ruthenia is weak. We cannot afford that, not with the revolution already at our doorstep. The general inclined his head. Then your decision is to hold him for now, Ivan said firmly. We will keep him under close guard and continue the interrogation, but inform the state police that I want no unnecessary cruelty. If Krieg is truly a journalist, we gain nothing from mistreating him. However, if he is a spy, the Tsar let the sentence hang in the air, turning back to face Orlov. Increase security around the prison where he is being held. Valoria may attempt a covert operation to retrieve him. I want no vulnerabilities. Understood, Your Majesty, Orlov said. I will see to it personally. As the general left the room, Ivan returned to his desk, his thoughts still clouded by the weight of the decision. Holding Johans Krieg was a gamble, a move that could either solidify Ruthenia's position or provoke a dangerous escalation. The Tsar picked up the telegram one last time, his eyes lingering on the final lines. Valoria's supreme leader was not a man to be underestimated, but neither was Ivan. December 20th, 1939, Ruthenian State Police Facility, St. Petersburg. Johans Krieg sat in the dimly lit cell, his wrists and ankles bound. The air was damp and cold, and the faint sound of distant footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. Despite the discomfort, his expression remained calm, his mind focused. He knew Valoria would not abandon him. The Supreme Leader understood the stakes, and Johans trusted that measures were already in motion to secure his release. But for now, his task was simple: endure. The heavy door to his cell creaked open, and Inspector Damien entered, followed by a pair of guards. The inspector carried a folder under one arm, his fox-like smile as sharp as ever. Good morning, Mr. Krieg, Damien said smoothly. I trust you've had time to reflect on your situation. Johans raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Damien chuckled, pulling a chair closer to the center of the room. Still silent, I see, but no matter, we have time. He opened the folder and produced a series of photographs, images of revolutionaries Johans had worked with, including Sergei Volkov. You see, Mr. Krieg, Damien continued, his tone casual, your friends are not as clever as they believe. We have been dismantling their networks one by one. Soon there will be no revolution for you to write about. Johans maintained his composure, refusing to take the bait. Damien leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. But you are different. You are not one of them. You are an outsider. And outsiders, Mr. Krieg, always have a price. Tell me, what is yours? Johans met Damien's gaze, his voice steady. I am a journalist. My only price is the truth. The inspector's smile faded slightly, replaced by a flicker of irritation. He stood, gathering the photographs. Then let us hope you reconsider before time runs out. As the door slammed shut behind Damien, Johans allowed himself a small, fleeting smile. His captors underestimated him. The revolution in Ruthenia was far from over, and Valoria's reach extended further than they realized. The Tsar might choose to hold him, but Johans Krieg was no ordinary prisoner. Time, he knew, was on his side. The morning light filtered dimly through the high, narrow windows of the Ruthenian State Police Facility. Johans Krieg sat upright on the small cot in his cell, his eyes fixed on the faint sliver of brightness. It wasn't much, but it was enough to remind him that time was still moving forward, and with it, the machinery of Valoria's response. The door to his cell opened abruptly, interrupting his thoughts. A guard entered, followed by Inspector Damien, who carried the same folder as before. The inspector's expression was less jovial today, his fox-like grin replaced by a grim determination. Mr. Krieg, Damien began as he pulled a chair into the center of the room. You've had a full day to consider your situation. Surely, by now, you realize the futility of your silence. Johans tilted his head slightly, his expression calm. I've realized only that you enjoy the sound of your own voice, Inspector. The guard behind Damien stiffened, but the inspector raised a hand to keep him in check. Clever, Damien said, his voice tight with irritation, but wit will not save you here. He placed the folder on the small table in the corner, opening it with deliberate care. Let us try a different approach today, he continued. Perhaps you would prefer to discuss your involvement with Sergei Volkov and the Workers' Alliance. Or should we start with your curious interest in Ruthenia's supply chains? Johans said nothing, his gaze steady and unreadable. Damien sighed, leaning back in his chair. You Valorians pride yourselves on discipline, don't you? Always so composed, so unyielding. But everyone has a breaking point, Mr. Krieg, and rest assured we will find yours. He gestured to the guard, who stepped forward with a small leather bag. From it, the guard produced a syringe filled with a clear liquid. Damien picked it up, holding it to the light. This, he said, his tone almost conversational, is a particularly potent serum. It lowers inhibitions, loosens the tongue, and makes even the most disciplined minds vulnerable to suggestion. We used it on one of Volkov's lieutenants last week. Quite effective. Johannes' expression remained impassive, but his mind raced. He had been trained for this, conditioned to resist such tactics, but even the most rigorous preparation had its limits. Damien approached him with the syringe, his steps slow and deliberate. "I'll give you one last chance to cooperate voluntarily. Tell me what you know about the revolutionaries, about Valoria's involvement, and this will all end much more pleasantly for you." Johans met his gaze, his voice calm. "I've already told you, Inspector. I'm a journalist. My work is my own." Damien's lips thinned, and without another word, he plunged the syringe into Johannes' arm. The sting was sharp but brief, and a warm sensation spread through his veins. Johans closed his eyes, focusing on the techniques he had been taught to compartmentalize his thoughts, to create layers of falsehoods that would protect the truth. As the serum took effect, Damien leaned forward, his voice low and insistent. "Let's start simple. Why were you in St. Petersburg?" Johans blinked slowly, his voice sluggish but deliberate. "I was writing, documenting the revolution. The people deserve to have their stories told. And how did you come to work with Volkov?" Damien pressed. Johannes' mind churned, searching for the threads of the false narrative he had crafted. "Volkov reached out to me. Said he wanted the world to know what was happening here. I agreed to listen." Damien's eyes narrowed. "And what did you offer him in return?" "Nothing," Johans replied. "I'm a journalist. I don't take sides." The inspector's frustration was palpable, but he forced himself to remain composed. "What about Valoria? What instructions were you given by your government before coming here?" Johans allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. "I was given no instructions. My work is independent." Damien leaned back, studying him closely. The serum had made Johannes' responses slower, but it hadn't broken him. If anything, his answers only deepened the inspector's suspicion. "Very well," Damien said finally. "Let us see how long you can maintain this charade." He gestured to the guard, who stepped forward and secured Johannes' wrists more tightly before leaving the room with the inspector. The heavy door slammed shut, leaving Johans alone once more. Behind a one-way glass panel, General Vasily Zavoyko observed the interrogation with folded arms. He turned to Inspector Damien as the latter entered the room. "Well," the general asked. "He's disciplined," Damien admitted. The serum loosened him slightly, but his responses are too rehearsed. "He's not giving us anything useful." Zavoyko frowned. "If he is truly a spy, we need confirmation. Without solid evidence, we cannot justify holding him indefinitely, not with Valoria breathing down our necks." Damien smirked. "Do you fear the supreme leader?" General Zavoyko shot him a sharp look. "I fear nothing, Inspector, but I respect Valoria's ability to turn even the smallest grievance into a weapon. If we mishandle this, we risk more than their condemnation. Alexander does not make idle threats." Damien considered this, then nodded. "I'll escalate the interrogation. We have other methods at our disposal. Be cautious," Zavoyko warned. "The Zsar has made it clear that Krieg is to be kept unharmed." "If you push too far, I understand," Damien said, though his tone suggested impatience. "Well, proceed with care." Back in Valoria, Supreme Leader Alexander sat in his private study, reviewing the latest intelligence reports. His masked visage betrayed nothing as Julian Kyle entered, holding a fresh dispatch from their agents in Ruthenia. "Your Excellency," Julian began, "we've received confirmation that Johannes Krieg is being subjected to enhanced interrogation. They've used truth serums and are likely escalating their methods." Alexander's gloved hand tightened on the armrest of his chair. "And his condition so far, he has resisted," Julian said, "but we don't know how long he can hold out." Alexander stood, his presence imposing even in stillness. "Prepare a response for the Ruthenian embassy. Make it clear that any harm to Krieg will be met with consequences." "Understood," Julian said. "Shall I coordinate with our covert operatives in St. Petersburg?" "Yes," Alexander replied. "Begin contingency planning. If Ruthenia will not release him, we may have to extract him ourselves." Julian nodded and left the room, her mind already racing with the details of the operation. As Alexander turned back to the map on his desk, his eyes lingered on Ruthenia. The stakes were high, but he knew one thing with certainty. Valoria did not abandon its own. Johannes Krieg would be brought back, no matter the cost. December 23, 1939 Volkschau, Valoria the air in Alexander's private chambers was heavy with tension as he reviewed the latest reports from Ruthenia. The flames in the fireplace crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. A map of Eastern Europe lay unfurled on the table before him, Ruthenia marked with red annotations supply routes, troop deployments, and key revolutionary strongholds. Julienne Kyle entered the room, carrying a fresh dossier. Her steps were brisk, her demeanor sharp. "Your Excellency, the Ruthenian embassy has responded." Alexander looked up, his masked face unreadable, and she placed the dossier in front of him. "They have officially acknowledged our concerns, but insist that Johannes Krieg remains under lawful detention. They claim he is being treated fairly and will face a thorough investigation before any decision on his release is made." Alexander's gloved fingers traced the edge of the dossier, a predictable response. They are stalling, hoping to buy time. Julien nodded. Exactly. Our agents in St. Petersburg report increased activity around the state police facility where Krieg is being held. Security has been heightened, and the Tsar's government is tightening its grip on revolutionary elements. They fear an escalation. Alexander's voice was calm but resolute. Their fear is justified. Valoria does not tolerate disrespect. If they think they can keep Krieg indefinitely, they are mistaken. Julien hesitated before speaking again. There's more. Our intelligence indicates that Krieg is under immense pressure. The Ruthenians are using advanced interrogation techniques, including psychological manipulation. While he remains steadfast, we cannot assume his resilience will last indefinitely. Alexander stood, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the table. Then we must act decisively. Diplomacy has run its course. It is time to prepare for a more direct intervention. Julien's eyes narrowed. An extraction operation, yes, Alexander replied, his tone firm. But it must be executed with precision. The world must not suspect Valoria's involvement. Assemble our best operatives. I want a plan ready within 24 hours. December 24, 1939, St. Petersburg, Ruthenia. The streets of St. Petersburg were blanketed in snow, the cold biting through even the thickest of coats. The city's usual bustle was subdued, its people weary from the unrest that had gripped the nation. Inside the state police facility, Johans Krieg sat alone in his cell. His body ached from the harsh conditions, but his mind remained sharp. He had spent years preparing for moments like this, and his training had not failed him yet. Still, he knew his time was running out. The door to his cell opened, and Inspector Damien entered once more, his expression colder than before. He carried a thin metal case, which he set down on the table with a deliberate clang. "Good evening, Mr. Krieg," Damien said, his tone devoid of the false cheer he had previously employed. "I trust you've had time to reflect." Johans raised an eyebrow. "I've had plenty of time, Inspector. Unfortunately for you, my story hasn't changed." Damien's lips thinned. Perhaps it is time for a more persuasive approach. He opened the metal case, revealing a set of intricate tools. Johans' eyes flicked over the contents, recognizing their purpose immediately. The Ruthenians were escalating their efforts. Before Damien could begin, the door to the interrogation room opened abruptly, and a uniformed officer stepped in, saluting. "Inspector Damien, you are needed in the command center, urgently." Damien frowned but rose from his seat. "Stay here," he ordered the guards before leaving the room. As the door closed behind him, Johans allowed himself a moment to breathe. His situation was dire, but he knew Valoria would not abandon him. He had to hold on just a little longer. In the heart of Volkschal, a team of Valorian operatives gathered in a secure briefing room. The atmosphere was tense but focused, each individual aware of the gravity of the mission ahead. Julien stood at the head of the room, a detailed map of St. Petersburg projected on the wall behind her. "Our target is here," she began, pointing to the state police facility. "Johans Krieg is being held in a maximum security cell on the second floor. The building is heavily fortified, with guards stationed at all entrances and regular patrols in the surrounding area." She turned to face the team. "This operation requires absolute precision. We cannot leave any evidence of Valorian involvement. Our objective is to extract Krieg and return him to Valoria without alerting the Ruthenians." One of the operatives, a man named Victor, raised his hand. "What about backup plans if the operation is compromised?" Julien's expression hardened. "Failure is not an option. If the situation escalates, you are authorized to neutralize any threats. However, discretion is paramount. We cannot afford to ignite an international incident." Another operative, Lena, stepped forward. "Do we have any intelligence on the building's vulnerabilities?" Julien shook her head. "No, which is why you will use your reconnaissance time efficiently. Our agents in St. Petersburg have provided a basic overview of the facility's layout, but key details, guard rotations, hidden entry points, and internal security measures must be confirmed on-site. Y'all have a narrow window to assess and plan the infiltration." Victor exchanged a glance with Lena. "Understood. Once we have eyes on the facility, we'll prioritize locating weaknesses and blind spots." "What's the timeline for the operation?" 48 hours from insertion, Julien said, her tone firm. "Y'all travel to Ruthenia tonight and begin your reconnaissance immediately upon arrival. The extraction team must be in and out before the Tsar's forces can react." Another operative, Andrei, raised his hand. "What about local support? Are there assets on the ground we can rely on?" "There is none. You are all on your own," Julien answered. Victor folded his arms, his expression resolute. "Well, get it done." Julien's gaze swept over the team. "Good. Remember, this mission is not just about rescuing Johans Krieg. It's about demonstrating that Valoria does not abandon its own. The Supreme Leader is watching, and failure is not an option." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over the operatives. Finally, Victor spoke. "We want fail." Inspector Damien strode briskly down the stone corridors of the state police facility, the echo of his boots cutting through the oppressive silence. His mind raced as he reviewed the message delivered moments ago. A visitor of some importance had arrived, demanding his attention. It was an unusual occurrence, one that both intrigued and irritated him. He reached the command center, where a junior officer stood waiting at attention. The officer saluted sharply, his nervous energy palpable. "Inspector Damien," the young man began, his voice taut, "the visitor is in your office. He claims to represent interests tied directly to the Zsar himself." Damien's brow furrowed. "And his name Grigory Vasiliev, sir," the officer replied, "an emissary from the Ministry of State Security." Damien's lips curled into a tight smile. The Ministry of State Security rarely involved itself in local operations unless the stakes were exceptionally high. This could mean one of two things: an opportunity to advance his own standing or a significant complication. "Very well," Damien said, his tone measured. "Return to your post. I will handle this." The officer saluted again and departed, leaving Damien to gather his thoughts. He adjusted his coat, ensuring his appearance was impeccable, and then proceeded to his office. The room was modest, with dark wooden furniture and a single lamp casting a warm glow over the space. Behind the desk sat a man who exuded authority. Grigory Vasiliev was tall and broad-shouldered, his sharp features framed by neatly combed dark hair. His uniform was immaculate, adorned with insignias that spoke of his high rank. "Inspector Damien," Vasiliev said, rising as Damien entered. His voice was deep and resonant, with an air of command that demanded attention. "Comrade Vasiliev," Damien replied, inclining his head respectfully. "To what do I owe the honor of this unexpected visit?" Vasiliev gestured for Damien to sit, and the inspector complied, noting the slight smirk on Vasiliev's lips. "I'll get straight to the point," Vasiliev began, his tone leaving no room for pleasantries. "Johans Krieg." Damien's eyes narrowed slightly, though he maintained his composure. "What about him?" "The ministry has been monitoring this operation closely," Vasiliev said, leaning forward. "Krieg is no ordinary prisoner, as I am sure you've deduced. His presence here poses a significant threat to Ruthenia's stability. The Zsar himself is concerned about the implications of holding such a high-value individual." Damien allowed a flicker of skepticism to cross his face. "With respect, Comrade Vasiliev, the Zsar has remained silent on this matter until now." "Why the sudden interest?" Vasiliev's smirk deepened. "Because Valoria has made its interest known. Their supreme leader has sent formal inquiries through diplomatic channels, demanding Krieg's immediate release. While the ministry appreciates your diligence in managing this case, we must tread carefully. Any misstep could have grave consequences." Damien leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. "Are you suggesting we release him?" "Not yet," Vasiliev said, his voice sharp. "Releasing Krieg under pressure from Valoria would be seen as weakness, but holding him indefinitely could escalate tensions beyond our control. The ministry's directive is clear: extract as much information as possible from Krieg, but do so without creating a martyr. His treatment must be measured." Damien's expression hardened. "He's been uncooperative thus far. If we ease our approach, he will grow bolder, not weaker." "Perhaps," Vasiliev replied, steepling his fingers. "But torture and overt cruelty risk drawing international condemnation. The Tsar's strategy is one of balance: assert our authority without inviting retribution. Use your methods, Damien, but tread carefully." For a moment, silence hung in the air, the tension between the two men palpable. Finally, Damien spoke. "Very well. I will recalibrate my approach, but if Krieg remains defiant, I will need the ministry's backing to escalate as necessary." "Y'all have it," Vasiliev said, standing. "But remember this: Krieg's significance goes beyond what you see. He is a symbol, both to Valoria and the revolutionaries here. How we handle him will shape the narrative for better or worse." Damien rose as well, his eyes locking with Vasiliev's. "Understood." The guards who escorted Inspector Damien back to Johans Krieg's cell were silent, their footsteps echoing through the dimly lit halls. Damien's mind churned with Vasiliev's words, weighing the delicate balance he was expected to maintain. When he entered the cell, Johans was seated on the narrow cot, his hands resting on his knees. His eyes met Damien's with a calm defiance, the faintest trace of a smirk tugging at his lips. "Back so soon?" Johans said, his voice steady. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me." Damien ignored the jab, pulling the chair from the corner and sitting across from him. "You've been quiet, Krieg. I assume you understand the gravity of your situation." Johans tilted his head. "I understand that you're running out of time." Damien raised an eyebrow. "And what makes you say that?" "Because Valoria doesn't leave its people behind," Johans said evenly. "I imagine you've already received a polite inquiry from my government. How long until that turns into something less polite?" Damien's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You overestimate your value, Mr. Krieg. Valoria may feign concern, but in the grand scheme you're expendable." "Am I?" Johans asked, his gaze unwavering. If that's true, why am I still here? Why has the Zsar simply made me disappear? Damien leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Because we're not done with you yet. You see, every word you refuse to say only convinces us that you have something to hide, and I will find out what that is. Johans held his gaze unflinching. You can try. Damien stood, his smile returning. Oh, I will, but for now, enjoy the quiet. It won't last. He turned on his heel and exited the cell, his mind already calculating his next move. Grigory Vasiliev watched from the back seat of his black sedan as snow continued to fall over the city. His visit to the state police facility had gone as planned, and now he turned his thoughts to the broader implications of the situation. Krieg was a pawn in a larger game, a game that could determine the balance of power in Eastern Europe. Vasiliev knew the Tsar's position was precarious, his authority challenged from within and without. Handling Krieg with care was not just a matter of national pride, it was a matter of survival. As the car pulled away from the facility, Vasiliev's expression remained unreadable. The ministry's plan was in motion, and he would ensure it was executed flawlessly. For Ruthenia, there could be no mistakes. Johans Krieg sat in his dimly lit cell, the cold biting at his skin despite the thin blanket draped over his shoulders. He was accustomed to discomfort, but this confinement had been uniquely grueling. Days of harsh interrogation and isolation had tested his patience and resolve, but he clung to one certainty: Valoria would not abandon him. He had served the supreme leader too long and too well to be left behind. The metallic clink of keys in the lock broke the silence, drawing Johannes' attention to the door. It swung open, revealing Inspector Damien, his face a mask of irritation. Behind him stood two guards, their rifles held at the ready. "Good evening, Mr. Krieg," Damien said, his tone clipped. "I trust you're enjoying your holiday accommodations." Johans gave him a faint smile, his voice calm. "It's not quite the Winter Palace, but I'm managing." Damien stepped inside, his boots clicking against the stone floor. "Your defiance is impressive, but I wonder how long do you think it will last? Valoria isn't here to save you." "Perhaps not yet," Johans replied. "But you seem nervous, Inspector. Did something change?" Damien's lips tightened. "You're becoming more trouble than you're worth, Krieg. The Tsar himself is growing impatient." "Impatience often leads to mistakes," Johans said evenly. Damien ignored the jab, pulling a chair closer to the cot. He leaned in, his voice lowering to a near whisper. "You think you're clever, playing the silent hero. But you're not the only pawn in this game. Your comrades in the revolution, they've been talking." Johannes' expression didn't falter. "If that's true, why are you still here, wasting time with me?" Damien's fist slammed against the wall, the sound reverberating through the cell. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, but neither moved. "I will break you," Damien hissed, "one way or another." Johans met his gaze, unflinching. "You can try." Ruthenian Ministry of State Security. Grigory Vasiliev sat in his office, reviewing the latest security updates from the state police facility. The additional patrols and surveillance measures were in place, and the building was effectively a fortress. Yet, he couldn't shake the nagging unease that lingered at the back of his mind. Valoria's operatives were some of the best in the world, their methods precise and often unpredictable. If they were planning an extraction, it would be surgical, a lightning strike that left no trace of their involvement. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," Vasiliev called, setting the report aside. A junior officer stepped inside, saluting crisply. "Comrade Vasiliev, there's a message from the Winter Palace. The Tsar requests another update on the prisoner." Vasiliev nodded, his expression unreadable. "Prepare the secure line. I'll deliver the report myself." The ornate study was bathed in the warm glow of candlelight as Tsar Ivan sat at his desk, the frost-covered windows casting faint patterns on the walls. The secure telephone on the desk rang, and the Tsar answered it with a measured speak. "Your Majesty," Vasiliev's deep voice came through the line. "I'm calling with the latest update on the Valorian prisoner, Johans Krieg." "Proceed," Ivan said, leaning back in his chair. "Inspector Damien's interrogation methods have yet to yield substantial results," Vasiliev reported. "Krieg remains steadfast, though there are signs of strain. Additional security measures have been implemented at the facility, and patrols have been doubled in anticipation of a possible extraction attempt." "And the Valorian response?" the Tsar asked, his tone sharp. "Thus far they have remained silent beyond their initial diplomatic inquiry," Vasiliev said. "They've exhausted their diplomatic channels, Your Majesty, and now they wait. Do they think we will fold under their unspoken threats? They misunderstand us." "Vasiliev," Ivan finally said, his tone sharp. "Valoria assumes that we are as fragile as the revolutionaries they manipulate. They see a fractured Ruthenia and believe they can pressure us into compliance. We must disabuse them of this notion." "How do you wish to proceed, Your Majesty?" Vasiliev asked. The Tsar's fingers drummed against the desk as he spoke. "Johans Krieg remains a bargaining chip, but also a liability. We must ensure his continued silence while reminding Valoria that Ruthenia is not to be trifled with." Your Majesty, might I suggest using the opportunity to send a stronger message, Vasiliv said. Their silence signals preparation for a response. If we outmaneuver them now, we not only secure our position but also assert dominance over the narrative. Ivan's gaze hardened. Elaborate. Vasiliv's voice grew colder. If Valoria is waiting for us to blink first, we must ensure that they see unwavering strength. I propose issuing a public statement condemning foreign interference in Ruthenia, emphasize our sovereignty and the dangers of subversion. Meanwhile, we tighten our grip on the prisoner and dismantle any remaining revolutionary networks with swift and decisive action. The Zsar leaned back, his expression contemplative. You suggest baiting Valoria into revealing their hand precisely. Your Majesty, Vasiliv replied. Force them to act impulsively, and we gain the upper hand. A junior officer approached, his steps hesitant. Inspector Damien, a directive from the ministry. Vasiliv wants a complete status update within the hour. They've requested details on Krieg's condition, the progress of the interrogations, and any changes to facility security. Damien sighed, rubbing his temples. Tell Vasiliv the interrogations are ongoing and that Krieg remains resistant. Perhaps we're just waiting. Johans could be what he claims to be. An ordinary journalist would have his mind broken after our attempts, the officer said, raising a point. Damien sighed, the weight of the officer's observation hanging in the air, and yet he hasn't. If Krieg is truly what he claims, then he's the most resilient, ordinary journalist I've ever encountered. The junior officer hesitated before speaking. Do you think Valoria prepared him for this? Perhaps he's more than just a journalist, a sleeper agent, or some form of covert operative. Damien leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled as he considered the suggestion. It's possible, but we have no concrete proof. Valoria's silence speaks volumes. If Krieg were expendable, they wouldn't be investing so much effort in ensuring his survival. That tells me he's important, vital, even. The officer nodded, awaiting further instructions. Increase the frequency of interrogations, Damien said, his tone sharp, but no physical torture. We need him intact, mentally and physically. Focus on psychological tactics, wear him down, make him doubt his support. If we can break his will, the truth will follow. The officer saluted and left, leaving Damien to his thoughts. His instincts told him the situation was far more dangerous than anyone was letting on. Ruthenia was playing with fire, and Valoria's response would come. It was only a matter of time. Inspector Damien stormed into the dimly lit cell, his anger palpable. His frustration had been building for days, compounded by Krieg's unyielding silence and the relentless pressure from his superiors. The door slammed shut behind him, echoing through the cold, damp corridor. Johans Krieg sat on the narrow cot, his posture as composed as ever. He glanced up, his calm demeanor an unspoken challenge. Couldn't stay away, Inspector Johans asked, his voice steady despite his visible exhaustion. Damien didn't respond. Instead, he advanced toward Krieg, his fists clenched. Do you think this is a game? Krieg, he growled, his tone venomous. You sit there, smug and silent, while my career is on the line, while my country is on the brink of chaos. Johans' gaze remained unwavering. Your frustration isn't my problem, Inspector. Perhaps you should take it up with your Zsar. The taunt struck a nerve. Damien's hand lashed out, the back of it connecting with Johans' face. The force sent him sprawling onto the cot, his head snapping to the side. The guards outside exchanged uneasy glances but made no move to intervene. They knew better than to cross Damien when he was in this state. Get up, Damien barked, grabbing Johans by the collar and hauling him to his feet. The dim light highlighted the blood trickling from Johans' split lip, but he didn't flinch. His silence only fueled Damien's rage. Why won't you talk? Damien shouted, punctuating each word with a brutal punch to Johans' torso. The blows were precise and deliberate, aimed to cause pain without leaving visible injuries that could later be used as evidence. Johans staggered but refused to cry out. His resolve was unshakable, a fact that enraged Damien even more. The inspector grabbed him by the shoulders and slammed him against the cold, stone wall. You think you're a martyr, some kind of hero, Damien hissed. His face was inches from Johans, his breath hot and ragged. Valoria doesn't care about you. They've abandoned you. Johans managed a weak smile, his voice barely above a whisper. You don't know Valoria as I do. The defiance in Johans' words ignited something primal in Damien. He struck him again, this time with a force that sent Johans crumpling to the floor. Blood dripped from his nose, staining the concrete beneath him. The junior officer from earlier stood in the corridor, listening to the commotion. He shifted uncomfortably, his hand resting on the butt of his rifle. Should we intervene? One of the guards whispered, his voice laced with hesitation. The officer shook his head. Not unless Damien gives the order. He's the one responsible for the interrogation. In fact, we should just let him do what he wants. That Valorian journalist is giving us a hard time and a bad rap to the state police, the officer muttered under his breath. Maybe a few broken ribs will loosen his tongue. Inside the cell, Damien was far from finished. He loomed over Johans, his chest heaving as he glared at the man sprawled on the floor. Despite his bloodied face, Johannes' expression remained defiant, as if every blow only strengthened his resolve. "Get up," Damien snarled. When Johans didn't immediately comply, Damien reached down, gripping his shirt and yanking him upright. The effort was unnecessary. Johans struggled to his feet on his own, his movements slow and deliberate, like a man who refused to let pain dictate his actions. "You think this makes you strong?" Damien barked. His fist collided with Johannes' jaw, the sickening crack echoing in the small room. "You're nothing, just another puppet for Valoria." Johans coughed, a wet sound that brought blood to his lips. He raised his head, his gaze steady. "And you're nothing but a dog on a leash." Damien's face twisted with rage. He lunged at Johans, slamming him against the wall again. The impact was brutal, and Johannes' head lolled for a moment before he regained his composure. The concrete scraped against his back, adding another layer of agony to his battered body. "You don't understand, do you?" Damien hissed. "No one is coming for you. Your so-called supreme leader, he's probably already written you off as a loss." Johans chuckled weakly, the sound infuriating Damien further. "You talk so much, Damien," he said hoarsely, "almost as if you're trying to convince yourself." Damien struck him again, his fist finding Johannes' stomach this time. The journalist doubled over, gasping for breath, but even then he didn't fall. "Enough," Damien roared, pacing the cell like a caged animal. He ran a hand through his hair, his frustration boiling over. He turned back to Johans, who was leaning heavily against the wall, his face barely recognizable through the swelling and blood. "You're not invincible," Damien growled. "Everyone breaks eventually." "Everyone." Johans, despite everything, smiled faintly. "Then keep trying." The junior officer and the guards stood in tense silence, listening to the sounds of the ongoing beating. One of the guards finally spoke, his voice low. "This is going too far." Damien's lost control. The officer shook his head. "It's not our place to interfere. Let him finish. Krieg's resistance is an embarrassment to all of us. If this gets the answers we need, and if it doesn't," the guard interrupted, his tone sharp. "What then? We keep hitting him until he's dead." The officer hesitated, but before he could respond, the sound of a distant explosion rocked the facility. The walls trembled and the lights flickered briefly. The guards immediately snapped to attention, their hands on their weapons. "What the hell was that?" one of them muttered, his voice tight with alarm. "Go check it out," the officer barked, motioning to the two guards. "Report back as soon as you know anything." The guards nodded and hurried off, leaving the officer alone outside the cell. He reached for the radio clipped to his belt, his voice tense. "Central, this is Sergeant Kirov. We've had an explosion. Requesting immediate status update." A crackling response came through. "Sergeant, the west perimeter has been breached. Unknown assailants, all units be on high alert." Kirov's stomach dropped. He turned toward the cell door, debating whether to inform Damien. Before he could decide, the door swung open and Damien stepped out, his face flushed and his knuckles bruised. "What's going on?" Damien demanded, his voice sharp. "Perimeter breach," Kirov replied quickly. Damien's eyes widened briefly before narrowing with fury. "Secure the prisoner," he barked. "Double the guards on this cell. No one gets in or out." "What about you?" Kirov asked, already fumbling for his radio. "I'm going to deal with this myself," Damien said, his tone venomous. Elsewhere in the facility, the Valorian operatives moved like shadows. Victor led the team, his expression grim as he scanned the dim corridors. Behind him, Lena and Andrei kept a close watch on their flanks, their weapons drawn and ready. "They've fortified the cell block," Lena whispered, glancing at the hastily drawn map in her hands. "The guards are concentrated around the target." "Expected," Victor muttered. "We take them out quickly and cleanly. No witnesses." The team crept forward, their boots silent against the cold stone. When they reached the entrance to the cell block, Victor signaled for Lena to scout ahead. She slipped forward, her movements almost imperceptible, and peered around the corner. "Two guards at the door," she whispered when she returned. "Rifles, but they looked distracted." "Good," Victor said. "Andrei with me. Lena, stay back and cover us." With swift precision, Victor and Andrei approached the guards. Victor flung a small pebble down the opposite hallway, drawing the guards' attention. As one guard turned to investigate, Victor struck, his knife slicing through the man's throat before he could make a sound. Andrei dispatched the second guard with a silenced pistol, the muffled crack of the shot barely audible. The team regrouped at the door. Victor inspected the lock and signaled to Lena, who produced a small toolkit. Within moments, the lock clicked open, and Victor pushed the door inward, his weapon at the ready. Damien stood inside the cell block, barking orders to a group of guards when the door swung open. He turned sharply, his hand instinctively reaching for his revolver. The sight of the armed operatives entering the room sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. "Who the hell are you?" Damien demanded, leveling his weapon at Victor. Victor didn't respond. Instead, he raised his pistol, and the room erupted into chaos. The guards reacted immediately, their rifles raised, but the operatives were faster. Lena fired a silenced shot, dropping the nearest guard before he could pull the trigger. Andrei lunged at another, his knife plunging into the man's chest with brutal efficiency. Damien fired his revolver, the crack of the shot deafening in the confined space. The bullet grazed Victor's arm, but he barely flinched, his focus unwavering. Victor returned fire, forcing Damien to dive for cover behind a steel desk. Remaining guards scrambled for position, but the operatives pressed their advantage. Lena's shots were precise, each one finding its mark. Andre engaged a guard in hand-to-hand combat, his movements swift and lethal. Damien, crouched behind the desk, reloaded his revolver with trembling hands. His mind raced as he assessed the situation. These were no ordinary intruders. Their precision and coordination marked them as elite operatives. He realized with grim certainty that they were here for Krieg. Damien emerged from cover, firing wildly at the operatives. The bullets ricocheted off the stone walls, one narrowly missing Lena as she darted to the side. Victor advanced on Damien, his movements calculated and deliberate. "Stay back," Damien shouted, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. Victor didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, knocking the revolver from Damien's hand with a swift kick. The weapon skidded across the floor, coming to rest near the cell door. Damien swung at Victor with a clenched fist, but Victor dodged easily, countering with a punch to Damien's gut that left him gasping for air. The inspector staggered but didn't fall. He reached for a metal baton at his belt and swung it wildly, forcing Victor to step back. Damien advanced, the baton whistling through the air as he struck again and again. Victor parried the blows with his forearm, the impact jarring but not debilitating. Lena, meanwhile, had taken position near Krieg's cell. She worked quickly to unlock the door, her hands steady despite the chaos around her. Andre covered her, firing at the last remaining guard who was attempting to retreat. The lock on the cell clicked open, and Lena pushed the door wide. Johans Krieg looked up from his battered position, his face bruised and swollen. "We're getting you out of here," Lena said, helping him to his feet. Johans nodded weakly. "About time." Damien swung the baton again, this time catching Victor on the shoulder. The blow staggered him, but Victor recovered quickly, grabbing Damien's wrist and twisting it sharply. The baton clattered to the floor, and Damien cried out in pain. "It's over," Victor said, his voice cold. "Stand down." Damien glared at him, his eyes blazing with defiance. "You think this ends here? You think you can just waltz in and take him?" "Yes," Victor replied simply. With a final, desperate lunge, Damien reached for a knife strapped to his boot, but Victor was faster. He delivered a brutal punch to Damien's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. Damien groaned, his body limp and unresponsive. Victor stepped over Damien's unconscious body, sparing him a single glance before turning his focus to the team. "Lena, Andre, status," he barked. "Clear," Lena responded, securing Johans under her arm to help him walk. "We've neutralized the guards." No alarms sounded yet. "Good," Victor said, his tone clipped. "We need to move. Reinforcements won't be far behind." The team hurried down the corridor, their weapons at the ready. Andre took point, his sharp eyes scanning for movement. Lena stayed close to Johans, who stumbled but kept moving, his determination evident even in his battered state. The distant sound of boots pounding against the stone floor echoed through the facility. The guards were mobilizing, their shouts growing louder. Victor held up a fist, signaling the team to stop. "Intersection ahead," Andre whispered. "They're coming from the left." Victor nodded and gestured for Andre to take position. Andre crouched low, leveling his pistol at the corner. As the first guard rounded the bend, Andre fired, the silenced shot dropping the man instantly. A second guard followed, only to meet the same fate. "Keep moving," Victor ordered, motioning for the team to follow. They pressed on, navigating the labyrinthine halls with efficiency. Each step felt heavier as the tension mounted. Johans leaned more heavily on Lena, his strength waning. She adjusted her grip, determination etched on her face. The group reached the service tunnels, their escape route within sight, but the sound of hurried footsteps behind them shattered any sense of relief. "Contact," Andre shouted, spinning around to cover their rear. A group of guards emerged from the darkness, their rifles blazing. The operatives dove for cover as bullets ricocheted off the stone walls. Victor returned fire, each shot precise and deadly. Lena pulled Johans behind a stack of crates, shielding him from the onslaught. "We don't have time for this," Lena shouted over the gunfire. "Go," Victor yelled. "Get him to the extraction point. Andre and I will hold them off." Lena hesitated, her eyes darting between Victor and Johans, but the urgency in Victor's voice left no room for argument. She nodded and began dragging Johans toward the exit. Victor and Andre stood their ground, their weapons blazing. The guards pressed forward, but the operatives' superior training and firepower kept them at bay. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. "Fall back," Victor called to Andre, his voice sharp. They moved in sync, retreating toward the exit while laying down suppressing fire. Lena reached the extraction point, a waiting truck idling in the darkness. She helped Johans into the back and turned to see Victor and Andre sprinting toward her, the last of the guards left behind in the chaos. "Go," Victor shouted as he climbed into the truck, slamming the door behind him. Andrei jumped into the driver's seat and gunned the engine, the vehicle lurching forward into the snowy night. Inside the truck, Johans leaned against the wall, his breath labored. "You took your time," he muttered, a weak smile tugging at his bloodied lips. "Next time we'll send flowers," Victor quipped, his eyes scanning the road behind them. As the truck disappeared into the night, the facility shrank into the distance, its alarms finally blaring. But it was too late. Johans Krieg was free, and Valoria had made its move. The frost-covered windows of the Tsar's study offered a view of the winter palace gardens blanketed in snow. Tsar Ivan III stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unyielding as he listened to the hurried report from Grigory Vasiliev, who stood rigidly at attention near the desk. "Your Majesty," Vasiliev began, his voice steady but laced with tension. "The state police facility holding Johans Krieg was attacked in the early hours of the morning. The prisoner has escaped." Ivan turned slowly, his cold gaze fixed on Vasiliev. Escaped. His voice was low and measured, but the air in the room seemed to grow heavier with his words. "Explain." "The facility was breached by a group of highly trained operatives," Vasiliev continued. "They neutralized the guards, bypassed security, and extracted Krieg with surgical precision. Our forces engaged them during the retreat, but they managed to evade capture." Ivan's fingers drummed against the polished wood of the desk. "Who were these operatives?" "Valorian. All signs point to Valoria, Your Majesty," Vasiliev said carefully. "The timing, the tactics, they aligned too closely with their known methods. However, they left no definitive trace. It's a masterful operation." The Tsar's lips pressed into a thin line, and the response of our forces, Vasiliev straightened. "State police units have mobilized to track the escapees. We believe they are moving west, likely toward a prearranged extraction point. Our patrols are closing in on the primary route." Ivan nodded slowly, his gaze turning back to the frost-covered windows. "Mobilize additional units. I want Krieg and his accomplices captured, alive if possible. If not, he let the sentence hang in the cold air." "Yes, Your Majesty." Vasiliev bowed slightly and exited the room, his mind already racing through the logistics of the manhunt. The Valorian truck sped through the snow-covered trail, its tires kicking up slush as the team made their escape. Victor sat in the passenger seat, his weapon resting on his lap, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of pursuit. Andrei gripped the wheel tightly, navigating the treacherous path with practiced ease. In the back, Lena tended to Johans Krieg, whose bruised and bloodied face betrayed the severity of his ordeal. "How far to the extraction point?" Lena asked, her voice low but urgent. 10 kilometers, Victor replied. "If we keep this pace, we'll make it before dawn." Johans coughed weakly, blood flecking his lips. "And what if we don't?" Victor glanced back at him, his expression hard. "Then we fight." The truck's engine roared as it crested a hill, its headlights piercing the thick forest. But as they descended, the sound of distant engines grew louder. Lena stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "They're coming." Victor's jaw tightened. "Andrei, kill the lights. We'll lose them in the forest." The truck plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the pale moonlight filtering through the trees. Andrei slowed the vehicle, guiding it off the main trail and into the dense undergrowth. The team held their breath as the sound of pursuing vehicles grew closer. State police trucks barreled down the snowy road, their headlights sweeping through the forest. Commander Antonov, a grizzled officer with a keen eye for strategy, stood in the lead truck, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. "They can't have gotten far," Antonov barked to his driver. "Fan out and sweep the area. They'll try to hide, but they won't get past us." The convoy split into smaller groups, each taking a different route through the forest. The hunt had begun. The Valorian operatives abandoned their truck, opting to move on foot through the thick underbrush. Victor led the way, his pistol drawn, while Lena supported Johans, whose injuries slowed their pace. "They're too close," Lena hissed, glancing over her shoulder. The faint glow of searchlights danced through the trees, accompanied by the distant shouts of Ruthenian officers. "Well, lose them," Victor said, his voice steady. "Keep moving." The group pressed on, their boots crunching through the snow. The cold bit at their exposed skin, but they ignored it, their focus singular. The sound of barking dogs joined the cacophony of pursuit, sending a chill down Lena's spine. "They've got trackers," she said. Victor cursed under his breath. "Andrei, slow them down." Andrei nodded, breaking off from the group. He doubled back, moving silently through the trees until he found a vantage point overlooking the approaching patrol. He planted a small explosive charge in the path and retreated, his breath visible in the frigid air. Moments later, the charge detonated, the explosion shattering the stillness of the forest. The pursuing officers scattered, their shouts mingling with the panicked barking of the dogs. "That won't stop them for long," Andrei said as he rejoined the group. "It doesn't have to," Victor replied. "We're almost there." The team reached a frozen river, its surface shimmering under the moonlight. Victor knelt at the edge, scanning the area. "We cross here. The extraction point is on the other side." Lena hesitated. "The ice might not hold. We don't have a choice," Victor said. He turned to Johans. Can you make it? Johans nodded weakly, his resolve unbroken despite his battered state. Let's go. The group stepped onto the ice, their movements cautious. The surface groaned under their weight, but it held. They were halfway across when the first shots rang out. Contact, Victor shouted, spinning around to return fire. The Ruthenian patrol had caught up, their rifles flashing in the darkness. Lena dropped to one knee, her pistol barking as she picked off an advancing officer. Andre hurled a smoke grenade, the thick plume obscuring their movements as they pressed forward. Keep moving, Victor ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. The ice cracked beneath them, spiderweb fractures spreading with each step. Lena reached the far bank and hauled Johans to safety. Victor and Andre followed, firing over their shoulders as the Ruthenians closed in. The team disappeared into the tree line, the sound of their pursuers fading as they put distance between themselves and the river. When they finally reached the extraction point, a waiting plane hidden in a clearing, Victor allowed himself a rare moment of relief. Get him on board, Victor said, nodding to Johans. As the plane's engines roared to life, Victor glanced back toward the forest. The Ruthenians were still out there, but they were too late. The mission was a success. Vasiliv stood before the Zsar, his expression grim. Your Majesty, they've escaped. We've lost them. Is there anything we can do? Ivan asked. Unfortunately, there is none, Your Majesty. I can't let people like Johans enter our country anymore. I will ban all foreign press, and since the revolutionaries want to have me deposed, then I will depose them first. Your Majesty, you are not thinking of waging war against the people. Yes, the room was filled with the quiet hum of anticipation. The walls of the great hall were lined with guards, their expressions unreadable as they stood rigid at attention. Rows of seats held high-ranking officials, military leaders and ministers, their faces somber as they awaited Zsar Ivan III's arrival. At the center of the hall stood a simple podium bearing the Ruthenian emblem. The radio transmitters and microphones were set up, ready to broadcast the Tsar's address to every corner of the nation. Outside, the capital was eerily silent, the streets patrolled by state police enforcing the newly issued curfew. The heavy doors at the back of the hall creaked open, and Zsar Ivan III entered, flanked by his advisors. He walked with measured steps to the podium, his military coat buttoned to perfection. His sharp eyes scanned the room before he began, his voice steady and deliberate. My fellow Ruthenians, Ivan began, his words echoing through the hall and across the airwaves. Today I speak to you not as a ruler giving commands, but as a guardian of our nation, entrusted with its survival. The room remained silent, the weight of his words sinking in. In recent days, we have faced an affront to our sovereignty, he continued. Foreign operatives have infiltrated our borders, defied our laws, and escaped with one of our prisoners, a man who sought to incite rebellion within our lands. This act of aggression cannot and will not be ignored. He leaned forward slightly, his hands gripping the edges of the podium. But this is not the only threat we face. For too long, revolutionaries within our borders have worked to undermine the unity and strength of Ruthenia. These traitors seek to dismantle the foundation of our nation and replace it with chaos and ruin. His gaze swept over the audience, sharp and unwavering. Today, I am declaring martial law throughout Ruthenia. This is not a decision I take lightly, but it is a necessary step to ensure the stability and survival of our nation. He paused, letting the weight of the announcement settle before continuing. Under martial law, several measures will take effect immediately. First, all public gatherings are banned unless explicitly authorized by the state. Second, a curfew will be enforced from sunset to sunrise. Anyone found violating this curfew will face arrest. The officials in the room shifted uncomfortably, but no one dared interrupt. Third, Ivan said, his tone hardening, all foreign press agencies are to cease their operations and leave Ruthenia within 24 hours. These agencies have proven to be tools of subversion, spreading lies and propaganda against the state. He straightened, his voice growing firmer. Finally, the state police and military will be granted expanded powers to search, seize, and detain anyone suspected of disloyalty or revolutionary activity. We will root out these threats, no matter where they hide. He paused again, letting his words resonate. To those who support these measures, I thank you for your loyalty and your courage. To those who oppose them, know this: Ruthenia's survival is not negotiable. I will not allow our nation to fall to chaos, foreign manipulation, or internal treachery. His grip on the podium tightened. The revolutionaries have had their time to act. Now it is my time to respond. Ruthenia will endure, and we will emerge stronger than ever before. Ivan stepped back from the podium, signaling the end of his speech. The room erupted into polite but measured applause as the broadcast concluded. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared voice their concerns. In a dimly lit meeting room, Grigory Vasiliv stood before a group of senior state police and military officials. Maps of the country were spread across the table, marked with red circles indicating known revolutionary hotspots. You've heard the Tsar's orders, Vasiliv said, his tone clipped and efficient. we begin immediate crackdowns. Every revolutionary cell, every sympathizer, every whisper of dissent, bring them in. Detain them for questioning. We cannot afford hesitation. One of the officers raised a hand. What about the foreign correspondents? Some of them are well connected. Expelling them might attract international criticism. Vasiliev's expression hardened. The Zsar has spoken. Their connections mean nothing here. If they resist, they will be arrested. We are not playing politics, we are securing Ruthenia. Another officer hesitated before speaking. The people might resist these measures. How do we handle public backlash? Vasiliev's gaze swept over the room. The people will understand once they see the results. We are protecting them, whether they realize it or not. Anyone who resists is no longer just a citizen, they are an enemy of the state. The officers nodded grimly, their expressions a mix of determination and unease. By the next morning, the effects of martial law were evident. Armed patrols marched through the streets, their presence an imposing reminder of the Tsar's authority. Checkpoints were established at major intersections, and passers-by were stopped and questioned at random. In a small apartment near the city center, a group of revolutionaries huddled around a radio, their faces pale as they listened to the Tsar's speech replayed on a loop. One of them, a wiry man named Sergei, slammed his fist on the table. "He's gone mad," Sergei hissed. "Martial law banning everything, this isn't governance, it's tyranny." A woman in the group, Elena, shook her head. "Mad or not, he's tightening his grip. We need to be careful. The state police will be looking for people like us." Sergei's jaw tightened. "Careful won't save us. We need to act." Another member, an older man named Victor, leaned back in his chair. "Act how he's already shut down half our networks. Anyone who speaks out disappears." The room fell silent, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Outside, the sound of marching boots grew louder, a chilling reminder that they were never truly safe. Tsar Ivan III sat alone in his study, reviewing the latest reports. Revolutionary arrests were climbing, the streets were under control, and foreign journalists were being escorted out of the country. By all accounts, the martial law was working, but Ivan's mind was restless. The memory of Johannes Krieg's escape lingered like a thorn. Valoria's audacity had stoked his resolve, but it also left him with a lingering sense of vulnerability. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Enter," he called. Vasiliev stepped inside, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Your Majesty, the initial reports are promising. Revolutionary activity is already declining." Ivan nodded, but his expression remained grim. "Good, but this is only the beginning. The people must learn that loyalty is not optional. Ruthenia's enemies both within and beyond our borders will see that we are not weak." "Yes, Your Majesty," Vasiliev said. "We will ensure it." As Vasiliev left the room, Ivan returned to his papers, the flickering light of the fireplace casting long shadows across his desk. For the Tsar, the path was clear. Ruthenia would endure, even if it meant ruling with an iron fist. The streets of St. Petersburg were no longer silent. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke and the distant wail of alarms. What had begun as a declaration of martial law had spiraled into outright conflict. Revolutionaries, emboldened by the Tsar's oppressive measures, had risen in rebellion. The iron fist of Tsar Ivan III, intended to crush dissent, had instead become the spark that ignited a full-scale civil war. The room was tense, filled with senior military officers and state officials. Maps of Ruthenia were sprawled across the central table, marked with red and blue to denote areas under the Tsar's control and those seized by the revolutionaries. Grigory Vasiliev stood at the head of the table, addressing the room with his usual composed intensity. "Reports from the southern provinces indicate heavy clashes," Vasiliev said, his voice steady despite the dire news. "Revolutionary cells have taken control of key supply routes and are fortifying their positions in the cities of Novgorod and Perm. Our forces are engaged but spread thin." An officer slammed his fist on the table. "This is unacceptable. We have the numbers and the firepower. Why haven't we crushed them yet?" Vasiliev shot him a cold glance. "Because this is not a conventional war. These are not soldiers in uniform standing on a battlefield. They are civilians hiding among the population, striking and disappearing before we can respond. Our forces must adapt." Tsar Ivan entered the room, his presence commanding immediate silence. He moved to the head of the table, his expression unyielding. "Enough excuses," Ivan said, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "This rebellion will not stand. Mobilize every resource we have. Bring reinforcements from the eastern territories, and if the people insist on harboring traitors, they will share in their punishment." One of the officers hesitated. "Your Majesty, increasing civilian casualties could escalate the unrest." Ivan cut him off with a glare. "This is not unrest. This is war, and in war there are no half measures." The room fell silent, the weight of the Tsar's words hanging heavily over the assembly. In the bombed-out shell of a former government building, Sergei paced back and forth, his boots crunching on broken glass. Around him, revolutionaries prepared for the next battle, loading weapons, distributing supplies, and tending to the wounded. Maps covered the walls, dotted with markers indicating Loyalist troop movements. Elena, Sergei called, his voice urgent. What's the status on reinforcements? Elena, seated at a makeshift desk, looked up from her notes. A convoy from Perm is on its way. They'll bring more weapons and fighters, but it'll take 2 days. Sergei cursed under his breath. 2 days is too long. The Loyalists are massing troops to the south. If they attack before reinforcements arrive, we're finished. Victor, the older revolutionary, stepped into the room. His face was lined with exhaustion, but his eyes remained sharp. Then we hold the line. We've fought them before, and we'll do it again. We're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for everyone suffering under the Tsar's rule. Sergei nodded, his jaw set with determination. Then let's make them regret coming here. The Loyalist forces approached at dawn, their boots crunching in the snow as they advanced on the city. Tanks rolled forward, their turrets scanning the ruins for signs of movement. Overhead, planes circled, ready to unleash their payloads on revolutionary positions. From within the city, revolutionaries waited in silence. Sergei crouched behind a barricade, his rifle resting on the edge. Beside him, Elena adjusted the sights on a stolen sniper rifle, her breath visible in the frigid air. The first shot rang out, shattering the stillness. Elena's bullet struck a Loyalist officer, dropping him instantly. Chaos erupted as the revolutionaries opened fire, their makeshift defenses lighting up with the muzzle flashes of their weapons. The Loyalists responded with overwhelming force. Tanks unleashed deafening blasts, reducing entire buildings to rubble. Machine gun fire raked the barricades, forcing the revolutionaries to duck for cover. Hold your positions. Sergei shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. Don't let them break through. Elena fired another shot, taking out a machine gunner. Victor lobbed a Molotov cocktail at a tank, the flames engulfing its tracks and forcing it to halt. The revolutionaries fought with desperation, their knowledge of the terrain giving them a temporary advantage. But the Loyalists were relentless. As the battle dragged on, their superior numbers and firepower began to tip the scales. Revolutionaries fell one by one, their cries lost in the chaos. Sergei were being overrun. Elena shouted, reloading her rifle with shaking hands. Sergei gritted his teeth. Fall back to the second line. We can't hold this position. The revolutionaries retreated through the narrow streets, setting traps and ambushes to slow the Loyalists' advance. Explosions rocked the city as hidden mines detonated, scattering debris and sowing confusion among the pursuing forces. In the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan received reports of the battle. He stood by the window, watching as snow continued to fall over the capital, a stark contrast to the violence tearing his nation apart. Novgorod will fall by nightfall, Vassiliev reported, his tone even. The revolutionaries are resilient, but they cannot withstand the Loyalists' assault. Ivan nodded, his expression unreadable. Good, let it serve as an example. The people must see that rebellion only leads to death and ruin. Vassiliev hesitated. Your Majesty, the more we crack down, the more the revolutionaries seem to rise. Perhaps Ivan's gaze snapped to him, cold and unyielding. There is no perhaps, there is only victory. Ruthenia's future depends on our strength and our resolve. We will crush this rebellion no matter the cost. By nightfall, the city lay in ruins. Fires burned in the distance, casting an eerie glow over the snow-covered streets. Loyalist troops moved through the rubble, rounding up surviving revolutionaries and executing those who resisted. Sergei, Elena, and Victor regrouped in a hidden cellar beneath a collapsed building. Their numbers were decimated, their supplies nearly gone. We can't keep fighting like this, Victor said, his voice heavy with defeat. They're too strong. We don't have a choice, Sergei replied, his eyes blazing with determination. If we give up now, everything we've fought for will mean nothing. Elena placed a hand on his shoulder. Then we keep fighting, for Novgorod, for Ruthenia. As the three of them planned their next move, the distant sound of marching boots reminded them that the war was far from over. The streets of Novgorod were eerily silent as the Ruthenian Loyalist forces moved through the city. Smoke still lingered in the air, curling up from the ruins of barricades and buildings that had been reduced to rubble. Snow mixed with ash coated the ground, turning the once pristine streets into a somber canvas of defeat. Armed soldiers patrolled with purpose, their boots crunching against the frozen ground, their weapons at the ready for any sign of lingering resistance. In the heart of the city, Commander Antonov stood at the base of a toppled statue, a grim monument to the revolutionaries' failed uprising. His face was impassive as reports were delivered, one after another, confirming the complete collapse of the revolutionary hold on Novgorod. All cells have been neutralized, Commander, a junior officer said, saluting. Casualties are high among their ranks. No significant resistance remains. Antonov nodded, his voice cold and efficient. Good, begin Phase 2. Detain anyone suspected of aiding the revolutionaries. Root out sympathizers, collaborators, anyone who dared lift a finger against the Tsar. The officer hesitated, shifting uncomfortably, and if they resist, Sir Antonov's gaze was unwavering. You know the orders. No mercy. The officer saluted again and hurried off, leaving Antonov to oversee the final sweep of the city. Around him, Loyalist soldiers dragged prisoners from makeshift hideouts, their faces etched with defeat. Some screamed in defiance, while others remained silent, their heads bowed, resigned to their fate. In Valoria, General Railthorn Graves stared at a map of Ruthenia, his jaw clenched tightly. Red XS marked the locations of revolutionary strongholds that had fallen, one by one, to the Ruthenian army's swift and brutal offensive. Reports of atrocities filtered in alongside the grim updates, mass detentions, summary executions, entire districts leveled in the pursuit of control. An aide approached cautiously, holding a stack of intercepted Ruthenian communications. General, we've decoded another message. The Loyalists moved faster than anticipated. By the time our operatives made contact with the revolutionaries, their networks were already collapsing. Graves slammed his fist against the table, the impact making the map tremble. We underestimated Ivan's ruthlessness. His forces didn't just suppress the revolution, they annihilated it. The aide shifted uneasily. Should we consider a response? Sir Ruthenia's actions have drawn the ire of some of our allies. No, Graves said sharply, his tone brooking no argument. This is not the time for open conflict. Ivan's crackdown has made Ruthenia a fortress. Any attempt to intervene now would be a disaster. For now, we observe, we prepare, and we wait for the next opportunity. But mark my words, there will be a reckoning. In the smoldering ruins of a collapsed building on the outskirts of Novgorod, Elena, Sergei, and Victor huddled together, their faces lit by the flickering flame of a single candle. The cellar that had been their sanctuary was now their tomb. Supplies were nearly exhausted, their weapons depleted, and their comrades dead or captured. Elena stared at the radio in front of her, its battered frame a testament to the countless transmissions it had carried over the weeks of fighting. Her fingers hovered over the dial, as if willing Valoria to respond, to send a lifeline that would never come. They're not coming, Victor said quietly, his voice heavy with resignation. Even if they wanted to, it's too late. The city is lost. Elena's jaw tightened. Valoria is our only hope. They promised support. They said they'd send supplies, weapons, something. Sergei leaned back against the cold stone wall, his face pale from blood loss. Promises mean nothing when faced with an army like Ivan's. They waited too long and now were paying the price. Tears welled in Elena's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. We can't just give up. There are still people out there who believe in the cause, and they'll die just like the rest of us if we don't face reality, Victor said bluntly. We're out of time, out of resources, and out of luck. A sudden noise outside the cellar, boots crunching through snow, made all three revolutionaries freeze. Sergei motioned for silence, his hand gripping the handle of his knife. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped directly above them. The cellar door burst open, and Ruthenian soldiers flooded in, their rifles trained on the group. Elena raised her hands instinctively, her heart pounding. Sergei and Victor didn't move, their defiance unbroken even in the face of death. Stand down. One of the soldiers barked, his voice echoing in the confined space. Sergei's eyes met Elena's. Don't let them take you alive, he whispered. But before any of them could act, a soldier struck Sergei with the butt of his rifle, sending him crumpling to the ground. Elena and Victor were dragged to their feet, their hands bound behind their backs. The soldiers marched them out into the snowy street where Commander Antonov waited. He regarded them with a cold, clinical gaze. So these are the last of Novgorod's brave revolutionaries. Pathetic. Elena glared at him, her voice steady despite the trembling in her limbs. You can kill us, but you can't kill the cause. Antonov's lips twisted into a cruel smile. The cause your cause is ash, just like your city. Back in the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan III stood before a gathering of his most loyal advisors and military leaders. The great hall was filled with the scent of victory. The faint aroma of cigar smoke mingled with the metallic tang of metals adorning the uniforms of his officers. Ivan addressed the room with calm authority. The rebellion in Novgorod is over. Ruthenia stands united once more. But this victory is not just a testament to our strength, it is a warning to all who would oppose us. He paused, letting his words sink in. Let the world see that Ruthenia is not a nation to be trifled with. Our enemies, both foreign and domestic, will learn that rebellion is not an option. Dissent is not an option. Only loyalty, unity, and order will be tolerated. Applause filled the room, a thunderous endorsement of the Tsar's iron rule. Ivan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile before continuing. We will rebuild Novgorod, and it will serve as a symbol of our resolve. But more importantly, we will ensure that no revolution ever takes root in our soil again. By the time the Loyalist forces withdrew from Novgorod, the city was unrecognizable. Buildings lay in ruins, their charred frames silhouetted against the gray sky. The streets were littered with debris and bodies, a stark reminder of the price of rebellion. Elena, Victor, and Sergei were never seen again, their fates sealed in the hands of the Loyalists. The revolutionaries' dream of a free Ruthenia was extinguished, crushed under the weight of Tsar Ivan's unyielding grip. But even in defeat, whispers of resistance lingered. In the dark corners of Ruthenia, survivors began to regroup, their resolve hardened by their losses. The Tsar's victory was absolute for now, but the seeds of dissent, though buried, were far from destroyed. The snow continued to fall over Novgorod, blanketing the city in a deceptive silence. Fires still smoldered in the ruins, sending thin columns of smoke spiraling into the gray sky. The once bustling streets were now deserted save for the Loyalist patrols methodically combing through the wreckage, their boots crunching through the snow and ash. The rebellion had been crushed, its leaders captured or killed, but in the shadows, the embers of defiance still glowed faintly. Commander Antonov stood near the edge of the Loyalist encampment, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the city's ruins. The evening air was bitterly cold, but Antonov's expression remained impassive as he listened to a report from one of his captains. "Interrogations have begun, sir," the captain said, his voice low. "The prisoners are refusing to cooperate, but we'll break them eventually." Antonov nodded, his gaze never leaving the horizon. "Do what you must. The Tsar demands answers, and we will provide them. Ruthenia cannot afford another uprising." The captain hesitated before continuing. "What of the civilians, sir? Many are claiming innocence, insisting they had no ties to the revolutionaries." Antonov turned to face the man, his cold eyes narrowing. "Innocence is irrelevant. Those who harbored the traitors, even unknowingly, are complicit in their crimes. Detain them all. If they are innocent, time will prove it." The captain saluted and retreated, leaving Antonov alone with his thoughts. The rebellion's defeat had been decisive, but Antonov knew that dissent was not so easily extinguished. Ruthenia's wounds ran deep, and as long as the seeds of discontent remained, there would always be the risk of another uprising. Far beneath the crumbling remains of a factory, a small group of survivors gathered in a hidden chamber. The room was lit by a single lantern, its dim glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow with exhaustion and grief, but their determination remained unbroken. Irina, a young woman with sharp eyes and a bandage wrapped around her arm, addressed the group. "Novgorod is gone," she said bluntly. "Our leaders are either dead or captured, but this fight isn't over." A man near the back scoffed, his voice bitter. "What fight? The Tsar's forces are everywhere. We've lost everything: our comrades, our homes, our city." Irina's gaze hardened. "What we've lost doesn't matter. What matters is what we still have: our resolve, our hatred for Ivan, and the truth. If we give up now, everything we've suffered will have been for nothing." The room fell silent as her words sank in. Slowly, heads began to nod in agreement. "We don't have the numbers to fight them directly," Irina continued, "but we can still resist. Sabotage their supplies, disrupt their operations, spread the truth about what's happening here. Let the people know that Ivan's so-called unity is built on lies and blood." The group murmured their approval, and Irina felt a flicker of hope. The revolution wasn't dead, it was simply changing form. In the opulent halls of the Winter Palace, Tsar Ivan sat at the head of a long dining table, surrounded by his most trusted advisors. The room was warm and brightly lit, a stark contrast to the cold, dark streets of Novgorod. Stood at Ivan's right, a glass of wine untouched in his hand. "Your Majesty," he began, his tone measured, "the operation in Novgorod has been a success. The city is under control, and the revolutionary leadership has been eliminated." Ivan inclined his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Good. And what of the captured insurgents? They are being interrogated as we speak," Mikhailov replied. "Our men are confident they'll extract valuable intelligence." The Tsar leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled. "And the people, have they learned their lesson?" Mikhailov hesitated. "The people are subdued for now, Your Majesty. But there are whispers of discontent, even among those who supported the crown. They see the destruction of Novgorod, and some question the cost." Ivan's eyes flashed with irritation. "Weakness breeds dissent. The people must understand that rebellion brings only ruin. If they question my methods, remind them of Novgorod's ashes." "Yes, Your Majesty," Mikhailov said, bowing his head. Ivan's gaze swept over the room. "The rebellion is over, but our work is not. We must ensure that this cancer does not spread to other cities. Deploy additional troops to the provinces. Monitor the people closely. Crush dissent before it can take root." The advisors murmured their agreement, their loyalty to the Tsar unwavering. The days that followed saw a brutal crackdown across Ruthenia. The state police and military moved with ruthless efficiency, rounding up suspected revolutionaries and their sympathizers. Villages and towns that had once harbored dissent found themselves under occupation, their residents subjected to constant surveillance and intimidation. In one such village, a family huddled together as soldiers searched their home. The father pleaded with the officer in charge, his voice trembling. "Please, we've done nothing wrong. We don't know anything about the revolutionaries." The officer sneered. Ignorance is no excuse. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. The soldiers tore through the house, appending furniture and scattering belongings. When they found nothing incriminating, they moved on to the next house, leaving the family shaken but unharmed. Similar scenes played out across the country, the Loyalist forces leaving no stone unturned in their quest to root out dissent. The revolutionaries who remained free were forced deeper into hiding, their once coordinated efforts reduced to isolated acts of resistance. In Valoria, General Railthorn Graves sat in his office, reading the latest reports from Ruthenia. The crackdown had been swift and devastating, leaving little room for outside interference. Graves knew that any attempt to aid the remaining revolutionaries would be futile and potentially disastrous. An aide entered the room, carrying a sealed envelope. "General, this just arrived from the council. They want to know our next steps regarding Ruthenia." Graves opened the envelope and scanned the contents before setting it aside. "Our next steps, we wait. Ivan's reign of terror will breed resentment, and resentment will breed rebellion. When the time is right, Ruthenia will come to us." The aide nodded, though his expression was uncertain. "And if that time doesn't come," Graves' gaze was steely, "it will. Tyranny always carries the seeds of its own destruction." The cold winds of Volkshal howled through the towering spires of Valoria's grand capital as Julienne approached the Supreme Leader's chambers. The weight of her mission bore heavily on her shoulders. She had spent the last 2 weeks meticulously collecting reports on Ruthenia's escalating crackdown. Now, she had to deliver the grim news to Alexander, who had bet much of his vision for a continent-wide revolution on the success of the Ruthenian uprising. Julienne entered the vast chamber, where Alexander stood facing a massive map of Europe. His high-collared military coat and the faint glow of the fireplace behind him gave him the appearance of a statue carved from cold steel. He did not turn as Julienne approached. "Speak," Alexander commanded, his voice sharp but calm. Julienne took a steadying breath, clutching the folder of reports. "The situation in Ruthenia has deteriorated, Supreme Leader. The revolutionaries have been decimated. Novgorod has fallen completely under Ivan's control." Alexander's head tilted slightly, though he still didn't turn. "Decimated, I gave them the tools to spark the fire." "What happened?" Julienne opened the folder and began reading from the detailed reports. The Loyalist forces moved with unprecedented speed and precision. Ivan deployed overwhelming firepower, showing no mercy to civilians or combatants. Revolutionary cells have been dismantled, their leaders captured or killed. The remaining insurgents have been forced into deep hiding, and their ability to coordinate has been reduced to near nothing. Words hung in the air, heavy with disappointment. Alexander finally turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Julienne. "And the supplies, the weapons, the funds, did they not reach them in time?" "They did," Julienne said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But by the time our operatives delivered them, the revolution was already crumbling. Ivan's forces struck with such brutality and speed that the supplies barely made a difference." Alexander's expression darkened, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "And the people, surely the people must see the oppression and rise against him." Julienne hesitated. "The people are terrified, Supreme Leader. Ivan's tactics have cowed them into submission. Entire villages have been raised as examples. Families are too afraid to harbor even a whisper of dissent. His methods are brutal, but they are effective." Alexander turned back to the map, his fingers tracing the borders of Ruthenia. "If Ruthenia falls, the revolution fails. Without Ruthenia, the fire cannot spread. The other nations will see rebellion as futile." Julienne stepped closer. "We underestimated Ivan's ruthlessness, but Valoria's vision doesn't depend solely on Ruthenia. We still have allies in other nations. We can regroup, adjust our strategy." Alexander spun to face her, his voice rising with a rare intensity. "Ruthenia was supposed to be the catalyst. It was supposed to show the oppressed of Europe that tyranny can be overthrown. Now it shows them that resistance leads to annihilation." Julienne met his gaze, unwavering. "Then we must change the narrative. The Ruthenians fought valiantly. Their sacrifices can still inspire others if we frame it that way. The streets of Novgorod were a grim testament to Ivan's unyielding rule. Burned-out buildings and shattered windows were all that remained of revolutionary strongholds. Soldiers patrolled every corner, their presence a constant reminder of the consequences of rebellion. In the outskirts of the city, small groups of Loyalist troops scoured the countryside for any lingering insurgents. Irina crouched behind the charred remains of a farmhouse, her breath visible in the frigid air. The once-proud revolutionary now moved like a ghost, her clothes tattered and her rifle the only possession she had left. She had lost contact with the others days ago, and the constant sound of marching boots and barking dogs made survival an hourly struggle. In a nearby village, Commander Antonov reviewed the latest captures. The prisoners, a mix of young men, women, and even children, stood in a silent row, their faces pale and their hands bound. Another dozen, a subordinate reported, claimed they weren't involved, but we found leaflets in their homes. Antonov's face remained impassive. Send them to the camps. They'll have plenty of time to reconsider their stories. The subordinate nodded and moved to carry out the order. Antonov turned to a map spread across a nearby table, marking another village for a sweep. His mission was clear. No revolutionary, no sympathizer, no spark of dissent could remain. Back in Valoria, Julian paced the war room, speaking with Valoria's top strategists. The air was tense, each person acutely aware of the stakes. General Railthorn Graves stood at the head of the table, his expression as grim as the reports spread before him. We underestimated Ivan, Graves admitted. He's turned Ruthenia into a fortress. Any attempt to intervene now would be suicidal, and yet we cannot afford to let this defeat define the revolution, Julian argued. We need to find another way, another front to ignite the spark. Graves shook his head. With Ruthenia's fall, the momentum is gone. The other nations we've been courting are reconsidering their positions. They see Ivan's success and fear the same outcome. Julianne slammed her hands on the table, her frustration boiling over. Then we make them fear us more. If Ivan's rule inspires fear, then we must inspire terror in the tyrants who follow him. We cannot afford to back down now. Graves studied her for a moment before nodding. Then we start planning, but we'll need Alexander's full support and a clear plan. The next day, Alexander stood in the Volkshalle, addressing a gathering of his closest advisors and military leaders. The hall was silent as he began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. The fall of Ruthenia's revolution is a tragedy, he said, his tone measured, but it is not the end of our dream. The brave men and women who fought against Ivan's tyranny showed us what courage looks like. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. He paused, letting the words sink in. Ivan believes he has silenced the voice of rebellion, but he has only delayed the inevitable. Tyranny cannot endure forever. The oppressed will rise, and when they do, Valoria will stand with them. The room erupted into applause, but Alexander's gaze remained steely. Turning to Julian and Graves, he said, "Prepare our next move. We may have lost Ruthenia, but this war is far from over." In Ruthenia, Irina crouched in the shadows of an abandoned barn, clutching her rifle as Loyalist patrols passed nearby. The sound of boots crunching in the snow was a constant reminder of the danger that surrounded her. She was one of the last remaining revolutionaries, her comrades either captured or dead. But even as the darkness closed in around her, Irina refused to give up. In a hidden compartment beneath the barn's floor, she found a box of leaflets crumpled but still legible. The bold words on the pages read, "Ruthenia will rise again." With trembling hands, she stuffed them into her bag. The fight wasn't over, not yet. As the Ruthenian countryside fell into an uneasy silence, whispers of rebellion continued to spread. In Valoria, Alexander's strategists worked tirelessly to regroup and plan their next move. And in the shadows of Ruthenia's ruined cities, the seeds of defiance began to grow once more. The revolution had suffered a crushing blow, but the dream of freedom was far from extinguished. The icy wind whipped through the open windows of Volkshalle's war room, carrying with it the distant hum of Valoria's industrial heart. Alexander stood at the head of the chamber, his eyes scanning a massive map of Europe that spanned the far wall. Ruthenia, circled in red ink, seemed impossibly distant. It was a land engulfed in chaos, crushed under the iron grip of Ivan III, and now perilously close to extinguishing the dream of a unified revolutionary uprising. Julienne stepped forward, her hands clutching a thick file of intelligence reports. Her expression was a mixture of resolve and frustration. "Supreme Leader," she began, "the situation in Ruthenia worsens by the day. Loyalist forces are eradicating the last remnants of revolutionary resistance. If they succeed, Ivan's narrative of indomitable tyranny will echo across the continent." Alexander turned his piercing gaze to her. "How far have the embers of resistance spread outside Ruthenia?" Julian hesitated. "Limited for now. The brutality of Ivan's crackdown has frightened the populace in other nations. They see his swift suppression of the rebellion and believe resistance is futile." Alexander's fist clenched, his knuckles whitening. "Fear is a weapon, but so is hope. We must find a way to reignite that hope, even from here." "What do we know of the remaining revolutionaries?" Continue reading stories on Empire. Julian spread the reports on the table, revealing blurred photographs, intercepted Ruthenian communications, and field reports from Valorian operatives embedded deep within the region. "Our last confirmed contact identified a small group of survivors operating in the western provinces. They're isolated and poorly equipped, but their resolve remains intact, and their leadership." Alexander's tone sharpened. "Dead or captured," Julian admitted. "The remnants are leaderless, scattered, and lacking coordination. They've been reduced to localized acts of sabotage." Alexander leaned over the table, his gloved hand tracing the distant location of Ruthenia. "Coordination isn't necessary. We don't need to save the revolution, we need to save the idea of it. Let Ruthenia's ashes become a warning to tyrants and a rallying cry for the oppressed." Julian's brow furrowed. But how do we inspire action when the distance is so great we cannot physically intervene, not without risking everything Valoria has built? Alexander stood straight, his voice cold but resolute. We want intervene openly. Words travel faster than soldiers, and symbols strike deeper than armies. The vast expanse of Ruthenia's western countryside stretched in stark, snow-covered desolation. Smoke rose faintly from distant villages, where Loyalist patrols continued their relentless sweeps. In the shadow of an abandoned factory, Irina and a small band of survivors huddled around a makeshift stove. Their faces were hollow, but their spirits refused to die. Irina unfolded a crumpled leaflet, its bold letters spelling out a message of defiance. Freedom is not bound by distance. Ruthenia will rise. We can't last much longer, muttered Vlad, a former factory worker clutching a battered rifle. The Loyalists are everywhere. They've got more guns, more men, more everything. Irina glared at him, and yet we're still here. They may have crushed Novgorod, but they haven't crushed us. Another revolutionary, a young man named Anton, scoffed. What good are we? There's no help coming. We're just waiting to die. Irina slammed her fist on the table, silencing him. Then we make every breath count. We might not have help, but we have the truth. And truth is a weapon Ivan can't destroy. The group fell silent, the faint crackle of the fire their only companion. In the grand halls of Volkshel, Julien addressed a gathering of Valoria's top propaganda strategists. Maps, charts, and photographs lined the walls, detailing the situation in Ruthenia and the potential for a continent-wide revolution. We're not just fighting Ivan's forces, Julien began, her voice echoing in the chamber. We're fighting his narrative. He wants the world to see resistance as hopeless. We need to show them the opposite. A strategist raised his hand. But how Ruthenia is thousands of kilometers away. Our physical reach is limited. Julien smiled faintly. True, but our message knows no borders. We launch a coordinated campaign, broadcasts, pamphlets, underground publications. We flood Ruthenia with the stories Ivan wants buried, the courage of the resistance, the atrocities of his regime, the possibility of freedom. Another strategist frowned. And how do we get this message into Ruthenia? The Loyalists control every checkpoint, every communication line. Through the cracks, Julien replied. We use smugglers, hidden transmitters, encrypted broadcasts. It's not about reaching everyone, it's about planting seeds of hope. In the heart of a Loyalist stronghold, a radio crackled to life. The static gave way to a voice speaking in defiant tones. To the people of Ruthenia, you are not alone. The world sees your struggle. Your sacrifices are not in vain. Freedom will come. The broadcast was brief, but its impact was immediate. Irina, crouched in the shadows of a ruined barn, heard the faint transmission on a battered radio she had salvaged. Her breath caught in her throat. They're out there, she whispered to herself. They haven't forgotten us. She scribbled the message on scraps of paper and passed them to other survivors. Soon, the words spread like wildfire across the countryside. Revolutionaries who had given up began to regroup, their hope rekindled. In the Winter Palace, Zsar Ivan received word of the broadcasts. His fury was palpable as he addressed his inner circle. How do they reach my people? Ivan demanded, slamming his fist on the table. I want every village searched, every radio confiscated. Commander Antonov, standing at attention, saluted. It will be done, Your Majesty. We've already begun intercepting the broadcasts and tracking their origins. Ivan's eyes narrowed. Cut off the infection before it spreads. Burn every leaflet, silence every voice. If they believe they are not alone, they will fight harder. Back in Valoria, Alexander convened with Julien and General Graves. The reports of the broadcast's impact had reached them, and for the first time in weeks, the mood in the room was optimistic. The people are listening, Julien said. We've given them a reason to believe again. Alexander nodded. Good, now we give them more. Increase the frequency of the broadcasts. Highlight every act of defiance, every small victory. Let them know that their struggle matters. Graves frowned. Ivan won't take this lying down. He'll double his efforts to crush them. Let him, Alexander replied coldly. The more he tightens his grip, the more resistance will slip through his fingers. In a hidden cave deep in the mountains, Irina gathered with other revolutionaries who had heard the broadcasts. Their numbers were small, their supplies dwindling, but their determination was unshakable. We may not see the end of this, Irina said, her voice steady, but we can lay the foundation. Ruthenia will rise again, not today, not tomorrow, but one day, and when it does, the world will remember our fight. The group raised their fists in silent solidarity. In the distance, the sound of Loyalist patrols echoed, a reminder of the peril they faced. But for the first time in months, they felt more than fear. They felt hope. The soft glow of candlelight bathed the grand chamber of Volkshel in a muted warmth, but the atmosphere inside was anything but welcoming. Alexander, the supreme leader of Valoria, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out the tall windows at the snow-covered city below. The fires of industry burned in the distance, their faint plumes of smoke rising into the icy sky. It was a nation at its peak, and Alexander intended to ensure its vision reached far beyond Valoria's borders. Behind him, the sound of boots echoed on the marble floor. Julian entered the chamber, leading Johans Krieg, freshly extracted from Ruthenia. Johans bore the look of a man who had seen too much, his face lined with exhaustion, his movements deliberate and cautious. His dark coat, though neat, showed signs of wear, a stark contrast to the immaculate surroundings of Volkschau. Continue your adventure with Empire. Alexander turned slowly, his piercing gaze locking onto Johans. Mr. Krieg, he began, his voice calm but heavy with expectation. Valoria owes you a debt of gratitude. Your work in Ruthenia has been invaluable. Johans stood at attention, his composure unbroken despite the weight of the Supreme Leader's gaze. The honor was mine, Supreme Leader. I only regret that I couldn't do more before my extraction. Alexander waved a hand dismissively. You did exactly what was asked of you and more. The intelligence you gathered exposed the depths of Ivan's tyranny. It was your reports that gave us insight into the plight of the Ruthenian people and the bravery of their resistance. Without you, we would be blind to their suffering. Johans inclined his head slightly. Thank you, sir. Julian stepped forward, placing a folder on the table between them. Supreme Leader, Johans' unique position in Ruthenia has already proven his value. He's established contacts among the revolutionary cells and has first-hand knowledge of their inner workings. Alexander's gaze didn't waver as he spoke, and yet, despite their courage, the revolution falters. Ivan has unleashed the full might of his forces to crush them. Fear spreads like poison across the continent, snuffing out the flames of rebellion before they can ignite. He leaned forward slightly, his voice growing colder. We need someone who can do more than observe. We need someone who can act, someone who can give the resistance the tools and the guidance they need to fight back. Someone like you, Johans. Johans' brow furrowed, though his expression remained measured. I am listening. Alexander gestured toward the map of Europe dominating the far wall. Ruthenia was circled in red, a stark reminder of its isolation and peril. You've seen the conditions in Ruthenia. You know the people, their leaders, and their struggles. You've earned their trust. That makes you uniquely qualified to serve as our envoy, our strategist, and when necessary, our operative. I want you to return to Ruthenia, but this time not as an observer. You will be the lifeline they desperately need. Johans hesitated, the enormity of the task sinking in. And what exactly would my mandate be? Alexander's eyes narrowed. Your mandate is simple. Reignite the revolution. Work with the remnants of the resistance, coordinate with our agents on the ground, and execute missions that will destabilize Ivan's regime. Supply lines are being established as we speak. Y'all have the resources you need, but the success of this operation will depend on your leadership. Julian added, this isn't just about Ruthenia, Johans. If Ivan's regime continues to stand unchallenged, it will send a message to every tyrant in Europe that rebellion is futile. But if the resistance can hold, if they can show the world that even the mightiest oppressors can be defied, it could spark revolutions far beyond Ruthenia's borders. Johans stood in silence, his mind racing through the implications. He had spent months in Ruthenia, blending in, listening, and watching. He had seen the brutal reality of Ivan's reign and the unrelenting courage of the revolutionaries. They were battered and broken, but they were not defeated. Finally, he spoke. If I take this mission, I'll need complete operational freedom. No delays, no bureaucracy. The resistance can't afford to wait for approvals or second-guessing from here. Alexander nodded, agreed. Y'all report directly to Julian. She has my full authority to provide whatever support you require. Beyond that, the decisions will be yours. Johans met Alexander's gaze, his voice steady. Then I accept. A faint smile touched Alexander's lips, though his eyes remained hard. I knew you would. Within days, Johans was aboard a Valorian transport plane, flying under the cover of night toward a remote drop zone in western Ruthenia. The aircraft hummed softly, its interior dimly lit. Crates of supplies surrounded him, rifles, ammunition, medical kits, and encrypted radios. They were the tools of revolution, carefully smuggled past Loyalist defenses. Julian had accompanied him to the airfield, offering a final briefing before his departure. This isn't just another mission, Johans. You're carrying more than supplies. You're carrying hope. The people need to see that they're not alone, that Valoria stands with them, even if we can't be there in force. Johans had nodded, his jaw set with determination. I won't let them down. Now, as the plane neared its destination, he checked his gear one last time. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, approaching the drop zone. 5 minutes. Johans rose, securing his parachute. He glanced at the pilot and co-pilot, their faces obscured by masks to protect their identities. They would be returning to Valoria as soon as the drop was complete, leaving Johans alone to navigate the dangers ahead. The cargo door opened, revealing the dark expanse of the Ruthenian wilderness below. Snow-covered forests stretched as far as the eye could see, illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon. The cold air rushed into the cabin, biting at his face. Good luck, the pilot said, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. Johann stepped to the edge, his heart pounding but his resolve unshaken. Without hesitation, he leaped into the void.